Recording in progress. My worry is just about what time the last buses leave from the.
Oh.
I'll find it out in the course of the day.
Good morning, honorable members of the committee, our esteemed guests. It is exactly 9:30. I think it's important that we commence with our engagement. We've got a very long day. As a result, it is very important that we manage our time correctly. Let me firstly welcome all of you to this inquiry and say from the Basic Education Portfolio Committee, we are really elated to have this inquiry, and we are elated to have all of you attending our session. Let me just pass my greetings to the members of the Basic Education Portfolio Committee, our distinguished colleagues from the department, the esteemed representatives from national and provincial education departments, our educators that are here, the learner organizations, school governing bodies, civil society organizations, traditional and faith-based leaders, our parents, and members of the public. On behalf of the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education, I want to extend a warm welcome to this important stakeholders engagement on statutory rape, which is a grave issue that continues to undermine the safety, dignity, and educational development of our learners. I hope that members before you, you've got the program. That will be our agenda for today, and I take it that members have dealt with the registration outside. And Mr. Brown, I hope that on the online platform we are live, and we can really confirm the members that have joined us from the online platform. And a warm welcome, Minister, and your team. Today's engagement is part of the committee's ongoing oversight and participatory mandate to strengthen the education system's role in protecting our children, ensuring accountability, and advancing their constitutional right to learn in environments free from abuse and exploitation. This inquiry that we are starting with today is as per the instruction of the Speaker's office that about 4 portfolio committees ought to conduct an inquiry on on prevalences of statutory rape in our country. And the leading portfolio committee is the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities. They have started these inquiries by visiting both Gauteng Province and the Eastern Cape Province. They've held various sessions with various stakeholders in the 2 provinces and the 2 areas. However, also the decision was taken that each portfolio committee that is Portfolio Committee on Basic Education, on Higher Education, on Justice, on Police, should also engage with their own stakeholders and have the similar inquiry, so that when we have a comprehensive report that we send to the Speaker, it is actually a report that has insights from all the stakeholders that are affected or impacted by the prevalences of the statutory rape. Now, in terms of the context and the problem statement, distinguished guests, despite the elaborate legal clarity of what constitutes statutory rape, our country continues to face a distressing rise in cases where young learners, some as young as 10 or 12 years old, become victims of sexual violation and coercive relationships with older men, peers, or even individuals in positions of trust. This problem is multifaceted. It cuts across social, economic, and cultural lines. It is reflecting deep-rooted structural inequalities and moral failures in our society. As the analysis from recent departmental and civil society presentations indicate, that statutory rape is not an isolated legal offense, but a symptom of systematic poverty, gender inequality, and cultural silence. These conditions perpetuate environments where abuse is normalized and our victims are silenced. Data from the Department of Social Development shows that Eastern Cape alone reported over 1,100 sexual abuse cases in the 2024-2025 financial year, with districts like Nelson Mandela Bay and OR Tambo recording the highest prevalences. Across Gauteng, similar patterns are emerging. The Department of Health recorded over 100,000 adolescent deliveries between 2020 and 2025, a figure that masks the true scale of statutory rape, since many of these pregnancies result from exploitative relationships. Yet behind these statistics lie the lived realities of children whose lives are irreversibly altered. Many drop out of schools, suffer stigma and trauma, or are forced into early motherhood. Others remain invisible and their abuse never reported, their pain never acknowledged. As the committee, we cannot ignore this reality. It speaks directly to our constitutional and moral duty to protect every learner's right to safety, dignity, and education. Now, we are all aware of the comprehensive child protection frameworks developed by our country over time. The core legislative instruments such as the Children's Act 38 of 2005, and with regards to the criminal law on sexual offences and related matters amended Act 32 of 2007 and the Child Justice Act 75 of 2008 and the South African Schools Act of 84 of 1996. So together with DPE's 2019 protocol for the management and reporting of sexual abuse, all this extensive legislative framework provide a solid foundation for intervention. These laws collectively define statutory rape as an act of sexual intercourse with a person under the age of 16 and impose a legal duty on professionals, including teachers, health workers, and social workers, to report any suspicion of such offences. And then this framework also dictates that failure to report is itself a criminal offence. However, as multiple stakeholders have underscored, our challenge is not the absence of law, but the failure of implementation. The gap between policy and practice is still wide. We have learned that professionals are often confused about reporting procedures, particularly about the overlap between Section 54 of the Sexual Offences Act and Section 110 of the Children's Act, both which impose mandatory reporting obligations but lack clarity on referral pathways. This confusion leads to underreporting, delays, and tragically, the continued victimization of children. We have also noted with concern that while we have policies requiring mandatory reporting, such as the submission of a Form 22 under the Children's Act, compliance remains inconsistent across provinces and districts. In one province, only a single district had a fully operationalized digital reporting tools by late 2025. Such weaknesses not only violate the rights of children, but also erode public confidence in our institution. So what is the expected role of the education in child protection? As a portfolio committee, our view is that schools occupy a unique and critical position in the fight against statutory rape. That teachers, principals, and support staff are often the first to notice changes in learners' behavior, attendance, or well-being that may indicate abuse. Yet evidence shows that many educators lack the training, the confidence, or institutional support to act on such suspicions. The portfolio committee's oversight visits and stakeholder presentations have revealed several key concerns. And those concerns include that many educators are unaware of the legal processes or fear community backlash if they report perpetrators. That school-based support teams and district-based support teams are under-resourced, with some districts having only a handful of social workers for thousands of schools. That cases of sexual abuse involving learners are sometimes handled internally through disciplinary channels rather than being reported to law enforcement under legal obligations and justice for victims. There are various challenges that we ourselves feel that also underpin the rise or the prevalence in the statutory rapes. The first one being the underreporting and stigma. That there is a fear of community reprisal and family pressure and economic dependency on perpetrators often deter victims from reporting abuse. In many instances, families prioritize financial survival over justice, reinforcing a cycle of silence. And this culture of denial must be confronted through education, awareness, and moral leadership. That there's an issue of resource and capacity constraints. We've noted that our child protection systems suffer from severe shortages of social workers, forensic nurses, and investigators, particularly in rural and under-resourced areas. The family violence, child protection, and sexual offences units within SAPS, those specialized, remain overstretched. Similarly, NGOs like Childline and Johannesburg Child Welfare, which provide critical psychosocial services, operate under precarious funding conditions. We've also noted that there's institutional fragmentation, there's cultural norms and gender inequalities, that patriarchal social norms continue to legitimize age disparities and transactional relationships. That young girls are often blamed for their own victimization, while perpetrators, particularly those with financial or social power, escape accountability. We've noted that there is also an issue of data and accountability gaps, that our national and provincial data systems remain fragmented. Teenage pregnancy statistics do not align with reported rape cases, and there is no unified database tracking the journey of a survivor from disclosure to prosecution. Without accurate data, our ability to design evidence-based intervention is severely constrained. Now, our engagements today also offer us an opportunity to learn from international examples, such as the United Kingdom's Child House model, which demonstrate the effectiveness of multi-agency collaboration under one roof, combining medical, psychosocial, and legal support in a single child-friendly environment. We can also learn from the Nordic Barnahus Children's House model, which integrates police, prosecutors, medical professionals, and social workers in a coordinated response, ensuring that the child's voice is heard once and safely. We know that these models embody what South Africa already aspires to achieve through the Tutuzela Care Centers, which provide integrated services to survivors. However, we must expand these centers to rural and township communities and ensure 24 hours access and full staffing. Adapting these models to our context where social inequality, rural access, and cultural diversity pose unique challenges requires innovation, commitment, and a strong political will. We also believe that there is a need for legislative harmonization, that there's a pressing need to harmonize Section 110 of the Children's Act and Section 54 of the Sexual Offences Act to eliminate confusion among professionals and establish a single streamlined reporting pathway. We need to strengthen mandatory reporting compliance. We need to ensure that we build professional capacity. We need to ensure that we expand access to the services that are already in place. We need an integrated data system. We need to mobilize our communities and change the norms. we need also sustainable funding. We ought to reaffirm as well the role of stakeholders. So today's engagement is not merely a consultation, members. It is also a call to collective action. Each stakeholder here carries a piece of the responsibility. Our educators must act as a first line of defense, trained and empowered to recognize and report abuse. Our school governing bodies and parents must create safe channels for learners to disclose abuse without fear. The departments must coordinate their mandates through clear referral protocols and data integration. Civil society must continue its vital work in prevention, counseling, and advocacy. The public must cultivate a culture of accountability where protecting children is everybody's duty. As policymakers, we must confront an uncomfortable truth. Our systems are failing too many children. The persistence of statutory rape, despite decades of policy reform, demands introspection and transformation. We must move from policy abundance to implementation excellence, from fragmentation to integration, and from silence to accountability. As a nation, we cannot afford to fail to protect our children because we would be failing the future. We must account for every learner who drops out due to sexual violence because they represent not only a personal tragedy, but also a lost national potential. Our response, therefore, must be anchored in empathy, agency, and resolve. Colleagues and partners, this engagement is an invitation to renew our collective commitment to the constitutional promise that a child's best interests are of paramount importance in every matter concerning the child. Let us use this dialogue, this engagement, to bridge the gap between law and lived reality. Let us use this engagement to build systems that are trauma-informed and child-friendly. Let us strengthen accountability across institutions and champion prevention through education, empowerment, and awareness. Now, as a chairperson, I wish to express the committee's gratitude to all the departments, NGOs, and individuals who have contributed their insights. Your work forms the backbone of our collective pursuit of justice for children. Together, let us ensure that no learner in South Africa is ever robbed of her childhood, her dignity, or her dreams by acts of sexual exploitation. In short, members, was just to welcome you to our engagements and to give you a basis or a background of where the mind of the committee is with these engagements, of what is established, what we know as the committee, what we have before us, and what we are trying to achieve with these engagements. I hope that Sis Posh, we are ready to set the scene and outline the objectives of the stakeholders. Just perhaps, let me just take you through how the day is going to unfold, because we're going to have a very long day. So we are going to move to introductions because we want to know who's here. It's very important that we know who is here, who has joined us, and who is participating in this inquiry. We are going to set the scene. We're going to allow our content advisor of the committee to really outline the objectives of the stakeholders engagement. We're going to then hand over to the department, to the minister, to give us an input, an overview of the DBE input. And then we're going to also receive a presentation by the Deputy Minister, and we're going to receive a presentation by the National Department of Social Development, and we'll receive presentation by SACE and by the Representative Council of Learners, because it's important that we also hear from learners themselves. We are going to alternate in chairing these sessions. The honorable members who are here, I'm going to give them an opportunity to introduce themselves because it's important that stakeholders know the members of this committee. They are also going to chair some sessions, the afternoon session. Honorable Sharif and Honorable Shkwambani will be chairing after me, the second session. And we'll then go to lunch, and then Honorable Kaba and Honorable Ngadi will be chairing when we receive presentations from provinces, from the 9 PETs. And the last session is going to be chaired by Honorable Ngobeni and Honorable Komani when we receive presentation from all other stakeholders that we've invited. As I had already mentioned, it's a long day. It's going to be a very long day. We've got limited time to conclude this work and submit this report to the office of the speaker. So we are going to be very strict on time. Even the chairpersons that are going to be alternating, if I feel that they are not being very strict on time, we're going to have a problem. So there'll be a time whip because we really want to hear all the voices. So it will be important that when we say a presentation must take 9 minutes or 10 minutes, it should take 9 minutes and 10 minutes so that we hear from everyone that is here today. So I'm going to, without a waste of time, let me just facilitate the introduction session, and then Ms. Posh be ready to present to us the next item. Let's start with members of the portfolio committee, the ones that are here physically and the ones that are on the online platform. Let's start from this side. Honorable van der Walt. A brief introduction, so we don't have to say what we are famous for, just a brief introduction.
I'll try my best to be brief. Chair, morning colleagues, morning everybody present, Minister and the department. I'm Desiree van der Walt and a member of the Basic Education Committee.
Greetings, Chair and all the members attending from different departments, units and entities. My name is Siphetho Mkhize. Greetings, Minister. Siphetho Mkhize from MK Party. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sharif. I saw Honorable Sharif here. Oh, okay, she just stepped outside. Okay, the members, our members on the platform.
Greetings, Chair. My name is Mandla Shikwambana. I'm a member of this portfolio committee deployed by the EFF.
Honorable Shkwambana, would really like to see your face. I think that's the whole point of this introduction. Honorable Shkwambana? Okay, Honorable Ngadi, you can continue.
Honorable Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Ngobo, you can continue.
Yeah, you had called for Honorable Ngati, and I see it's quiet. Maybe I can chip in and introduce myself. I don't know whether I'm really visible, but my name is Siposethu Ngobo. I'm representing the IFP. Chairperson, I'm on the virtual platform, but I will be joining very shortly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Ngobo. Honorable Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, can we just deal with the sound on our part? Let's deal with the sound on our part because we can't hear the members clearly. Honorable Mgadi.
I'm Honorable Mgadi. I serve education.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Mgadi. Honorable Komani.
Agogola boga magorena. Leina la ka ke Mashiadika Lensel Komane ke gona mo komiting ya tša thuto. Ke romile ke mokgatlo wa Economic Freedom Fighters. Ke a le leboga.
Thank you, Honorable Low.
Hey, Chair. Let me thank you very much. Let me greet the stakeholders. I'm going to do this. I'm just attending a ceremony here. Like I said, my name is Rugan Low. I'm a member of the Basic Education Portfolio Committee. I'm sent by the African National Congress. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable Chairperson,
Yes, Honorable Kaba, you can continue.
Yes, Honorable Chairperson, thank you very much for the opportunity. But firstly, let me report that I'm not well. I'm in the hospital for now. The doctor called me to come and check me because I'm not well, Chair. So I want to apologize in advance to say I won't be able to chair because I don't know when they will be releasing me here in the hospital. And also, Chair, my name is Priti Kabanchaba. I'm deployed in this committee by the African National Congress, ANC. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kaba, and really, we really wish you a speedy recovery, ma. We know you've not been well for quite some time. We really wish you a speedy recovery. And thank you for joining us, but we understand you don't have to be here for the rest of the session. I think we want you to focus on getting better. Honorable Magakula, is Honorable Magakula here?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Chair, and good morning to all our stakeholders. My name is Thokozile Makakula, a member of the committee, and I'm representing the ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Magakula. Honorable Ngobeni? Honorable Ngobeni, you were told is going to join us a little bit later. Did I leave anyone, Mr. Brown?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Yes.
No, thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. My name is Member Mpose Sedinyani, the Acting Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee of Education in Gauteng. And I thought also I should also forward my apology, Honorable Chair. We'll have a house sitting at 10 now, so I might not also be in a position to continue as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and also thank you very much for joining us. Honorable Sharif.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to the Minister and to the department. My name is Nazli Sharif. I serve on the Portfolio Committee for Basic Education, and I represent Gauteng. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We are also joined by the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities on the online platform, Honorable Van der Merwe. Let's allow her to introduce herself, Honorable Chairperson.
Good morning to you, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education. Good morning to the Honourable Minister and all your stakeholders. Indeed, Chairperson, I am online and I will be following your engagements this morning. And thank you very much also for the support you gave to our Portfolio Committee during our engagements. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And I take that covers our members of the Portfolio Committee and all other members of other committees that might have joined us on the online platform. You're most welcome. Honorable members, now, as I said, that issues of time. We would want to really know the stakeholders that are here, but we're going to allow the stakeholders to introduce their teams as they do the presentations. So we're going to give you that opportunity as you do your presentations. If there's any other stakeholder that feels that we have not covered them, we'll allow them to introduce themselves. But we're going to now move with the agenda. Honorable Sharif, I saw your hand.
Yes, Chair. Apologies. I was just outside dealing with a call. If I missed the apology section, but I have to leave at 3 p.m., Chair. So if that's okay, thank you.
Okay, that's noted. For honorable members, for all the honorable members, I think we should just note the apologies, Mr. Brown. There are apologies of some members that they will have to leave early, and we've noted those apologies. So we're going to move right into the second item, which is the presentation by our content advisor. We also have our support team here, honorable members and stakeholders. Sis Posh, you can just introduce them as you do the presentation. You have 10 minutes as well. 10 minutes. Okay.
Warmest greetings, Honorable Chairperson, members of the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education, Honorable Chairpersons from the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, Honorable Minister of Basic Education, present with us, and Deputy Minister of Basic Education online, colleagues from the Department of Basic Education, present officials and online, stakeholders from the provinces, present in the House and also online, honorable guests, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, our dear colleagues present in the room, the House today, Mr. Brown, our committee secretary, on my first right, Mr. Gekana, our researcher on the far right, Ms. Dolim Kosana, as we were coming through the House, she was busy on the tables. We also have Mr. Lindinwiwa Mahlasela on my right side here, Ms. Hannah Wolp at the back, Ms. Rowena Nos, the Executive Secretary of the Chairperson. When people write the correspondences, she and Mr. Brown attend to them. If I've left any staff member, we have volunteers who are assisting from various units, because in Parliament we work in collaboration. I also want to recognize the support of our unit manager, Mr. Bandi, who is also online, and the managers of Parliament who ensured that this program of today becomes a success and that the stakeholder engagement results to the desired outcomes of our institution. By way of introduction, my name is Poshiambude Muchegwane, the content advisor, and thank you, Honorable Chairperson of the committee, for entrusting us with this task of outlining the scene in terms of the objectives of the referral on statutory rape of young girls in South Africa. In terms of the background, this referral, honorable members, emanates from a House resolution which was adopted in August 2024, was revised in July, as well as October 2025. The referral responds to the urgent need to address statutory rape, particularly where young girls are forced into motherhood and adulthood prematurely. Furthermore, it notes that many victims are unaware that they are being violated. It also registers that teachers and nurses are aware of these violent crimes, and yet they fail to report them to the police. The resolution also acknowledges the systematic failures in reporting and oversight, and calls for a coordinated parliamentary oversight on this matter of national importance. I would like now to outline the parliamentary mandate in relation to this referral. The referral, as per Parliament mandate, requires the committees, which I would like to outline: the Portfolio Committee on Youth, Persons and Social Persons with Disabilities, Social Development, Basic Education, Health, Justice and Police, to confer with each other on the development of a joint public participation program, to review legislation, recommend amendments with a focus on mandatory reporting by teachers, and also report back to the House by the 30th of November 2025, meaning that in a few weeks' time, the report must be at the House. Honorable members, this is a cross-cutting issue which requires collaboration across the span of the portfolio committees which I've highlighted. In terms of the scope and limitations, while the broader issue of child sexual abuse is deeply concerning, the mandate is narrowly defined to focus specifically on the statutory rape of young girls and the failure of mandatory reporting, particularly at schools for the basic education sector. This limitation, however, is acknowledged as members today will seek to engage with the stakeholders present in the House today to present what they would like to bring to the House so that their recommendations also inform the report. With regards to the prevalence and underreporting, statutory rape remains a serious and social public health and education issue in South Africa, as our chairperson has highlighted when she did her opening remarks. Despite over 10,000 reported cases as per case studies, there are incidences of minors which was tracked back as far as the year 2022-23, where underreporting remained a major barrier. Research studies have also shown that only a small fraction of victims report to the police. There are teenage pregnancies, including those girls who are young as 9 years old, which underscores the urgency of this work. Online sexual exploitation is emerging, and underreported threats of children are being targeted via platforms like WhatsApp and Facebook. Regarding the legislative framework, as a country, as South Africa, there are legislative frameworks that direct what needs to be done. However, it is noted that within the legislative framework, as robust as it is, there are some fragmentations. I'd like to take first the Constitution of RSA of 1996, Section 28, which alludes to special protection of children. Also, honorable members and esteemed guests, I'd like to point out to the Criminal Law Amendment Act and Sexual Offences and Related Crimes Amendment Act 32 of 2007, including the Children's Act, which contain mandatory reporting requirements when a child has been the victim of a sexual offense. All the above provide protection and reporting duties that must be done. However, implementation gaps persist, particularly in schools and healthcare settings. The work of the committees should therefore focus on enforcement, accountability, and ensure that the departments, all the departments outlined in the referral, protect the children. What are the departmental roles in relation to this referral? The roles have been outlined. The referral is accessible on the ATC and is published. Each department has a distinct role. For example, the DBE monitors school-based abuse. The Department of Social Development oversees child protection and manages the registers. The Department of Health ensures mandatory reporting by health professionals. The South African Police Services investigates the cases, and Justice prosecutes. The interdepartmental coordination remains therefore a challenge that must be addressed in the House today, so that as the members and the stakeholders point the way forward, the answer is in the House, the answer is in the room today. What's the purpose of the stakeholders being here today? Our Honorable Chairperson has highlighted that. However, allow me, Chairperson, to add that Parliament would love the stakeholders, or Parliament has enabled this process to ensure that there's a structured platform for dialogue among the Portfolio Committee and the key stakeholders, that there's clarity regarding the basic education sector in the role of prevention and response to statutory rape, that there's identification of systemic challenges that also propose actionable recommendations with timeframes, and that are being smart in terms of these recommendations, to strengthen intersectoral coordination and reporting, to support the committee's oversight policy influence on statutory rape and mandatory reporting for the purpose of child protection. The objectives of the basic education sector clarified to look at the role of professionals, that is the educators, the non-teaching staff personnel, the workers who are also at the school in terms of reporting statutory rape at schools, the assessment of the implementation of mandatory reporting protocols in schools from ECD facilities, the young children there, We know that we have a SACE migration shift that has happened. We are going to start there, up to the public schools, all of them. Identify barriers to compliance, including the fear of victim stigmatization, confidentiality issues, and lack of training. Assess the availability of post-rape counseling and the care of young girls, including the support services. Examine effectiveness and coordination. Explore the strategies to strengthen accountability and oversight within the basic education system. Honorable members, on my right-hand side, I've got the stakeholders identified as well as their roles. I'm not going to lend more into the roles, but the stakeholders which were identified that are also key within the basic education sector is the Department of Basic Education. I think the National Department of Social Development, which was also invited in the House, we acknowledge the chairperson is online. The South African Council of Educators, also present in the House today. The representatives of learner councils, they are also invited. The school governing bodies, all of them. The teacher unions or organizations of teachers, including the civil society structures as they were highlighted by the chairperson this morning in terms of the traditional councils and other structures and forums that are critical in the basic education sector. Towards the end, Honorable Chairperson, having highlighted the purpose and the objectives of today's session, Parliament has an expectation, and the expected outcomes is an enhanced understanding of the basic education sector's role in statutory rape response and reporting, the identification of gaps reporting and victim support. Our staff members, our colleagues are sitting there listening to everything that will be highlighted, as well as a strengthened intersectoral cooperation and the development of recommendations for prevention, response, and data improvement, and contribution to policy review and oversight of statutory rape. What's going to happen after this? There's a follow-up. One of them is that as a secretariat, we are going to compile a report with key findings and recommendations. This report will be tabled to the portfolio committee. Follow-up actions may include oversight visits. The committee will decide which province or which structures, joint engagement with other committees, referral of recommendations to the relevant departments, and in conclusion, Honorable Chair and members of the portfolio committee, statutory rape is a national crisis requiring urgent, coordinated efforts. The basic education sector plays a pivotal role in reporting the care for the children and also ensuring that as survivors of this statutory rape, there's some protection. Also, the insights of the stakeholders, that is why we are here, are quite vital in ensuring that you guide the legislation reforms, you guide the changes and amendments that are required to strengthen intersectoral accountability. Chairpersons, with that brief, we are thanking you for allowing us to give this input in terms of the objectives from the Secretariat desk. I thank you, Chair, and I thank you to the stakeholders present here. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Posh. That is the objectives, is an outline of what we're trying to do and what will happen, because I'm sure stakeholders want to know what then happens after we've engaged. So that was just really giving an outline of what will happen. We're now going to move swiftly to the Minister to give us an overview of the DBE input. Minister Kwahube, most welcome with your team. You can also introduce the team that you're with today.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I don't know if you would like me to do it from here.
You can come to the front, it's fine.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to try to be as brief as possible because we've been given 10 minutes and I've got the full delegation there that's ready to obviously do a presentation. Good morning to the members and to our stakeholders who are here today. And thank you once again, I think, Chairperson, for convening this important meeting. It becomes quite important for departments to work very much across each other. I'm joined in the delegation by DDG Gea, Mr. Ndlebe, Mr. Faker, who works in our branch T, Mr. Bottoman, who works in the branch responsible for safety, and Mr. Tolwane, who's part of our labor relations team. And so that will be the delegation that will be taking you through some of the work that we do as the DBE in terms of setting norms and standards and guidance to provinces, but also some of the work that we do from holding teachers accountable when these things have taken place. Thank you again for the opportunity to really talk about what is a very urgent and sensitive matter in South Africa. The statistics that we are seeing are things that we are not proud of, because this is, as you said, a very complex issue, because children sometimes present in schools as having fallen pregnant, and we of course know that what the definition of that is. It is simply statutory rape. And so there are protocols that we must have in place to make sure that children are supported, but also the matters reported to law enforcement. And our big challenge, I think, ladies and gentlemen, in our sector right now is we need to make sure that these reports are actually leading to actual convictions. Because once we have convictions, we are able then to make sure that people are registered on the sexual offenders register, and they're also registered on the child protection register. Absent a conviction, we can't prevent a teacher who was fired in one school from popping up in another province and doing the same thing. And so this is why I think, Chairperson, the interaction between these two, all these departments becomes important, because these registers sit with the Department of Justice. Obviously, the PEDs become the employers, and then we've got a responsibility to play. The police have a responsibility to play. But the key to ridding our system and our schools of sexual offenders is having them being jailed and never having to work with children again. And that, for me, it becomes the big problem. The department's presentation today outlines 3 critical areas of work. The one, the legislative and the policy framework that defines our obligations as a department. Number 2, the systems of accountability through SACE, the ELRC, and the provincial education departments. And then, of course, the multi-sectoral interventions that both address prevention and response. And so while we acknowledge that there are still gaps, particularly in the reporting, which was mentioned by both the chair and I think the content advisor, around reporting, vetting, psychosocial support, the department has taken deliberate steps to strengthen compliance and accountability. Through our SOP on sexual misconduct, heads of department are now guided on how to terminate and prevent the re-employment of educators found guilty of sexual offenses. The Government Gazette, published in 2021, ensures that those who are unfit to work with children are permanently excluded from the system. But again, we need to do a lot more, and we need to move with a greater pace. In terms of vetting, the department has established monthly fora with the Department of Justice and the PEDs to monitor and fast-track checks against the sexual offenders register. As of September 2025, vetting across all provinces continues with the working group that was established to ensure the accuracy and accountability. However, Chairperson, as you indicated in your opening remarks, policy and procedure are simply not enough. At the heart of this work must be the focus on the child. The learner experiences trauma, fear, shame, and often limited access to justice and support. And so that's why we are working with DSD, so social development, the SAPs, and justice to strengthen the end-to-end response for victims of sexual violence, from the point of reporting to investigating to counseling and reintegration. We are also enhancing coordination with psychosocial support teams, including social workers and counselors, to ensure that a learner who experiences this kind of abuse is both supported emotionally and academically. And in line with Bella Act, the department has also begun the process of finalizing the 2019 Protocol on Management of Reporting of Sexual Abuse and Harassment in Schools. This revision will ensure the alignment with the latest Sexual Offences Amendment Act and the GBVF National Strategic Plan, closing the gaps that have previously delayed reporting or accountability. Chair, we are also strengthening the preventative dimension, which the team will speak to, because I think it's also important that we're not just talking about the punitive measures, but we're also talking about how do we teach children about consent? How do we teach children about where do you go when you've experienced this? And so preventative work in our schools is very important. And so really our children have the right to feel safe. Our schools have to be places of safety and of learning, and not places where our children are abused or they get sexually abused and harassed, even by the very teachers who are meant to be looking after them. We're really looking forward to being able to unpack that three-part presentation, Chairperson and ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. The team, you've got just 4 minutes. 4 minutes to cover your presentation. So the minister has already touched on many things. Just make sure you brief. You can do it from there. It's fine. If we'll be able to see and hear.
No, I think we'll just speak to the issues now. If it's 4 minutes.
Chairperson.
DM.
Chairperson.
Yes, DM.
No, I just want to register. I want to register my presence. Minister omitted me from the team. I know that is just an omission to indicate that I'm in the meeting.
Noted, DM. Noted.
Thank you.
DBE team, 4 minutes.
Yeah, Chairperson, good morning to you, my honorable Chairperson and honorable members. If I were to take 2 minutes before I give 2 minutes to my colleague, Mr. Faker, it would be to just say, Chairperson, that we are very much aware as the basic education sector that we've got a very tight legislative and policy framework which provides guidelines to provincial education departments and districts and schools about, firstly, how to prevent sexual abuse, which includes statutory rape, but also some guidance on how to access post-violence care. Where we find ourselves lacking the most as the ecosystem that manages the prevention of children is in the coordination of interface between ourselves and other departments, particularly those that have got statutory jurisdiction to deal with these issues. We do have social workers, though they are not adequate in our own system, but they themselves don't have statutory jurisdiction. And so most of the time when they manage these cases, they almost have to hand over to other departments. And so we know what works because Parliament asks us to say what works. What works is the coordination of all of those, of that stakeholdership and partnerships. We know that it works, but does it mean that it is the easiest thing to do? No, it is not the easiest thing to do. And we're working on a daily struggle of just making sure that that value chain and that ecosystem works for our children. That would be my 2 minutes. Thanks, Chair. Over to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I know I speak fast, but you're going to make me speak extra fast now. Thank you. It's also actually important, and good morning, and all the protocols actually observed. In order to actually understand what we put actually into place so far, and it's been since actually 2018, it's also important to actually understand what has happened actually in the past. And if we have, if an educator has been charged, for example, actually with misconduct, the perpetrator had about actually 4 bites in terms of how the actual process works. The first process, of course, will be the actual hearing. Then we will go over to actual arbitration, and then we will go over to the SACE hearing, and then of course there was still the labor court. So it was very a test time actually for the learner to come out and testify. And that's in terms of actually slide number 20. However, we started to put a number of issues actually into place, and the one deals in terms of giving training in terms of actually what has been done, and the various pieces of legislation indicates actually there is now an obligation to report, for example, if you're actually aware that a child, for example, has been sexually raped or molested actually at your particular school, and if you don't actually that you can be charged, that you can be actually charged actually by actually court of law in that regard. So the processes that we got into place, and this has been dealt with to actually a large extent in terms of the portfolio committee meeting that took place actually last week on Tuesday, and we deal with that in terms of we charge an educator with regard to actually section 17, and if he's found guilty, automatically he or she will be actually dismissed. And I'm saying actually he or she because these days actually we got quite a few females that we charge actually as well. Then of course the new declarative agreement that is in terms of 2018, and that is this now streamline the actual process. So in other words, the two processes have been combined. So and there's no grounds for appeal in that regard. Then, of course, as the minister has identified actually as well, we've got actually a SOP in place. We've also issued a government gazette number 444 in that regard, and that basically sets out the procedure actually. For example, if you've been actually dismissed and found guilty with regard to an offence in that regard, basically you basically banned from coming actually back actually into the system. In that regard, with regard to the challenges, what we actually got, we've got in terms of the parental actually interference. Some parents don't really want actually the children to actually testify. We got interference by the perpetrators, and that is actually quite a lot in that regard. We better try to actually pay off the parents. Then we also got in terms of the authorities that don't want to actually prosecute, and of course. A matter actually that the chairperson has raised actually herself is in terms, for example, we got employees that have been appointed in terms of the SGB appointment actually as well, and tied in terms of charging them. Then of course we got actually the vetting process. This has come actually into effect since 2022, and all employers, and that is the provincial education departments, they're actually obligated to actually vet actually everybody. Madam Chair, that basically in actually a nutshell all the processes that we have put actually into place since 2018. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So you took additional 2 minutes from the DM's presentation. So DM must be aware that she only has 8 minutes. It's DPE, all of you are DPE. So DM, but what we should do, Mr. Brown, the department did send us a presentation, very insightful. Please do share with the other stakeholders, all stakeholders, so that when we engage, everybody has the same presentation. DM, your 8 minutes starts now. DM, you did say you are in the meeting. It's a DM or a DG between the two. But you can give the 8 minutes to the team. No problem. We have no problems with that.
I am here, Chair.
Oh, okay. Okay, DM.
Yes.
Over to you, DM.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to you, greetings to Minister, greetings to members of the committee, greetings to all the colleagues and all our stakeholders. Chairperson, I take this moment to express my profound appreciation for the opportunity that has been given to us in this platform, where representatives from various national departments, provincial education departments, and strategic stakeholders within the education sector coverage to deliberate on the pressing matter of statutory rape in the sector. The subject under discussion has devastated the future of our nation and inflicted deep wounds upon our children, particularly our learners, wounds that may never be fully healed. The scourge of statutory rape continues to undermine their emotional well-being, compromise their dignity, and hinder their academic performances. It is important to note that statutory rape is not expressly defined in any clause of our Constitution of the Republic of South Africa per se. However, it is addressed through the criminal law, the Sexual Offences and Related Matters Amendment Act 32 of 2007, which criminalizes specific acts and provides protection for vulnerable groups. The Act stipulates, among others, the age of consent for both girls and boys and is set at 16 years. I know that some parents complain about 16 years. The mandatory reporting of sexual offenses committed against children and persons with disability. The criminalization, which is the third one, the criminalization of all sexual acts involving children under the age of 12.
DM, your network is breaking, it's unstable. I don't know if you can hear us.
I believe this is the most appropriate platform to confront the critical challenge that the basic yes now. I hear you properly. I don't know what's wrong with me. But now do you hear me?
Yes,
Am
we
I
can
audible?
hear you. Yes, you're audible, but it's a bit unstable. That's all. We can hear you. Continue, DM. Perhaps it's better.
Okay. I was saying, yes, I was saying, Chair, that the most basic education sector, inclusive of provincial education departments, continues to face. These challenges have at times brought the integrity of the sector into question, particularly where there has been a perceived failure in addressing cases of sexual dilemma. Yes, ma. Let me.
DM? Yes,
Yes,
we're thinking if you switch the video off, perhaps the network will improve if you switch the video off. Yes, let's try that.
Yeah, let's try now. The statutory rape case that the sector encounters, is it better now?
It is improved.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Number one, there have been disturbing reports of the victimization of learners in our schools, where educators are implicated or instigators of statutory rape in our schools. I want to place it on record, Chair, that such incidents not only betray the trust, but in our education system, but also inflict lasting trauma on the victims and undermines the moral authority and integrity of our education system. The statutory rape cases have been reported in our schools with the involvement of the South African police services and social workers. However, in more instances, there appears to be a divergence between the learner's family and the authorities, resulting in matters of statutory rape remaining unresolved. This gap do not only compromise justice for the affected learners, however, also undermines public confidence in the system designed to protect our learners. Some perpetrators of sexual offenses evade accountability, exploiting the socio-economic vulnerability of the learners or our children. In many instances, Cases are closed due to insufficient evidence, leaving victims without justice and allowing offenders to continue threatening the safety and dignity of our children. I must place on record that these topical matters is fraught with complex dilemmas that challenges our education system, our legal framework, and the broader protection of learners. The sector has engaged continuously on matters relating to records of sexual offenders in collaboration with the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. These engagements have included working with the South African Council of Educators, as Minister Kwagube alluded to.
Can we please mute those on the online platform? Please mute. You are disrupting the proceedings. DM, you've got 1 minute remaining.
Yes, to ensure accountability for educators found guilty of sexual misconduct, as well as the involvement of Education Labor Relations Council in addressing disciplinary and procedural matters concerning the topical. Number 7, it would be remiss not to acknowledge that the sector's fundamental responsibility is to safeguard the teaching and learning environment, ensuring that schools remain spaces of safety. As I conclude, Chair, the resolutions and recommendations arising from these deliberations will provide critical guidance to the National Assembly and how the alarming trend of statutory rape can be mitigated. They will also be will inform the development of stronger laws and policies to safeguard learners in schools and at our learners' respective homes. Thank you so much, Chairperson. My apologies for being unable to unmute immediately. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DM. Thank you very much, Minister and the team. Your presentation is very insightful. I went through the presentation. I think for me, the gaps, and this when we have the conversations, let's have the conversation about this. The only gaps in the presentation which I saw myself was that the department is able to comprehensively explain to us what happens when the sexual violation or statutory rape takes place in the schooling environment where it concerns a teacher and a learner. But we really want to hear from yourself what happens when a learner presents features of being abused, or when the learner comes and says to a teacher, I am sexually violated at home or in a community, or a learner is raped and they come to school. It doesn't concern a learner and a teacher. What happens then? What is in the hands of the department to ensure that we assist that learner? Because that's where the issue is. Majority of the time, the learners come to school, they're pregnant. It doesn't involve a teacher, but it's a 12-year-old that is pregnant and is at school. I think that is the part for me when I went through the presentations, I could not get a sense to say, what happens with that Form 22? What do we do with it? It goes somewhere, then what? I think that's a part. And when we have a conversation, let's have that conversation, all of us. But also the issue of parents, I think it is very important. I hope parents are here and they will be able to say, there's many issues that arise from the parent support. What do parents do? I think we need to also engage on the role of parents. So let's move to, so thank you very much for that presentation. Let's move to DSD, who is the Department of Social Development, a very key stakeholder in this regard, who is representing DSD on the online platform. DSD, over to you. Your 10 minutes starts.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, Minister and Deputy Minister, and all stakeholders. My name is Caesar Mahawe. I'm the DDG responsible for welfare services in the Department of Social Development. I would like to tender the apology on behalf of my minister and the DG due to other prior commitments. However, we are here as the branch that is responsible for this portfolio. Due to time constraint, Chairperson, I would like to hand over to our acting Chief Director, Ms. Tsekiso, to present on behalf of TST team. I thank you. Over to you, Nelly.
Thank you, DDG. The presentation that I will be taking the portfolio committee through it's got the outline of purpose, introduction, the legal requirements, an overview of the prevalence of rape, where we are going to project our statistics, the impediments to mandatory reporting, services to young girls impacted by incidences of statutory rape, and the stakeholders that are part of the child protection system in handling the statutory rape. And we will also be looking at the interventions that the department has in place. I must indicate that as the Department of Social Development, our mandate is derived from the Constitution, the Children's Act. Specifically in the Constitution, we've got Section 28 in the Bill of Rights that says every child has got the right to be protected from maltreatment, neglect, abuse, or degradation, and be protected from exploitative labor practices. And the abuse, it's broad because it also includes the sexual abuse that we are talking about today. And the Children's Act itself gives effect into this constitutional obligation, ensuring that as the department has got the money to can protect children, we look at the victims and provide the appropriate services. The Children's Act, in terms of Section 4 and 5, 38 of 2005, advocates for the coordinated integrated approach by all government departments in ensuring that we provide services in a coordinated and integrated manner. And we do this through having our National Child Care and Protection Forum that brings all the child protection stakeholders to ensure that accountability takes place when it comes to provision of services to children. And we have also highlighted what are the other legislative frameworks that gives us the mandate as the department to provide services and ensuring that children are protected from child sexual abuse. The Sexual Offences and Related Matters Act, which speaks to issues of no child under the age of 16 should be finding him or herself into sexual or intimidation, even incest. I must indicate that we do have a provision that says children between the ages of 12 and 16, they can explore sexually. And this is where we also have a problem because we find children having intercourse to a point of, raping each other, the age cohort of 12 to 16. And yet the Act is very clear, indicating that there should be a 2 years gap. 2 years gap, meaning 12-year-old with a 14-year-old, they can have that sexual experimentation. However, the 12 to 15 cannot because you're already exceeding the age gap of 2 years, and that is problematic. The Films and Publications Board is also helping us in ensuring of that reporting takes place where there are even involvement of child sexual abuse material that tends to be flagged. And with that done, then the Films and Publications are able to take down such. However, reporting as well is also being enforced through the Films and Publications. Domestic Violence Act, the Prevention and Combating of Trafficking in Persons is also other key legislations that ensures that children are protected from child sexual abuse. As I've indicated that we will be giving an overview in terms of the statistics. The statistics that we are looking at, it's actually from our National Child Protection Register, which we rely as well heavily from SAPS. We rely heavily from SAPS as well as courts that would actually find people unsuitable to work with children, and we get those convictions. And when we get the convictions, then we are able to include those names into our National Child Protection Register. Just for 2024-25, the picture was very bad because we had 26 cases of abuse. Out of that, 9,857 is the sexual abuse. And very concerning is that this sexual abuse happens even at home. That is why we even see the deliberate neglect being 9,485. And I will also look at the other statistics in terms of the provinces, as we're told that provinces are also here. And then in the year 2023-24, the sexual abuse was at 8,345. And this is concerning that we are not seeing a decrease. As you can see, in 2023-24, 8,345. In 2024-25, it's 9,000. But I must also indicate that it's an indication that our initiatives, which comes through our awareness campaigns, educational sessions that we engage children, parents and caregivers, including communities, it does yield the results because at least people are coming forward and reporting. So these cases that I'm just highlighting, they basically indicate the risks that our children are confronted with, as it was indicated by the content advisor that the role of the department is to really ensure that when it comes to statistics, we paint a picture, but also highlight the risks that are in place and how we can continue to strengthen our social cohesion, which we are doing through our 365 days to address all those risks at home, at school, in the neighborhood, and also in the communities. This slide basically talks to the obligations in terms of reporting. That is section 110, subsection 1 of the Children's Act. It's still the section that talks to reporting that needs to happen through Form 22. And I need to highlight that one of the concerning matters for the department, we are currently doing audit of files in terms of the reported cases of sexual abuse across the country. We have already done 4 provinces, and the picture does not look good because cases are reported through Form 22. However, we don't see the interventions that are being done, even the convictions that are being done to the perpetrators. So this is one area that needs strengthening amongst the child protection stakeholders to ensure that when cases are reported, we carry it throughout to see convictions of the perpetrators. However, there are serious challenges when it comes to the reporting. And the Honorable Chair already indicated that there tends to be reluctance from the teachers, and that we have picked up as well as we currently busy with these audits in the provinces, that teachers are reluctant really to report, citing several reasons, which some of them, it's really those court processes, because some of them, they don't want to be summoned to court. So it basically defeats the purposes of ensuring that children are protected. Families, parents in particular, Limpopo, Western Cape, just to be citing these 2 provinces, children were indicating that their mothers are the ones that actually convince them not to report, because in some instances, the perpetrators would have paid damages when a child has fallen pregnant, and mothers don't want to lose, the breadwinner, because they are reliant on the perpetrator, who could be an uncle or it could be an older person within the community. And one case in KZN where we had a 15-year-old made pregnant by a 27-year-old, the family accepted the damages, which we condemned as the department, that is not acceptable. So in response to this alarming rate, what is it that we do?
So we're giving you 1 minute to wrap up because the 10 minutes is already up. 1 minute to wrap up.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, but I just wanted to indicate that the department has got measures in place, such as when the cases are reported, either we remove children into alternative care or we remove the perpetrator as provided for in the legislation, but we've got therapeutic programs that are in place to ensure that, you know, when children are exposed to sexual abuse, they receive the therapeutic services. We also have our prevention and early intervention program, which basically is a safe space for children not to be exposed into these sexual abuse that are taking place, where we also provide our social and behavior change programs to build the capacity of children in terms of making informed decisions about their futures and not get involved with older men or even inappropriate sexual activities amongst themselves as children, as we've noted that children do engage into sexual relations amongst themselves whilst they're also getting abused by older men because they are actually led through, you know, monies and material stuff and finding themselves now in those sexual exploitative relationships. I will pause there. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much from the DDG and the team from DSD. Mr. Brown, let's also share their presentation with all the stakeholders. They did send their presentation, honorable members and esteemed colleagues, and it's very insightful. There is numbers, there is stats in that presentation that also responds to the question I had earlier about the Form 22. I think they tried to respond a little bit on what happens after the Form 22. And we are looking forward to really getting you to give us some insights on that audit that you are, because it's a very important audit. And as you're saying that there's already concerning findings, we would really want to get that an update as well as a committee. Thank you very much, DSD. Let's move swiftly to SACE. CEO, you can come here, you can do it there, whatever you're comfortable with.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and also honorable members, including the Minister, Chair. And I'm going to skip all the legislations and policy environment because I believe all the speakers that spoke before me dealt with that thoroughly, including yourself when you were dealing with the initial part of introducing the session. I am focusing, Chair, on the vetting of student teachers, newly qualified educators, ECD practitioners, and unregistered practicing teachers, because that's where it starts from. If we're not vetting them when they come into the profession, then we will be dealing with the issues at a later stage. And therefore, the numbers that I've provided of 66,246,000 would be those that have 100% being vetted against the SAPS criminal record database. However, we want to indicate that having said that, we are indicating that we are also vetting against the National Child Protection Register, which we have been given access recently. We can't say the 66,000 have gone through that because we started recently. But the Register on Sexual Offenders, we're working with the Department of Justice. However, capacity becomes a problem. I mean, dealing with 66,000 in a year, and the department won't be able to is not able to deal with that quantity. So we are looking at around 5,000 minimum on a monthly basis so that we can at least be in a position to deal with that. You would have seen that from vetting student teachers and also newly qualified educators, there are those that we denied access into the profession because of the sexual misconduct cases. And unless they are cleared by the Department of Justice and also expunged, we don't register them. And it's even worse, sexual misconduct cases are not being expunged, and therefore they can do the qualification for 4 years, but they would not be able to get into the profession. Having spoken about the vetting process, I am now focusing on the issue that we are urging employers of teachers to really check before employing their employees who are newly qualified teachers against the SACE website, so that they can be in a position to see if those that they're employing from our own perspective are clean and are fit for purpose and to practice. The types of prevalence of sexual misconduct cases, you can see 2019 to 2025. We are giving you the different kinds that we are moving on in terms of the ones that we are identifying: sexual harassment, sexual abuse, statutory rape, sexual assault. It's number one. If you can see, that's where they take it by force. This any moment that presents itself, they take advantage of that. Again, cyber sexual abuse is becoming the thing, and therefore we need to look into that as well. We did a research and we have a published publication in terms of an article that is being peer reviewed. For 2019 to 2022, you would see that there were 2,354 cases of that has been reported. And out of that, 20% of those, which is 474, were around sexual misconduct cases, including your statutory rape along that way. And in terms of provinces that are reporting, Gauteng and Western Cape and KZN would see that they are on top. But we took advice, Honorable Mkhize, we are contextualizing in terms of reporting to say those are the provinces, even from SAPS, their numbers in terms of sexual offenses are high. And therefore, you can see the replication of that in the schooling environment. So when you deal with that particular slide, Mr. Brown, on the next one, you'll be able to see that there's a correlation between what SAPS is dealing with and also what is happening within the schooling environment. Scale of the problem, 2024-2025, we also went deeper into the financial year that we closed, 606 cases overall that have been reported, and you can see that 22.60% of those 137 were sexual misconduct. Again, you can see sexual assault is topping the list, even for that particular financial year, including sexual harassment of learners, relationship impregnation, and also proposing love. But also we are saying, Chair, as much as we're dealing with learners, we can't afford to overlook the fact that we've got educators that are having sexual intercourse in the premises, and therefore they are not setting better example to learners, because this particular case is forgot about the camera in the room, and it got exposed to the entire school, and therefore when we have those kind of issues from teachers themselves as well, it becomes another problem. So we are saying the male perpetrators, we're having a challenge really with your 41-year-olds until 65 plus. Those are the main culprits, as much as we're thinking the younger ones are. But the older men, even when you check the media, they always talk about your 50-something-year-old. It's rare that there's a case against a younger educator. So over 65 to 70%, it's your 45 upwards, up to even 65-year-olds and above. So we are also indicating that the victims who are learners, you would see that the next slide, Mr. Brown, it's indicating even your younger 10 years to 14 years old. There's a correlation with the phenomenon of your grade 6 and 9, who are going through this kind of challenges, even in other areas. So the research really is assisting because it's giving us some of the issues that are real. You can see even the birth rates that have been highlighted in terms of 117,000 children that we've spoken about earlier on. And the rate, if you're having 10-year-olds and 9-year-olds, we are really not getting somewhere. So the areas where, in the next slide, where the issues are happening, you can see 63% is school premises. That's where your sexual intercourse is happening. That's where statutory rape is happening within the schooling process. And our research have shown us in terms of the areas where, within the schooling environment, it's happening, including social media and also outside the schooling environment. Again, this slide is showing you the challenge around sexual assault, which means when we deal with our interventions, how do we look into this particular issue, because it's becoming up over and over and again. Reporting of cases, Last week we were with the ELRC in the same room and platform. Sorry, you can see it tops the list in terms of reporting as opposed to the 9 provinces together. In as far as these issues are concerned, including, I'm happy in our statistics, in our research, you could see schools reporting as schools because they become anonymous, but also principals and learners. The stats are showing that those are reporting and our teachers as well, including other areas. What we've done as SACE in terms of our sanctioning policy was that if we have those educators, principals, and everyone who is really putting the sexual misconduct related cases under the carpet, in the next slide, we will be able to charge them. And the slide that I'm talking about, Mr. Brown, next one, will show you that we have sanctioned some of the educators that have gone through that. Why teachers are not reporting, I'm not going to repeat this. I think the research and the issues we can all of are correlating in terms of all the institutions, fear of retaliation, lack of knowledge, unclear policies, and I think, Chair, you talked about lack of knowledge and training, and also workload and bureaucracy that is involved. And also the parents, socioeconomic issues and poverty. It's one of the issues, lack of community education, distrust of authorities, normalization of misconduct and all that. We have a sanctioning policy that is very clear. It's coming flowing from the Act. It's talking to the harshest sanction being removal from the register indefinitely, which means permanently. And therefore, there are areas where suspension can happen. But again, mandatory reporting to Section 26 of the SACE Act, which is supposed to be done by all the teacher employers to SACE, including your 110 in terms of Section 110 in terms of Children's Act, as well as reporting perpetrators to SAPS. And perhaps that is because this area is a little bit problematic, Chair. We remember that reporting must be done at each and every police station. So the SAPS is not agreeing that we should have the bulk and take it to them. If it's happened in Seshego, where I'm coming from, the case must be reported there. If it's in Lodium or somewhere, it must be taken there. So it means if we've got 10,000 cases, it means we must go to 10,000 police stations and be able to report individually. So this is one area that we need to deal with in as far as that is concerned. We are also looking at reporting, and again, the issue that Minister raised in terms of conviction when reporting is done to SAPS is another issue. And that is why when you deal with vetting, it's rare that you find educators in that register. Because if that SAPS conviction is not happening, naturally, you can't have those people inside the National Register of Sexual Offenders. Reporting to Department of Home Affairs, where we've got your foreign nationals, so that issues of immigration and all that can be dealt with. 99%, obviously, if found guilty, it's definitely struck off. And this is our sanction in the next page. It's a removal of an educator of, obviously, I've already indicated indefinitely, and we open criminal case against that. As I move towards wrapping up, when the educator is struck off from the role of educators, the law says Employment of Educators Act Section 15, you are deemed to have resigned. There's no need for us to go through the process because already you've, in fact, decided on your own that you leave the profession in another way. So we close with factors that contribute to statutory rape and other sexual misconduct cases in the schooling environment. The trends of pedophiles that are dealing with your 10-year-olds. Space within the schooling environment is a challenge. It's happening in the offices of the principals, of the SMTs. It's happening in your laboratories. You've got your science labs, you've got your computer laboratories and all that. That's where space is. So any opportunity, that is why the correlation between your space and also sexual assault, because that's where it happens quickly within those kind of environments. Also,
The 10 minutes is up, so wrap up.
1 minute. Yeah. So that is why we're also saying that tutoring that's happening on a frequently basis between your STEM subject teachers, because all of us want our children to pass maths in flying colors and science, but in that we don't realize that they spend 12 months with those educators, and naturally that chemical, whatever reaction in science takes place. And that's where then you would have to lose most of your STEM subject kinds of teachers. And that's where the principals then would protect them and say, this is the best teacher that I have. And therefore, why would you want to deal with that? And the last slide, really the other area that is of concern to us, the manner in which your learners in special schools are being taken advantage of. Your deaf, blind children, there are a number of cases that are now coming, and also prevalence of sex for marks and send and follow, and the culture of avoiding that, that they said, DSD has already talked about it in terms of where payment is being done and intimidation and all that. Thank you, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much, CEO. Very insightful from the teacher's context, and maybe you need to clarify all of us so that we have the same. So the number of vetted teachers against the total number of teachers in the system. So it's very important. So we know 66,000 are in the process of being vetting, but how many against how many teachers we have? Yes, maybe just respond to that so that when we engage, we have that picture.
Chair, we're dealing with the incoming.
Okay.
The department is the one that is dealing with the practicing. Okay. So that can be answered by the department.
Okay.
But with us, absolutely everyone, when we give you annual report and say we registered 66,000, it means 66,000 has gone through vetting.
So how long does it take for the vetting process by SAPS?
By SAPS, it's a day or two.
Okay.
Because they've given us a service provider that they've already had an MOU with, so that we can use that. It's between even 24 hours or less.
Okay.
Thanks.
Ms. Gier, please respond to that one. The number of teachers you have, the ones that are vetted. So are you saying to us all the teachers that are in the system currently are all vetted? Okay.
I'm going to ask Mr. Faker to provide that information if he can.
We've seen through about 95,000 applications, and there's about 46,000 of them that has been vetted. There's still about a total of about actually 50,000 that we're still waiting from SAPS.
So, so let's say the total number of teachers you have in the system, how many are there?
Oh, we got around about 425,000 teachers.
400,000 to 500 teachers. And how many are vetted and how many are not?
There's 40. I got the stats here. Just give me a second.
Out of the entire 400,000, let's say 400,000.
There's about 46,000 vetted so far.
46,000 that are not vetted. That are vetted. So 300 and something thousand is not vetted.
Yeah, we've got. I'll give it to you now. We've got 405,000. 405,000 educators in the system.
Okay.
95,352 SAPS 69 I-forms has been submitted to SAPS, and we got a return from SAPS back in terms of 42,615 that they
we get that. So what we want to know is that so you've got a total number of how many teachers in the system? 400 and something thousand.
405,000. Yeah.
Yeah. So how many of that number is vetted? So how many of that number is vetted?
42,650.
Only 42,000.
Yeah.
So meaning 300 and something thousand teachers are not vetted.
Not vetted yet. Yeah.
They are in the system. Yeah. They're not vetted.
They're not vetted yet. Yeah. So it's an ongoing process actually with them. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that is where that's what we're trying to understand, which is a huge problem. Okay, so let's go to the RCL. We are going to have a session for discussion. So there is a session we've given for discussions. So now we're taking presentations, and then we're going to have an open discussion, and we'll try to manage time. So do note down the questions that you have. Let's go to the presentation by the Representative Council of Learners, the RCL. I take it they're on the online platform. You are most welcome, our learners. And we are going to give you time to present, and we will allow, because we don't want to also, we hope we have not disrupted learning time, Mr. Brown, with our RCLs. We do hope we have not disrupted. So we'll allow you to engage so that you can be able to go back to your studies. The representative RCL representatives or delegation in the meeting from the online platform, over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, and Honorable Deputy Minister, and all stakeholders. My name is Angelina Lerato Mokoena. I'm standing before you today as the RCL representative of the National RCL Council. We are here to speak about a very serious issue, which is statutory rape and its impact on young people and our schools and communities. An overview of the prevalence of statutory rape. Statutory rape refers to any sexual activities with a minor below the legal age of consent, even when the minor appears to have agreed. In South Africa, this issue continues to affect many young people, especially girls between the ages of 12 and 17. Policies and procedures do exist to protect children, but many schools and communities, these laws are not properly understood or implemented. As a result, too many cases go unreported, leaving learners vulnerable and very traumatized. So we believe that mandatory rape reporting is not always happening in schools. There are few reasons for this, which are some that we are going to give you. Firstly, some educators fear being blamed or victimized for reporting cases. Families sometimes choose to keep it quiet to protect their reputation, as one of the honorable members said. In some communities, there is still a stigma and shame attached to the victims of sexual abuse. Others simply do not trust the justice system, believing that nothing will change, which is actually the wrong thing. As an RCL member, it is our duty that both learners and adults speak out and remind themselves that silence only protects the perpetrator, not the victim. There are interventions that have been reported, and interventions that have been stated to stop their prevalence. To stop statutory rape, we must work together. Awareness campaigns and learners should be implemented, life orientation lessons for learners and parents, to teach them about the consents and their rights and responsibilities. Strengthened policies on teachers' conduct, confidential reporting channels within the schools, which will make learners be able to report their cases more openly. Strong partnerships with police, social workers, and NGOs. And then for recommendations, in conclusion, since I'm writing my exams, I would like to recommend the following strategies to reach our goal to stop the statutory rates from going high. Firstly, policy and legislation reform, ensuring that every case is taken seriously and reported immediately. Service delivery improvement, providing better access to counseling and social support. And it has come to our acknowledge that teachers are not well trained and they do not know how to respond to this kind of situations. That's why we think it is right for teachers to go annual accredited training on GBV, consents, and so on to get more knowledge on how to be able to reach conclusion through these situations. Also training and capacity building, equipping those teachers also and the RCL members, also parents to handle cases such appropriately without anyone getting harmed. Awareness and empowerment, teaching learners about their rights and how to seek help safely. In closing, as young people, we deserve to feel safe in our homes, in our schools, in every section we are in or premises. Ending statutory rape is not only a legal concern or responsibility, but a moral duty that we as the citizens, as the learners, and as the government should sit together and solve. Let us create a culture where no child suffers in silence, and where every learner can grow with dignity, safety, and hope. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Very insightful presentation. From the learners, of course, and this was very important for us to have the voice of the learners. And thank you for Minister for allowing them time to come and join the committee. We know it's during school hours, but we thank you very much for allowing us time, because we really wanted to hear their voice in this inquiry. It was very important that we hear their voice. It was going to be incomplete without hearing their voice. And when we do have the engagements as well from the RCL, from the learners, would also want to hear, because one of the parts that the DPE speaks about is how they incorporate prevention in the education curriculum, LO, and the parts that they cover in the curriculum. And we wanted to hear if that is effective, if that is being effective. And I think the learners saying themselves, and this is very insightful, the learners saying our teachers do not know how to deal with and this is the end users. They're saying to us, our teachers really require training. They don't know how to deal with. And I think that's something that we really need to look at as we discuss further. Thank you very much. We are now going to move to the next session. We will just take 5 minutes breather, just to walk, a stretch. Then when we come back, Honorable Sharif is going to be chairing the session where we're going to take the other presentations, and then we go into discussions just before lunch. 5 minutes break.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Can you please start taking your seats? 5 minutes is up. All right, thank you. Everybody seems to be back. Whoever's not back, too bad for them. The chair did give us 5 minutes and we are a little bit over that time. So it's important for us to get going if we want to finish. So we'll continue with the same format. Let me just reintroduce myself. My name is Nazli Sharif, and I am a member of the Portfolio Committee for Basic Education. So we'll keep the same format. Everybody has 10 minutes to present, and we do have a timer. And so please make sure that you do stick to your time. Can we please get the South African Democratic Teachers Union, SATU, Mr. Tele, and Ms. Makitla.
Let me greet everyone in the meeting. I am Thando Ndabamakitla, the Vice President, Gender, a portfolio. I'm not alone, but I'm with the Deputy President, Comrade Mabuto Cele. Let me wish the RCL rep and all the children well in their exams. Let me introduce our presentation in the manner that says, sexual assault of children is a severe violation of human rights and a significant factor contributing to mental health challenges later into adulthood. Furthermore, sexual violation of children burdens the country's resources through crime prevention strategies, long-term medical interventions, and mental health services into adulthood. Would like to give this background that in compliance with the ethical standards, only documents, meaning case files, from the South African Council of Educators were analyzed. Cecilia would have spoken to some of the aspects that we would like to raise. The report used a quantitative approach. She mentioned the cases, the 474 cases that implicate the sexual offenses committed by educators. She would have also indicated that there's more prevalence of those cases in Gauteng due to the demographics of populations in our country. Furthermore, I would like to emphasize that the report provides a collaborative union and the Education Labor Relations Council, Legal and Labor Relations, to ensure that educators who commit statutory rape are dismissed from the profession and face the full might of the law, with the primary focus towards protecting the best interest of the child. The following are some of the legal and as well as the statutory frameworks towards sexual violence against minors in our country. That we have forklift those that have a direct bearing on the sector. Would like to go to the second bullet. We would have tried to amend this in our final draft, but we think we missed it again. On the Education Relations Council Act number 66 of 1995. Instead, we sincerely apologize, members, on that error. We furthermore want to emphasize on the Employment of Educators Act number 76 and the South African Schools Act of 84 of 1996 as amended, though not directly, but it has, it speaks to Section 8 of the Act, focuses on the code of conduct that every school must adopt towards ensuring the safe and the conducive learning environment at the school. Section 10 speaks of the prohibition of corporal punishment and any form of abuse or exploitation of children. On the next slide, these are the reported cases that were mentioned earlier on, like we would have indicated that we focused on SACE. We would like to, however, draw your attention on the third bullet. Ella from SACE would have spoken to the second bullet. Female offenders, on the other hand, sometimes go unnoticed or unpunished due to societal perceptions that males cannot be victims of sexual assault and therefore leading to underreporting. We also noted that according to our literature, there are some parents who are easily manipulated and may be susceptible to bribery by perpetrators, and the parents become accomplices in concealing sexual misconduct that happens. And this highlights a dire need for extensive work that must be done in terms of awareness programs aimed at the parents, and in particular in rural areas, those that might be even more vulnerable and taken advantage of. We, however, would like to also mention that there could be a huge challenge in terms of unreported cases as well. In the next slide, we would like to emphasize the following submissions on behalf of the union, that the union maintains a zero tolerance stance towards sexual abuse and violence against children. Hence, we have these advocacies through which we want to promote school safety through the school-related gender-based violence, as well as the hashtag I am a school fan campaign. These campaigns we hold towards making schools safe havens for our learners. However, funds permitting, we would have wanted to hold these campaigns regularly. We further emphasize that criminal prosecution is very key. The union consistently calls for the police to investigate these cases thoroughly and for the perpetrators to be dragged before the courts of our country. This is what we do as a union. We take swift action when a member is accused of rape or sexual misconduct. Sought to act swiftly to suspend the individual union members' membership pending internal as well as external investigations. Furthermore, as the union, we hold continuous principals training seminars and educators as well on legislative imperatives and amendments regarding sexual offenses, and emphasizing the mandatory reporting of cases involving minors under the age of 16, as well as children of school-going age, because others are still above the age of 16. Next slide, please. And we want to therefore submit the following, that the disciplinary framework through which we do with the ELRC as the official body, where together with the Department of Education, we negotiate and agree upon the disciplinary code. The emphasis of the disciplinary code is to ensure procedural fairness for the educators. Criminal prosecution, the union consistently calls for the police to investigate these cases, like we would have indicated earlier on. And furthermore, we want to mention that, next slide, please. On this aspect, we also want to bring the Department of just slipped my mind, but we are referring to the Department of Higher Education and Training, that They should also incorporate sexual offense education in their training programs, particularly at recruitment for potential educators. We also want to emphasize that the school's code of conduct should have a strict code that defines appropriate and inappropriate interactions between staff. Third parties. The third parties are those people that constantly comes to school or that are contracted by the school for other purposes, as well as learners, including the guidelines for electronic communication as well as physical contact. We'd also want to mention that as the union, we've got our own code, the SATU Constitution, which emphasizes the code of conduct as indicated there. We do this through various platforms and educational campaigns that we constantly engage our members in. We also have our SATU Vision 2030, which outlines the union's vision, particularly when it comes to continuous condemnation of teacher and child relationships. We furthermore want to mention that we have welcomed the action by the Department of Basic Education, particularly when it comes to the involvement of speedy investigations on disciplinary actions for sexual abuse cases, which are conducted within the framework established in the ELRC. Furthermore, the ELRC handles disputes and arbitrations related to educator misconduct, and the rulings are significant in determining the outcome of the employment cases involving serious charges like statutory rape. Dismissal is a potential outcome for serious offenses, and educators know that. In conclusion, we would like to mention that there is an urgent need for systematic reforms, educator vetting. We have since heard from the Department of Education that this is still a process matter. However, it would assist if processes are hastened so that the broader number of educators are vetted. We furthermore want to
Thank you very
mention
much. Ms. Makitla, I did give you an extra 1 minute, 20 seconds to wrap up, but your time is expired now. So we will, if you have anything to add, you can add it in the discussion process, but can I please call the Federation of South African Schools, FETSAS, next?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. If I can just confirm whether Mr. Brown will be sharing my screen or, oh, sorry, I see it has been enabled. I'm just sharing here from my side. There we go. Perfect. Yes, thank you, Chairperson, Honourable Minister and Deputy Minister, and also honourable members of that's in attendance today. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Johanne van der Merwe Mokke. I serve as the Deputy Executive Officer and Head of Legal Services at FETSAS. That is the Federation of Governing Bodies of South African Schools. Now, FETSAS works with schools across South Africa to support principals and governing bodies in understanding in how to carry out their governance duties. So we work directly with schools every day, and the perspective that I bring today is absolutely grounded in the reality of how schools function and how the law operates in practice.
Johanne, we don't see your slides. We see the Word document, sorry.
Thank you very much for that, Yaku. Just want to confirm whether you see the slides now.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, we do.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, so I want to begin by recognizing a very simple but important truth. I think it's important to never forget that schools are educational institutions. The core purpose is teaching and learning, but in the daily reality of many of South African communities, schools have also become the most stable and predictable part of a child's life. Children are seen at schools every day. Their behavior is noticed by educators, by governing body members. Obviously, when something changes, it is often the school that sees it first. And the school is a place of routine and relationship. It is also the place where children are most likely to speak when they are being harmed. Now, this is not because the school is the source of harm, but because the school is the safest place that our children know. And when we talk about statutory rape and sexual abuse, we must keep in mind that the child who obviously always keep in mind the child that discloses. It's always the best interest of the child that we must serve. And many of our learners live in conditions where vulnerability is constant. We see poverty, we see emotional instability, overburdened households, or community where adult-child relationships can be blurred or normalized in quite harmful ways. So a child may not have the language to describe what is happening to them. They may experience that the person is harming them, but also see that person as someone who meets other needs they might have, such as their financial needs, obviously emotional needs, or social needs. So while the law is clear that a child cannot consent, the child may not always recognize that what is happening is actually abuse. And therefore, disclosure is very rarely clear or linear. And I think we should not forget that as well. Now, a child may say something small. A learner may confide in a teacher in passing, and in that moment, the learner is watching closely to see what that response will be. That is a moment where a child shows courage and trust in our educators, and that is also the immediate moment where the educator and the school's duty then obviously starts. So once a principal or an educator or a governing body member becomes aware of or reasonably suspects sexual abuse or statutory rape, the matter must be reported to the SAPS and the Department of Social Development. We've heard that throughout this whole session this morning. I think that duty is very clear, but it is equally important to say, what does it not mean? It does not mean that the school is expected to ignore what it has heard whilst waiting for the outside agency. It does not mean that our schools must act blindly. Schools do and must take immediate steps to understand what has been disclosed so that they can secure the learner's safety and also manage the school environment. So yes, the school does begin its internal inquiry after that disclosure as well. The school does ask enough questions to understand what has been reported, and the school must establish who is involved, where the risk may be, and what immediate safety steps are necessary. What the school does not do is delay reporting while it seeks certainty, and also reporting and internal management occurs together. So this distinction is crucial for both lawful compliance and child protection. And it's also at this point, after reporting, that the governance responsibility of the school becomes extensive and deeply complex. The school must stabilize the environment, it must support the learner emotionally, it must prevent contact between parties where necessary, it must communicate carefully with caregivers, and also ensure that the learner remains connected to education. Now, if an educator is implicated, the school must also initiate labor processes to protect the learner, whilst also respecting that procedural fairness that we know which is required in terms of labor law. So if two learners are involved, once again, the school must balance protection. We must develop understanding and also discipline without causing further harm. And if the harm originates outside the school must still manage the emotional and educational impact on the learner inside the school. So these are not simple decisions. I think they are high stakes, nuanced child protection decisions. They are also currently being made by principals and governing bodies who are trained to lead schools, not to assess trauma, not to manage forensic disclosure risk, and not to evaluate developmental dynamics. The law is strong. I think the duty is very, very clear in terms of our law, but the responsibility rests on our schools. But the capacity to fulfill the responsibility safely is not built into the system. And that is where I'd like to place the emphasis today. For me, and in terms of our evaluation, that is the biggest gap that we currently have. So I want to describe the reality to you in everyday neutral terms as we experience it. We see that a principal in a school situated in, for instance, a rural area is told by a teacher that a learner has shared that someone at home is hurting them. We see that the SAPS may be able to respond quickly or they may not. We see that social development may be able to intervene the same day, or capacity delays may mean several days. Meanwhile, that child arrives at school tomorrow. The principal must now decide who will meet the child, which adults need to know and which must not know to respect the privacy of that specific child. Does the learner need emotional containment support at school? And also, how do we prevent this child from being stigmatized in the school or community? And this is heavy decisions, and they absolutely require professional grounding. Or if I like to share another scenario, let's consider a case involving two learners who are close in age. Consent doesn't exist in law because the young learners cannot consent. But the educational response is not as simple as treating the matter as purely criminal. The school must determine how to ensure safety, how to support both learners, how to continue schooling without humiliation, and how to make a disciplinary response that is developmentally appropriate. And these decisions are subtle. They require understanding of trauma, behavior, family systems, and also the adolescent development of the children. And once again, I want to emphasize that this is absolutely specialist work. And on my last slide, I think I want to state that this is why school-linked social workers are not a luxury. There are structural support necessary for lawful governance. A school-linked social worker is able to guide the principal and the governing body from the moment of the disclosure. They can speak to the learner in a way that is safe and developmentally appropriate. They support the reporting process. They advise on safety planning and placement. They help design the school's internal response so that it protects the child without disrupting the education. We also see that those services coordinate with the SAPS and with social development and with the family system. They will allow the school to fulfill its legal duties without being placed in a position of making clinical decisions that it is not trained to make. And this does not change the role of the school, it protects the role of the school. It will allow schools to do what they are mandated to do, and that is to provide education, whilst also acting lawfully and protectively when harm is disclosed. So, Chairperson and honourable members, when a child speaks, the school must act, yes, and schools do act, but no school and no principal and no governing body should be expected to carry the weight of trauma response, legal process navigation, and developmental safety planning without the professional support. So our legal framework does not need rewriting. I think it needs completion. We have to build the duty. We have built the duty and the obligation, but we now need to build the capacity as well. So the solution is not structurally complex. In the same way that educator posts are allocated to schools.
Thank you. Fessers, you can just finish your sentence.
Thank you, Chairperson. We do believe that social work posts can be established and allocated to every school. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You were so close to keeping your time. but not close enough. Can we please get the National Professional Teachers Organization of South Africa, NAPTOSA?
Thank you, Chairperson. I am Lovika Matthews, and with me I have Ms. Yasira Adonis. Together, we would like to extend our appreciation on behalf of NAPTOSA for welcoming the teacher voice to this platform. We meet not merely as professionals, but as custodians of our nation's most precious resources, its children. Today's discussion on statutory rape and the duty of care compels us to confront difficult truths and reflect on the roles we play in ensuring the safety and dignity of every learner. NAPTOSA remains steadfast in its commitment to advocate for safer schools, empower teachers, and a society that upholds the rights of the child in both word and action under our Safe Schools Equal Safe Nation campaign. We look forward to engaging openly, honestly, and purposefully, for silence has never protected a child. Teachers are often the first to observe subtle changes in learners' behavior, as we've heard, withdrawal, fear, and/or signs of distress. Yet too often, these cases go underreported. Many educators cite the drawn-out nature of court proceedings, emotional exhaustion, or a fear of stigma and retaliation. There is also a lack of faith in justice outcomes. Cases can take years to resolve, with victims reliving trauma repeatedly. Teachers need reassurance that their reports will lead to swift and just outcomes. The duty of care is not merely a legal obligation. It is a moral and professional imperative. Every teacher has a responsibility to safeguard learners under their care. The Children's Act reinforces this duty, requiring immediate reporting of any suspicion of abuse. Protection must be proactive, not reactive. Our commitment must extend beyond compliance. It must reflect our compassion and integrity as educators. As a nation, we share a collective duty to protect our children. Gender-based violence has become disturbingly normalized, and poverty often forces children into situations where they must choose between safety and survival. We have received reports from small mining towns in the Northern Cape of children, some as young as grade 7, living with mine workers as though they were spouses, taking care of households, preparing meals, and missing school at the end of the month to buy groceries. Shockingly, this happens with their parents' knowledge, as it ensures that the entire family has something to eat. We must challenge societal norms that tolerate the exploitation of our children and reaffirm that no circumstance justifies the violation of a child's innocence. Sexual violence against children is one of the cruelest violations imaginable. It robs children of their childhood, dignity, and future. Too often, children are left to raise children of their own, perpetuating cycles of trauma. We must move beyond lamentation and towards meaningful action. It can never be acceptable for a 10-year-old to become a mother. The maturity gap between children who are allowed to be children and those forced to assume adult roles is vast and tragic. I will skip the legislation section, but I have to say, when we fail to protect children, we not only betray them, we violate the Constitution itself. While most schools are safe spaces, some have become hunting grounds for predators. Ordinary public schools, LSN schools, and particularly hostels where children are more isolated. The failure to vet teachers adequately is a serious systemic gap. Requiring educators to pay for their own police clearance has delayed processes and allowed perpetrators to remain undetected. We heard the stats earlier. But we must also note that vetting cannot be a once-off event. Individuals change over time, and continuous monitoring is vital. Teachers are often the first line of defense. They notice the changes, they hear the whispers, they hold the confidence of learners. Yet many hesitate to report these cases. I speak from experience. I once attended court for over 3 years following a case involving a group of learners, a group of girls who had been sexually abused by a transport driver. By the time the case concluded, some had withdrawn. 2 of those girls had become pregnant in grade 8, not from abuse, but from partners they felt loved them. Watching them grow in court was emotionally draining. Experiences like these make educators hesitant to report, despite their duty under legislation. Gender-based violence and child sexual abuse are intertwined. The culture of silence allows perpetrators to thrive. Predators who impregnate children and then attempt to silence their families who want to report the cases, whether by offering money, paying damages, or simply buying groceries for the family, only enable the cycle of abuse to continue. What society tolerates, it teaches. We must shift from passive awareness campaigns to preventative and corrective action. Every school, every classroom, and every home must become a space where children are safe, seen, and believed. The consequences of sexual violence are profound. Victims often suffer from low self-esteem, body shame, and long-term trauma. Their education is disrupted, their trust eroded, and their relationships permanently altered. Remember those 2 girls I mentioned earlier on? This is a clear example. I have a grade 8 daughter who is still very immature and outspoken. What those learners were exposed to clearly had a negative ripple effect on their lives. Without sustained psychological and emotional support, these scars carry into adulthood, affecting future relationships and self-worth. We face multiple systemic challenges, a shortage of social workers, and those who are available are overburdened and can't reach every child, a shortage of children's courts, and inadequate teacher training in trauma-informed care. Reporting mechanisms are weak and accountability remains inconsistent, with police often turning away those who report incidents, insisting that complaints must come directly from the victim or their parents. These systemic failures must be addressed through policy reform, resource allocation, and stronger partnerships between the Department of Education, Department of Justice, and the Department of Social Development, in action, not only in word. We must act decisively. The establishment of more children's courts would ensure that cases are resolved swiftly and sensitively. Teacher education on duty of care and child protection must be prioritized. Victims must also receive long-term psychosocial support, not only during trials or upon reporting, but throughout their recovery. Vetting and monitoring of everyone, not just teachers who work with children, must be continuous and funded by the departments responsible, not by individuals. Otherwise, we won't see it happening. Each of us has a personal responsibility. Teachers must reclaim their duty of care, and communities must reject the culture of silence. We must advocate for stronger policies and accountability at every level. Protecting children cannot be delegated. It is the moral test of our humanity. Our collective strength lies in our willingness to act. Protecting children is not optional. It is our moral and constitutional obligation. NAPTOSA stands firm in promoting child safety, dignity, and justice within our schools. Let us ensure that no child suffers in silence. Let our actions, not only our words, reflect our commitment to safeguarding the future of our nation's children. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Naptosa. You had some more time, but thank you for keeping your time. That was a very interesting presentation. Can we please get the Professional Educators Union? Okay, I'm told they may not be making a presentation. Is the National Teachers Union, NATU, online or in the room?
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. This is the General Secretary of NATU, Mr. M. Mapicha. Together with me is the President of the National Teachers Union, Mr. S.V. Malinga. Good morning to your good self, honorable members and colleagues present here. As NATU, starting from paragraph 2, generally crime against children is a grave concern for us, as it significantly affects the mental, physical, and emotional health of the children. While healing from the trauma of abuse can be a prolonged process, spanning several years, as the Stats South Africa 2024, the consequences of child sexual abuse typically encompasses teenage pregnancy, diminished self-esteem, feelings of worthlessness, a lack of trust in adults, and distorted perception of sexuality. Furthermore, this is deepening on the severity of these repercussions. Some children may even develop suicidal tendencies or engage in self-harm as of Choi et al. 2023. So it is vitally important to ensure that children are safeguarded against any type of violence. This is a fundamental right secured by the Convention on the Rights of the Child. In South Africa, rape was reported to the police as the most prevalent crime affecting children aged 17 years and younger between 2015 and 2020. Further statistics, South Africa 2024 reports that females are more likely than males to be victims of statutory rape, sexual assault, and rape. The percentages of females aged 17 years and younger who experience statutory rape and sexual assault increased slightly from 93.0% in 2015-2016 to 95.3% in 2019-2020 and 82.7% in 2015-2016 to 87.6% in 2019-2020 respectively. Overall, rape cases increased by 6.3 percentage points between 2015 and 2020 as per Stats SA 2024. Within the school environment, Chairperson, it is reported that during 2024-2025 financial year, 190 cases of rape were recorded involving daycare centers, special schools, primary and secondary schools, as well as tertiary education institutions. Out of these, 90 cases were from primary and secondary schools, 8 were from daycare centers, and 2 from specialized schools, giving a total of 100. Nationally, there were 10,191 rape cases reported between October 2023 and September 2024. For the previous year, 2023-2024 cycle, the Southern Schools Council for Educators recorded 110 cases of sexual assault seen against the national annual figure in excess of 10,000 cases of rape. One may say that the number of rape cases involving schools is negligible. However, the fact that rapes take place in our schools, all the way from daycare centers to universities, is a terrible damper on the honor and integrity of the schooling system as a whole. It is also worrying that underreporting remains a significant concern. Experts emphasize that the reported numbers likely underestimate the true prevalence of rape cases, as many incidents go unreported due to fear, stigma, or lack of proper reporting. Some of the reported rapes involve social circumstances where teachers, adults in positions of authority engage in sexual relations with people. However, the statistics on rape do not isolate statutory rape from the statistics of rape in general. Neither are separate statistics on statutory rape committed within the ages of the school environment from the rest. The data of mixes rape, sexual assault, child sexual offenses in broad categories, Mycela and others, 2025, page 865, examined 474 cases of sexual offenses committed by educators and found that most offenders were male, typically over 40 years old with long tenures in the education system. A small number of female offenders were also reported. Therefore, killing the myth that boys cannot be victims of sexual abuse. The study also reported that densely populated provinces like Gauteng and Western Western Cape had high incidences of sexual offences compared to less populated ones, such as the Northern Cape and the Northwest. The 474 cases represented the total number of sexual misconduct cases reported to SACE from 2019 to 2022, inclusive by province. The reported cases were as follows: Northern Cape 2%, Northwest 4%, Mpumalanga 6%, Limpopo 6%, Eastern Cape 10%, KwaZulu-Natal 12%, Free State 12%, Western Cape 18%, and Gauteng 30%. Now I'm going to look at the points of engagement as to why is the focus only on statutory rape, which by law only affects children between the ages of 12 to 15 years. However, some documents give us as 12 to 16, but at 16, consent is recognized as legal. The focus on statutory rape excludes sexual violence offenses such as rape committed on learners below the age of 12. Statistics show that learners from daycare age and primary schools could also be victims of sexual violence. Why is the focus only on young girls and not young boys also? Legal definition and age consent. I'm going to go to the point of engagement again. Clarity is needed as to whether there are absolutely no consequences where consent is given for sexual intercourse to anyone below the age of 18, following constitutional court rulings aimed at avoiding criminalizing adolescent behavior. Here it says 12 to 15 while under age of consent above. And in terms of the criminal law, Sexual Offences and Related Matters Amendment Act 32 of 2007, Section 1.1, it says a child between the ages of 12 and 16 can consent, but with consequence for the other party if that person is 18 years or older. Consistency is needed. And any guidelines flowing from the Constitutional Court rulings. What if she does consent and she or he is above 16 years of age? Is the matter here not one of statutory rape, but rather one of professional ethics? Mandatory reporting requirement. However, under reporting, having looked at the above sections and the subsections, under reporting concerning sexual offences, including statutory rape, remains a major obstacle to legislative enforcement and protection of victims. Currently, reporting systems are fragmented, making it difficult to track cases and assess the true scale of the problem because of poor data accuracy. Other impediments to mandatory reporting sexual rape include the following: uncertainty among educators without clear guidelines. Professionals are unsure whether they are legally obligated to report and fear breaching confidentiality or facing backlash. Limited training. Many educators lack the training to identify signs of abuse or understand how to report it safely and effectively. Shortages of social workers and other trained professionals to handle reported cases. Lack of trust in authorities. Many people believe that reporting won't lead to justice due to delayed investigations, slow legal processes, perceived corruption, and lack of support for victims. Lack of clarity in the law on how to report cases on the part of the professionals charged with the responsibility to report such offences. Community silence to protect perpetrators, especially if they are family members or hold local influence. Social and cultural-based stigma and fear of social ostracism or retaliation discourage families of victims from reporting incidents of statutory rape, even when abuse is known, especially in tightly knit or rural communities. Now we have to look at the reviews that we are suggesting and the challenges. In addressing possible amendments to the Sexual Offences Act, including mandatory reporting provisions, we need to reflect on the existing legal provisions so as not to reinvent the wheel. As reported above, educators, nurses, and other professionals who work with children are already legally required to entail report suspected child rape cases. Perhaps what remains in the creation of a coherent framework for men's reporting and improving support system for victims. Nonetheless, it is important to take note of the current provisions related to sexual offenses and the protection of the rights of children, general and those pertaining to statutory rape in particular. We look at the Criminal Law Amendment Act of 2000. So this act recodified sexual offenses in South Africa, repealing and replacing many older common law offenses. It defines the age of consent at 16. A person aged 16 or older can legally consent to sexual activity. Sexual activity with child under 12 is always non-consensual in the eyes of the law. For children between 12 and 15, there are special rules. If an older person over the age of 18 engages in sexual activity with someone under 16, that is an offense. The Act also applies gender neutrality, so offenders and victims can be any sex and gender. Then,
Thank you very much. Your 10 minutes is up, but I'm sure that everybody did receive this presentation, and if you haven't, Llewellyn will send it to all the stakeholders, just in case you missed anything on the presentation. But thank you so much for that. Can I please call the Suid-Afrikaanse onderwysers Unie? Hey, how was my Afrikaans there?
Yeah, Afrikaans is perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I can say Nyabonga and Kialeboa. Honourable members of the Portfolio Committee, Honourable Minister, all of the delegates represented here today, all protocols observed. You have already heard all of the research. You have already seen a lot of the legislation that has been presented, and I'm going to focus my 10 minutes on something slightly different, an approach as to how we move forward. Firstly, the SAOU would like to really commend the Portfolio Committee on addressing this very sensitive issue ahead of the 16 days of activism. Every year we celebrate the 16 days of activism, and we look at the protection of women and children specifically, and therefore this subtopic is very important. You've already heard the presentation by NATO, and they made a very good appeal to say that when we refer to the act of statutory rape, in this instance, we tend to refer to young girls. And we also tend to base our research on the number of pregnancies within our education system. But by extension, this notion, this definition should also include young boys, given the societal realities that we are currently facing in our system. So therefore, the first point that I would like to make is maybe it's time for us to review the definition of what we see as statutory rape. When we look at the international research, we see that they classify different levels of rape, and therefore the age of consent, 12 to 16, is relevant because that is seen as a less serious offence. The various labor and law entities define anything younger as 12 as a very serious offence, but our legal system does not reflect it as such. It seems to be quiet on statutory rape against children 12 years and younger. What we've also heard from the personal experiences that have been shared this morning is that the period of processes to be finalized sometimes negatively impacts on our learners specifically. A learner might experience an offence before the age of 16, but because the process is so extensive, it actually gets to a point where the learner is older than 16 by the time that that these cases actually get to be conducted and considered. The second thing that we have seen today is a lot of policies and procedures were listed. We see that there is a misalignment between some of the policies and procedures, and therefore the SAOU really wants to recommend that we have an overall look at all of these policies and procedures so that we can review these to ensure that they are available at a national and at provincial level. We do see at some of the provincial education departments, they have their own interpretation, and this can be extended to national level specifically. The challenge, however, is that these are words on paper, but it does not, we do not see the execution thereof in our system. And therefore, the SAOU will support any effort to extensively review and align policies and procedures where we can create a safe teaching and learning space, both for educators and for learners. Question then is raised repeatedly as to why mandatory reporting is not happening at school and at school level. And we are not going to speculate on the realities at grassroots level. We are not going to refer to realities such as overcrowded classrooms, the pressures that teachers are currently facing through the curriculum challenges that they have, and therefore the duty to care might not be as extensively expressed as can be hoped for. We will, however, support any research conducted with the aim to provide relevant training and advocacy campaigns to highlight these challenges. So therefore, the research that has been presented by various departments and also by SACE, by the Department of Basic Education, is very relevant, and therefore we want to advocate for a combined research focus where we can align all of the information so that we can build a strong community support or education support program going forward. One of the issues that was alluded to, but which wasn't specifically outlined, is that there is currently a lack of sufficient support staff at district and provincial level, and is to move the duty to care to teachers, to educators in schools where they do not have the backbone, the back build of district and provincial support staff really makes it very difficult. When we look at advocacy campaigns and availing resources, that should be one of the priorities of 2026, so that we can build the capacity within our system to manage support to learners and also to teachers. We align ourselves with every initiative which indicates that professional conduct of educators should be the main priority within our education system. Therefore, we support the SACE policy of an offenders register, and we would like to support that this practice be extended, and that it's not only extended to all of the teachers in the system. And thank you very much to the chair that outlined the number of teachers and the number of individuals which were already vetted. But we want to politely request that we look at assistance at school staff and service, every person who takes part in service delivery to learners, to ensure that everyone in the value chain can contribute to the safety of learners. The SAO rejects any form of abuse against young boys and girls if we review the definition. And therefore, we advocate that quality learning and teaching environments be established, where the well-being of our learners, but also the well-being of our educators can be enforced, and where we can ensure quality learning and teaching which takes place within our country. Maybe we should revisit the notion of trauma-sensitive schools. We have heard and we have seen examples of trauma that is taking part in various provinces, in various rural areas, and maybe that should be an approach for the South African system to look at how to develop a trauma-sensitive school program where we can provide a point of departure for the safety of our learners, but also the well-being and safety of our educators. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Baie dankie, mevrou. That's where I'll start and where I'll end. I'd like to hand back over to the Honourable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. My job here is done, who will lead the discussions. So thank you very much to all the presentations.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Sharif, for steering the ship. Very strict, and that is commended Honorable Sharif. Esteemed guests and honorable members, we are now going to go into that session of discussions. The first set of discussions, we are going to start by giving DBE at least 5 minutes to respond to some of the questions that came out of the presentations. And then we're going to allow and facilitate a process of discussions. It is currently 12:22. We are supposed to be done with the session of discussions by 13:30. So I'm pleading with the participants and honorable members to really be brief. We are hoping that you make more recommendations based on what we already know. Let's make recommendations on what should we improve, on what should be done. I think that's a question that we are expecting for everyone who's participating to really respond to. So we are going to request you to be brief, and where I believe you are being long, I will really cut members. Apologies for that, so that we are able to stick to time. Minister, you will start with 5 minutes, and then we then go into noting hands.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I will start off by speaking to the issue that was a great concern in the meeting around the fact that there are so many teachers that have not currently been vetted. I think that for all of what we've heard here today and the importance of the issue, the first point we need to clarify is that when we give the figures, it's not that's the total number of teachers who are in the system. That doesn't mean that the total number of teachers in the system have a criminal offense or that they are on the SACE register. And so the key question for us is, how do we deal with that matter? We now know how many have been vetted from SACE. So it means that all new teachers who come into the system going forward will be a clean lot that come in because they have already been vetted. Secondly, those who are in the system who have not been vetted, how do we deal with them? The key issue here is that in the same way that SACE has been granted permission to gain access to the sexual register, as a department, we should do that as well. At the moment, we do not have access to this register. We are dependent on SAPS and the Department of Justice to assist us in doing this. And the information that they keep giving us is that they are overextended in their job. Their job it's not part of their direct mandate to vet teachers, and so they have other pressing responsibilities in terms of their mandate to take up. So how do we as a department, given the seriousness of the situation, how do we actually expedite the matter? And I think the answer has been given to us today in the way in which SACE received permission to have access to that sexual register, in the same way we as a department need to. Because if we have that, we ourselves in the department can undertake to do that. It's a simple exercise because the sexual register is not only a register that contains teachers, it is a register for the entire country of all pedophiles and all sex offenders that have been listed there. Our responsibility is to identify who among that list belongs to education and is currently in our employ. And it's very simple for us to run against an ID number using PERSAL, the extent to which these two speak to each other, and that will provide us with the information. So once we have that, and once we have access to the sex register, we are able to then clean up the system very quickly. And in the same way we're busy currently doing verification of teachers and learners, it's an exercise like that in terms of cleaning it up. And we will be able to say within a month or two that the number of teachers on the list out of the 363,000 that remains after we do our calculations of how many have been vetted, we will be able to then identify who these people are. They may be 50, they may be 5, they may be, however the number on that list. We are then in a position to immediately deal with these people and we can dismiss summarily. So I thought that's important for us just to contextualize so that we don't think it's 363,000 teachers who are now sex offenders. We need to identify from the list exactly who these people are and to ensure that they are not having access to our schools and that they do not continue to employ and then we do not continue to employ them. And going forward, we then need to work out an expedited process because currently in the system you may have that a person that was clean when they got vetted may commit an offense. How do we then expedite that so that in the same way we don't allow that any person that's on the sex register actually continues to work in education? I thank you, Chair. I'm going to ask the colleagues now to respond to the other issues that have been raised, and then if there's anything else, we'll see how to respond at the end. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Maybe let's just get some clarity, further clarity, maybe from DSG. So all social workers, everybody that works with children, are all social workers required to be vetted? Is it a legal requirement? From DSG, is it a legal requirement?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Everybody that is working with children, including our social workers, they must be screened against these two registers. So it is an obligation. Chair, back to you. Thank you.
So if it's an obligation, why is it not an obligation for DBE? Because teachers do work with children. So why all along it has not been in any framework? Because I'm thinking, I didn't know. I thought for you to be employed in the department, you must have been vetted. I thought it is part of the requirements. Even for teachers that are SGB teachers, it doesn't matter. You're going to be working with children. If there is such a law or such an obligation, why have we not, or have we vetted them before? I think maybe that clarity might also assist to give more context.
Okay. I'll answer that, Chairperson. So you're absolutely right. The difficulty, and I think this is why this intervention by Parliament is so important, that brings essentially several departments to kind of answer this question. Because the difficulty that we have is that the vetting of people does not sit with DBE. So vetting happens with SAPS, and the registers are in the custodian of the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. So Justice and Constitutional Development have had an issue with the speed at which they can look at our applications. SAPS is saying we too have an issue around how quickly we can vet. So the problem and the original sin here, where we are saying we've got a backlog that we want to now, we as Ms. Gay was saying, we want to actually take on that function ourselves. We want to apply to the court and say to the court, can we have access to the register so we can do it ourselves? Because these two departments are having an issue with dealing with the volume that we are sending to them. Now we are sitting in an issue where we can't wait to hire people while it takes months for somebody to be checked against the register. But we are saying the solution that we are coming here with is we want to make a direct application to the court for us to have access to it, for the PEDs to have access to it, so we can check ourselves, because the reliance on the two departments is what is causing the backlog and the delay.
Okay. So we are saying as a department that it is an obligation. The problem is that you can't do it because of the other departments. So, but it is an obligation. Okay. I think we wanted to get that clear. Okay, let's note hands for questions. Honorable Mkhize, Honorable Sharif, Honorable van der Walt. There is a gentleman there at the back. You are noted. On the platform, can I note on the platform if you're also noted, ma'am? On the platform, you are noted. So let's start with the hands in the house, and then I'm going to go to the platform. I see there is hands. Is Honorable Shikwambana, Honorable Low, Honorable Mgadi. Who's the other one? Honorable Makakula. And Who's the other one, Mr. Brown? Please assist.
Yes, Chair, I have Dr. Wane van der Merwe from Ketsas, and Satu Mabuto Sele.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's start here. Honorable Mkhize.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to focus more on suggestions, recommendations as you have guided us, Chair. I think it will take us forward. But I want to start by thanking SACE for taking our guidance in terms of disaggregating and contextualizing their performance statistics, for them to be contextually correct on an issue and find relevant solutions thereof. And please keep it up, SACE, because we are going to give you headache to those who come with loose reports to us, which are not statistics informed and speaking contextually to the issues. I just want to say as well, Chair, just from the response we got from DBE, please, ma'am, disaggregate your statistics to know which province, which district, sub-district has how many teachers unvetted, so that you can see maybe it is localized in a particular region, so that you can put more intervention, and also give timeframes. We are not going to come and get a report which says, no, we've managed to do this much so far. No, do all of them. If we say 3 months, 0 to done, we move on. We've got a lot of problems that we need to address. Chair, the contribution I will make is that on statutory rape, we first need to understand that this is a social problem. And in a social context, everything is connected to everything. Therefore, the response we provide, Chair, must come with that level of understanding and responsiveness. So it is for this reason people kept on mentioning that coordination of various stakeholders and partners is critical in terms of formulating this response we need. While you still don't have subs in this room, Chair, explaining why it takes long for them to do the vetting and the other department, you are not coming up with that contextual understanding of the problem. You need everybody in working under business unusual mode to respond to this social complexity, because this is a social issue, which may say, or perhaps tell us why parents decide to support the abusers of their children. It's a contextual social issue that you may need to understand, and response may come from DSD, not the DPA, for example. The questions that I have, Chair, that I need to just make suggestions on as we have guided, I think we all understand what's the problem and how it comes about. I think I had all departments showing their strong understanding of what's the problem and how it comes about. But none of you departments started moving us forward in terms of solutions and each identified contributive factor. That's why now the question I'm having are just 6, but I won't perhaps ask for responses for now, because I want to suggest. Question 1, what effective is done to address the contributive factors to non-reporting of statutory rape by Section 110 personnel and the general populace? The question is, what is being done? And if we're doing nothing to make sure that the Section 110 people report, it means we are not moving forward. We just keep on circling around, enjoying the problem, but not moving forward in terms of the solution. What is done to improve statutory rape reporting in schools and communities? Now on improving, because we are at certain point, Minister, we are required to innovate and improve, sophisticate to the level of the problem. So what are we doing now to improve? Not just to enforce reporting, but to improve, make it even more effective and equivalent to the challenge. What are limiting factors to enforcing compliance with vetting the educators against the National Register of Sex Offenders in the private sector? So we'll need DPE to state clearly, this is the impediment, this is what is blocking us, so we can find solution on that thing. Not to keep on reporting that we cannot regulate, but what is stopping us? So we can find a solution there. I will need that moving forward. What different and effective is being done to understand and address the underlying factors behind backlog of sexual violation cases? I think it goes to SACE. Do you understand the contributive factors? And what are you doing about them? So that we can move forward with this discussion, or not on the same position around this. What are you doing to understand those underlying factors and to address them? The last two, What interventions are being implemented to improve the collection of evidence required to successfully prosecute or discipline the alleged sexual offenders? What are we doing to make sure that, because the challenge chair was reported that we're having an issue of insufficient evidence to prosecute or discipline. What are we doing about that? To take the discussion forward, to move forward, not to keep on singing about the problems. The last point, who takes the responsibility to coordinate all relevant stakeholders and departments to effectively respond to non-reporting of statutory rape and to change the situation? We have identified that we need to improve coordination, right? But who does it? Who's carrying responsibility to coordinate at a national, at a provincial, at a district, at a local level, at a second level? So that if we have these Suma Sake meetings that we always have around, that person is able to come and account to say, to deal with statutory rape or non-reporting thereof. This is how we've coordinated stakeholders, and this is a collective response we have. Up until, Chair, we start working on actions, not singing about the problems, ourselves will remain useless. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mkhize. Honorable Sharif.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I just want to say thank you to the unions and the teachers associations and the RCL for their presentations, but I will be focusing on the departments since they directly account to us and essentially we hold them accountable. Chair, I'm happy that we got clarity on the vetting process because my jaw was on the floor. If we think that 300,000+ of teachers that are currently teaching children in our schools that are not vetted, that is scary business, especially given the presentations we received that SACE did around the study and pedophilia and pedophiles within our society, and NAPTOSA around the learner transport. It is shocking that we allow children to go to school with potential predators in the midst. It cannot be. And I really hope that you, Minister, you get that resource where you are able to vet as a department, because the delays and the backlogs by SAPS and the Department of Justice is unacceptable. I mean, we don't even know for certain that the sexual offenders register is up to date and is essentially working. I mean, we can only hope that the child protection register is up to date and is working, because at the end of the day, I can say that we have let children down in this country, and we're allowing children to face such trauma that they are being mothers at 10 years old. And let's not even speak about the boys who are being raped and sexually assaulted, who are even too scared to report and live with this trauma for their whole lives. The fact that we don't have enough social workers to deal with the trauma and counseling is another problem on its own. But I want to speak specifically around, is there a timeline that the DBE is looking at getting access to these registries and then vetting the teachers who have not been vetted? And I agree, you have to keep vetting teachers. You have to keep vetting them. And 5 years, SACE, I know you presented to us that you do re-registration every 5 years. I'm worried, is that enough? Because a lot can happen in 5 years. People change in a year, and people do crazy things. We live in a very violent society. Gender-based violence is, the stats are so much that women and children are being sexually harassed and assaulted every single day, almost every single minute. And that, for me, is the biggest problem. I want to also speak about, I think it was NAPTOSA spoke about teachers paying for their own vetting. Can we get some clarity from DBE or SACE around this, and why is this the case? Surely you can have a MOU with SAPS or your service providers that allows you to do the vetting, because corruption is rife in this country. We can't even trust our police service. I mean, the Madlanga Commission and the Ad hoc Commission is telling us that corruption goes all the way to the top. What stops any teacher from being corrupt and getting, vetted themselves and paying for themselves and coming to give you something fraudulent? How do you even check that? I mean, there has to be stopgaps. There has to be monitoring and evaluation that goes into this to make sure that these vetting is happening. And then to SACE, I wanted to ask you, you spoke about that you got access in June this year for the child registry. Do you have a timeline? Because I know you did 66,000, so do you have a timeline on the rest of the teachers? And what will this look like moving forward? Because I think it's a really good idea that first-year students who are studying teaching be vetted. Absolutely. We know what happens in universities. We know what happens in our communities, and sexual violence starts at a young age, and it's often a perpetual circle. If one gets sexually assaulted, they sexually assault. So we really need to, if we want to, Chairperson, if we want to fight gender-based violence and femicide in our country, this is where we start. We start with the younger generations by teaching them consent, teaching them what their rights are, and teaching them what the reporting mechanism is. Now, my recommendation, Chair, I don't want to stay too long because I do have a lot to say about this topic, but what I do want to say is there has to be, Minister, there has to be regulations that come from your office and come from the department that make sure that there is clear reporting lines and a clear mechanism of how reporting of sexual assault and statutory rape happens at schools. And this goes back to the bullying conversation we had, where you need regulations on the mechanisms of how the reporting happens, and also how do we ensure a database of teachers, because it blows my mind that you can get convicted, you can be found guilty, and then once you get expunged off the register, you can go back to schools. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. If you are found guilty, you have no space in the public sector, let alone in the education sector. So that would be my first recommendation. My second recommendation is around school policies. I can't remember which one of the presentations, I think it could have been SAT2, that spoke about the school policies are not equipped to deal with reporting. So that goes back to the norms and standards of making sure that codes of conducts are very strict and very clear on the processes of reporting rape. Chairperson, we cannot allow for pedophiles to run wild in our schools. And as a portfolio committee, we must say we are coming for them because we will not allow it. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable van der Walt.
Chair, thank you, and thank you for everybody's presentations in this topic that's close to all of our hearts. I hope you're not going to stop me because I'm going to repeat things I've repeated in the committee before, because we seem to make recommendations and it doesn't happen, and while the Minister and others are here. I think sometimes we must listen to things that might not be the perfect recommendation, but we've got to start working on things to get results. We cannot forever, every year, talk and talk. At least now we have different departments here, so I'm going to mention a few things. One of the things that tricked me now was that we say everybody who works with our school learners must be vetted. Whether you work on a school ground, even SAPs. And I say SAP specifically, medical people, social workers, transport people, whatever, and not only educators and other staff. My problem is, Chairperson, there are so many cases where things happen, where parents or families or even child-headed household people go to SAPs. And I'm not blaming all SAPs, there are good SAPs people too. They send them back to the very school where it happened. You can't do that. And then nothing happens. Children are scared to go to the police in the first place if your parent take you there and open a case. Send you back to the school where the incident happened. It can't send and say solve it there. You can't solve it at the principal. The other issue is hostels. Hostels in our Elson schools. And I'll give you an example. It's a well-known school in this portfolio where we had deaf and blind learners in different hostels, where the security guards at the girls who were blind stayed were men. Men. looking after blind girl learners in a hostel. And some of that girls got pregnant. Those are things we have to look out for. It's proactiveness. We can't always be reactive, Chairperson. I also want to talk about social workers or counselors. And it would be great if every school could have whatever they needed. But we know it's not possible at the moment. And I think there might be two solutions. One must be circuit related. Every circuit must have somebody. I don't know the distances like Northern Cape and others, it's impossible. Or some clusters as one of the unions proposed, or districts, but we must look at it. There must be something available when the need arises. And the other thing is, Chair, and I've said it in a previous term, and then the term ran out, is that we have to look at between the Department of Higher Ed and Health, and of course DBE, is what are we doing with the medical students studying counselors or whatever they want to become? Why aren't they doing the community surveys at our schools where it's relevant? I can't see why not, because too many of those that's got to go through practice years aren't placed anywhere, but they can be of great value at our schools in the highest risk areas first, where the stats look bad. I would also like to state something here. It's about the crime stats. I still maintain that the crime stats of statutory rape, etc., at school premises by people who are supposed to either educate or look after our children must be separated from SAP's overall crime stats every quarter, because we need to know exact figures, and we're not having exact figures. Stuff ain't reported, etc., etc. There are many other reasons. But we have to see how real this challenge is by separating the education sector's cases versus the general. I mean, this week in Limpopo, 2 14-year-old boys raped a 5-year-old sister and a 6-year-old. It didn't happen at the school premise. But we don't want the school cases to go into the big pot. Then we don't know the seriousness of that. And then I would also just like to report, Chairperson, is that, you know, and this is most probably not for the Minister of DBE, but for those on DSD, online or present, is that, you know, we all know the socioeconomics, the background. People are poor, people are desperate, people are scared, and I can understand that. But what we have to do is we have to have guidance for these girls who fall pregnant, have the babies. And I'm an educator who caused that, but I never have an obligation to look after that child, which is part of me and my doing. Is there guidance then at those departments to guide parents or girls where to go to claim maintenance or whatever? Because you can't just come and do what you want and then leave me with my baby for the rest of their life. I have to look after that child while I'm still a child. I think that's something maybe not for DBE, but maybe for DSD. I'm not on that committee, so I don't know what they do. But Chair, I really think we must have serious conversations to get something implemented. And I'm not even talking about justice and constitutional committees, sexual offenders register, which is still have not seen the light of day. Sorry, it's crucial. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Van der Walt. The gentleman at the back.
Thank you very much, Chair, and all protocols observed. My name is Daniel Peter Elnadaf. I'm a researcher and attorney at the Equal Education Law Centre. I'm also here with my colleague, Anjali Maestri, senior attorney at the EELC. Chair, I'm trying to be mindful of the encouragement to be solutions-oriented. I think for that reason, I'd like to perhaps offer 2 small points of legal clarity or information about the registers, because I think that should inform how we see reforms going in future. The first is that, as has been assumed, the NCPR, the National Child Protection Register, and the NRSO, although with somewhat similar functions, are different and have different legal thresholds for reporting. And I think it's important that we acknowledge that while for the National Register for Sex Offenders, registration on the register requires a criminal conviction in most cases, that is not the case for the National Child Protection Register. You can be listed under Part B of the National Child Protection Register in terms of Section 120, subsection 1, A, B, and C of the Children's Act. One of the courts that can find you guilty potentially is a criminal court, but it can also be a finding of unsuitability made by a children's court, by a civil court, and even by other administrative forums that are allowed to take disciplinary action. And an important example here would be disciplinary action taken in schools against teachers. That can result in a finding of unsuitability to work with children. And so I think it's important that we remember that it's not sufficient for us to say that, until we get a criminal conviction, there's nothing we can do to have teachers listed as being unsuitable to work with children. And that's something that can be done in the meantime. The second, though, Chair, just very briefly, is also just to point out that as important as vetting is, we know from repeated statistics that less than 10% of reported rapes in South Africa result in criminal convictions, and those are the ones that are even reported. And given that we have about a 20% self-reported reporting rate of adult female survivors of sexual violence, and that rate is probably markedly lower for children, it means that in reality, even those people who are registered on the National Register for Sex Offenders represent about 1 to 2% of the sexual offences committed against children in South Africa. And so just to say that going forward, it's very important that we simultaneously emphasise the importance of vetting and registration on the registers, while also understanding that assuming that because an educator isn't on the register, even if they're vetted, that they're somehow not a danger to children by default, would be a very dangerous presumption to make. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Such good context, I think, very good context to say, well, the ones that you will get on the register are those that are criminally convicted, but there is many that are in the system. If a case takes 3 years, so there is somebody who's accused, but they're still undergoing a process that takes 6 years. So they're not on any register. Even if you vet, you are not going to get that person. But the second aspect of what is very insightful is that Part B of registration. Would want to know if it is being implemented, by who, if it is assisting, because it's also a very important aspect to say, whilst they are undergoing that 3 years, or if they're not, but if there is a disciplinary outcome at a school level, even if it's at the school level, to say teacher X sexually harassed, even before it even reaches a rape stage, or sexually harassed a learner, they should be registered somewhere to say they are not suitable to work with kids. And we should be able to get or have access to that register. So I think that's a very important insight, a very important context. There was a lady first, yes.
Thank you so much. Similarly, all protocols observed. My name is Claire Rankin. I'm a candidate attorney from the Legal Resources Centre. And I'm actually going to build a little bit on the question regarding Child B of the Child's Protection Register. My question specifically, though, directed towards SACE, regarding the vetting process that SACE undertakes. So first, if you don't mind just briefly in detail, or not in brief detail, just explaining exactly how SACE does vet educators on the list, particularly what process is followed. I'd be quite interested to hear specifically how SACE was able to gain access to the National Register of Sex Offenders in particular. The second part of that is, given that it's important to vet against both the National Register for Sex Offenders and Part B of the National Child Protection Register, is SACE currently doing the latter? Because just as the Criminal Law Amendment Act makes it illegal to employ someone who appears on the National Register of Sex Offenders, as does the Children's Act when it comes to Part B of the Child Protection Register. So it is similarly important to ensure that we don't continue to employ people who feature on that list. The reason I'm asking this about SACE specifically is if you look at the registration documents that are currently listed on SACE's website, reference is only made to a police clearance certificate, which will only provide proof of whether or not someone has a criminal conviction. And as has just been discussed, Part B doesn't actually refer to criminal convictions alone. It does also entail disciplinary findings and the like. So a police clearance certificate will never be sufficient in those instances.
I think that's an important question to say, so which register do you vote against? That will assist. But also, a very important question for DPE to respond that was raised by Honorable van der Walt, and I agree. So yes, we want to vet teachers, but there's many people that work within our schools. There's food handlers, there's cleaners, there's staff, and so what about them? What about those? And now there's temporary teachers. There's SGB appointed teachers. You know, I wanted to get to that as well, Honorable Mkhize, that the other aspect of it is that there's a rising number of transport providers assaulting learners. So Department of Transport, how do we ensure that these people that are transporting our kids are also vetted against the two or all other registers? So also note that question to respond to later on. I want to go on the online platform. I've noted the lady over there, the gentleman and the gentleman with it. So you're noted, but I want to go to the online platform and then I'm going to come back to yourselves. On the online platform, can we start with Honorable Shkwamba? Now you were the first.
Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to honorable members who are part of the meeting today and all stakeholders who are here in the meeting today and the department. Let me take this opportunity, Chair, once more again and thank the EFF for bringing up this motion in Parliament that it must be taken serious and be debated. And here we are today, we are sitting and we are deliberating on a very serious issue, an issue that all of us need to sit down and see how do we assist and deal with the issue of the statutory rape in South Africa, because it's one of the most important issues. Chair, the presentations that were made here, I was listening carefully to the presentation that was presented by the learners. And in one of the points that the learners made, they
Recording stopped.
That there's the teachers that are there in the schools that are supposed to be dealing with the issues of the statutory rape, in most cases, are not properly trained to deal with these issues. And also they are not even aware on how to go about reporting these cases when they do happen in their schools. And I think it's one of the issues that we must take very, very serious. And again, when I look at the other presentations that were presented here before us, there's a clear indication that there's a lack of social workers in and around our schools to deal with the issues of statutory rape and other social matters that may arise in our schools. And also, there's a number of cases that go unreported. And Honorable Mkhize asked a question to say, what is the department doing with in terms of enforcing these cases to be reported? Because we are being told that there are a number of cases that go unreported, but what is the department doing to enforce that cases get to be reported. But the clear issue or the clear indication that I may give to Honorable Mkhize is that there's nothing the department is doing. And it's not only Department of Basic Education, all departments, what they come here before us every time is to give us presentation that will tell you that this is not my responsibility, it's the responsibility of so, and therefore there's nothing I can do. And once more again, we have heard it here today, Chair, that there are close to 360 teachers who are not vetted, who are working with our learners every day. And when we go around doing oversights and following up this issue of the statutory rape, amongst others, teachers are the main factors involved in these cases of the statutory rapes. And today we've got answers here, and we must continue to thank the EFF to say, if we did not have this motion and this matter be debated as it is debated today and do the consultations as we are consulting here today, we wouldn't know that there's a lot of teachers that are in our system who are working with our children, who are teaching our children, who are not actually vetted today. And the answer we get from the department is that our hands are tied because we are not necessarily the ones who should be doing vetting, but vetting is compulsory for all teachers. So this is what we are saying, that every time when departments come before the portfolio committee or everywhere where they go and present, they always tell us about problems, and they also tell us they are shifting blames to other departments today. There's nothing much that I can do as the particular department. Hence, as the EFF, we propose that. I want to just make a proposal, Chair. As the EFF, we propose that there must be a national tax team which will report directly to Parliament each term. That must include representatives from the Justice and Constitutional Development, the SAPS, the NPA, the Provincial Health Department, Provincial Education Department, and also Social Department, and also the grassroots organizations that we find within our communities. It will actually assist or ensuring that there is a proper coordinated oversight and accountability. And it must also put system in place on how to report statutory rape cases in our schools and our communities. Because this issue is really affecting our learners. Our learners drop out of school in numbers. Some of them, they even go to an extent of committing suicide. We are losing people. We are losing future leaders. We are losing future professionals here because of this issue. And seemingly the problem, all of us, we know what is the cause of the problem. All the departments, when I listen to all the people who presented here, we seemingly to know where and what is the problem. But there's no one who's willing to do anything. So this national tax team must be established, and this portfolio committee must enforce that this thing, it happens, so that when we get all these stakeholders together, they must come to Parliament each term and report to us as to how far are they in dealing with the issues of the statutory rape, how many cases are reported, how many people are arrested, and how many cases are actually getting attention in that regard. So without any actions, without any deliberate action, Minister, and the rest of the officials that are here today, I don't know where we are taking our country to. We are just leaving our kids to live amongst vultures, whom at the main majority of them are not even vetted to be able to work and deal with the learners. So we propose that there must be a national tax team that deals with these issues of the statutory rape in terms of reporting, oversight, and well-coordinated structure. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shkomba. And I think to add to the question that you must respond to, and I think it's raised by Honorable Mandla, it's also the issue of foreign national teachers. So what kind of vetting do you conduct? Because then the only register we have is our own register, the South African Criminal Register, Criminal Offences Register. but these are people that are from another country that that were teachers in another country. Do we have access to that? And we've learned from SACE and also from our own oversight that there is a lot of foreign national teachers, especially in independent schools. So that's another question that you might need to also respond to as the department. Honorable Law.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Let me also once again greet the collective whereby members and the departmental representative, including stakeholders. Chair, I think we should
Honorable Law, we are losing
agree
you.
that we are facing and adequately protect these vulnerable. Chair, am I fine?
Yeah, you're fine now.
Okay, I was saying, Chair, in South Africa, we are facing an urgent crisis regarding the statutory rape of young girls, whereby the legal framework also, Chair, in place is failing to adequately protect these vulnerable individuals. And then, Chair, despite that, the criminal law, the Sexual Offence and Related Matters Amendment Act, establishing a clear definition and penalties for this particular matter. On the ground, it reveals that these laws are not effectively or preventing or addressing any issue that we were speaking about. I'm repeating this as I would have said it last time on the portfolio committee. And then there are high levels of sexual violence that are systematic underreporting and inadequate support systems for those who are survivors to demonstrate a critical failure in both the legal and social response in the mechanism. So all of these processes, Chair, if we do not go back to basics, where we used to have a collaborative effort, where we used to have the Department of Social Development, DBE, SABS, and many other departments to play a role in the backyard of the schoolyard, would not change the attitude that is taking place. Because I'm saying all of this will be able to identify these elements and perpetrators of such. And then for us to address such, it requires a comprehensive strategy that is intertwined in the legal reform, healthcare, education, and community engagement that I spoke about, of stakeholder collaborative efforts that are real and that are grounded, that can fund real implications to respond to the complexity of issues that are confronting our people. So what becomes important, Chair, or what becomes complex is the interplay of poverty, gender inequality, and cultural norms that exacerbate these issues furthermore. And it creates an environment where young girls and boys are heightened and confronted by a risk of exploitation. And we need to combat this thing, Chair. And how do we combat this? I would want to put forward recommendations. And we need to ensure, firstly, Chair, that the TCCACs are fully resourced and uniformly implemented across the country to provide comprehensive support for survivors, including medical care, legal assistance, and psychological counseling. We need to also, Chair, to enhance educational policies. We need to close the gap between the school policies on learner pregnancy and actual practice to ensure that pregnant learners receive the necessary support to continue education without discrimination. We must also develop evidence-based prevention programs, where we must invest in community-based programs that challenge harmful norms and educate young people about consent and healthy relationships with focus of preventing exploitation. There is an important need also, Chair, to create robust data collection systems that accurately captured the incidence of statutory rapes, disaggregated by age and context to inform targeted interventions and policy decisions. We also need to foster amongst our government departments, like I said earlier on, justice, health, social development, and SABS, to create a seamless response network for reporting support and also prosecution of statutory rape cases so that we're able to trace them. And we should effectively, consistently mobilize community leaders, parents, and our youth organization to actively participate in raising awareness about the rights of children and the importance of the reporting case of sexual rape so that we're able to respond to such. And we can only effectively do that if we continue to cohesively deal and respond to the issues that are facing South Africa. And we need to address the legal, educational, and socio-economic dimensions of the issue, and so that we can collaboratively deal with what is confronting us, Chair. Having to say that, Chair, I think that the presentation are quite important and they are quite aligned, and I think we should put more emphasis on the
Honorable Law, we are losing you as you wrap up.
practicality and what is that there should be regular reporting quarterly on tracing the cases. Okay, Chair. No, thanks, Chair.
Okay, Honorable Law, you can make those contributions, you can submit them, written contributions, because we were losing you a bit throughout the submission. On the platform as well, Mr. Mavuto Kaile from Honorable Mgadi. Okay, Honorable Mgadi, yes. Okay.
Thanks, Chairperson, and thanks all the presentation. My question, Chairperson, under the Department of Basic Education. The presentation acknowledged the lack of specific statutory rape legislation under DPE or authorities rely on the Children's Act and criminal law, Sexually Offense Act, and introduced the standard operating procedures for vetting and highlighting offenders. However, these are unevenly implemented by provinces, and the challenges include limited capacity in provincial department to investigate and weak follow-up by the SAPS and the DSD after Form 22 submission. Introduced the ELRC Agreement 3 of 2018 to reduce children trauma during the disciplinary hearing. My question, Chairperson, why is there no dedicated statutory rape police within Department of Basic Education, and how is vetting compliance monitoring? The third one, how many offenders have been re-employed, and why do schools resolve cases internally, and what is being done to integrate SACE, SAPS, and EMS data? Under the presentation, Department of Social Development report states that 26,852 child abuse cases 2024, up from 23,732 in 2023-2024, including 9,857 sexually abused cases. And the presentation highlighted the mandatory reporting obligation under the Children's Act number 38 of 2005. Community silence and the SAPS non-cooperation as major barriers to justice. And the proposal, more social workers in the school, better case management system, and protection for whistleblower. My question, what protection is offered to reporters? And why many Forms 22 reports lead to prosecution? And what progress exists on scaling resigning programs? Chairperson, under NEPTA's presentation, let me check here.
As you wrap up, Honorable Mgadi.
Yes, Mami. Under NEPTA's presentation, how do unions balance defense of members, which accountability? And it is a trauma from informed training deterioration. Under SACE presentation, how will vetting capacity improved? And how is the data integrated with DSD, what accountability measures exist from independent school? I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mgadi. I've not forgotten any other honorable member, right, on the platform. Okay, Mr. Mabuto Tele from SATU.
Thank you very much, Chair.
You've forgotten.
Honorable Magagula.
Chair.
Okay, I've noted you, Honorable Magagula. You will speak after the two other speakers. Honorable Mabuto Tele, you can continue.
Thank you very much, Chair. I was saying I'm going to stand on the already established protocol, but greet the Minister and the Deputy Minister. As it is said, I'm just adding from our presentation as SATU, but in my presentation, it will be more of recommendations. I think we must all appreciate and start from the point that this matter that we are dealing with is a phenomenon that is a societal challenge, and therefore it will require a dialectical and intertwined kind of an approach. Our approach, Chair, should come from preventative measures. What is it that we are going to implement as strategies to prevent this from happening? Whether at the level of the school, within the classroom, in the school premises, and so forth and so forth. We must then be able to come up with the preventative measures, which in the main, it should be education, advocacy, and training. And as we do education, advocacy, and training, we cover everyone. We cover all people that are involved. As we say that this is a societal matter, and therefore it must be dealt in that particular fashion. And I don't think we must solely place the blame of non-reporting on teachers and nurses, but it must be systemic. This morning, before I joined this meeting, I phoned about 8 principals of schools just to check. As a principal of school, when a matter of rape is reported, when you see a pregnant child, what do you do? Is there a procedure from the Department of Education? Is there an SOP? All of them said nothing. There's nothing. They just know as responsible citizens and professionals that they must report to the police and also report to the department. But there is nothing from the department. I think it must start from there. We must have a very clear SOPs to guide schools at that level, to guide nurses at the level of the hospital. Because when teachers go and report these matters to the police, they get a very, very difficult and a very, very frustrating kind of a treatment. Hence, we want to agree with Honorable Mkhize that we need, here in this meeting, there is no police, there is no justice. So as a second kind of a recommendation at the level of the school is to strengthen, Comrade Chair, Minister, and DM, our QLTCs at the level of the schools, because QLTCs can assist, because at the level of the QLTC, you must have somebody from the police, Department of Justice, a parent, and all other stakeholders within the community. If we strengthened our TLCs, this will then assist in dealing with the scourge. And also maybe if the police department was here, recommend that in every police station, you have a dedicated unit that deals with protection of Children's Act enforcement, so that teachers don't get frustrated. Officials from the Department of Education don't get frustrated when they go to report these matters at the level of the police. That was the second recommendation. Thirdly, I'm a bit concerned about the statistics given by the Department of Education of the number of educators that are vetted. I don't think that statistic is correct, Comrade Chair. The reason I don't think it is correct is because from 2019, 2020, SACE started to vet every educator that is applying to be registered by SACE, which therefore means educators that were elected in the last 5 years, 4 years or so were vetted. The statistics that the Department of Education is presenting
is only the statistics of the process that they started last year to vet teachers as a Department of Education. Therefore, there must be a reconciliation of statistics between SACE and the department so that we have a clear picture of how many educators are vetted. So I think it's very important that that kind of a statistics is actually reconciled. Chair, we also want to say that there must also be an emphasis on parents to take responsibility. At some point when the Act is amended, parents must also be accountable, because in some instances, parents will refuse to work with schools. One principal, as I said, I phoned principals of schools, was saying a case of a child that was raped and the child is pregnant was reported by the neighbor because the parent was hiding it. As learners are writing, this learner was not coming to school to write because the parent was hiding this matter. And when they tried to follow up as the school, the parent was very difficult in assisting the school. So there should be laws or an amendment to the legislation to force parents to actually take their responsibility and be accountable if this such abuse happens to children. Even at the level of the LRC, chair, we also, at SACE at some point, we also have a challenge of parents preventing victims to come in the hearings. Hence, many perpetrators of this will go unpunished because of parents refusing to take their responsibility. And also,
thank you, Mr. Mabuto. As you wrap up, just that last sentence.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will just stop there. That is our contribution.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You are allowed to make other written submissions on the recommendations, because we're going to consolidate all the proposals and present to Parliament. So you can make written submissions. On the platform as well, Dr. van der Merwe.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm going to keep it brief. I think across the presentations today, one theme has emerged very clearly. I think our legal duties are strong, but the capacity to support the implementation of those duties are uneven. So we know schools are expected to respond immediately and appropriately when they disclose, yet the availability of that clinical support and timely intervention varies significantly over the different education districts and provinces as well. So in order for this committee to understand where the system needs strengthening, I want to just request clarity on just the following three questions. The one being directed to the Department of Education, to just clarify what the national plan is to ensure that every school has access to social workers or social services at least. I think that's one great starting point that we need to invest time and money and resources in. So my question is whether there is a plan and what the plan currently looks like. Then secondly, the second question is directed to the Department of Social Development to please indicate what the turnaround or the current turnaround time is from the point at which a case of abuse is reported and investigated to where a final determination is made and an individual is recorded in that Part B of the National Child Protection Register. Our experience is that that turnaround is also quite slow. So is there anything in place, and if we can get some feedback on that question as well. And then just finally, my last question is directed to the South African Council for Educators. First of all, I just want to acknowledge, I know that they do great work. The amount of work that they have to achieve and go through each year, I have to compliment on what they do achieve. However, I want to ask, and we know that one of the mechanisms that we do have to protect our learners is when an educator is removed from the role of educators. So we don't even have to wait for a person to show up on that register. SACE also have the power to remove an educator from that role. However, I'm worried about the current capacity within SACE to manage the massive amount of disciplinary matters relating to sexual misconduct, and also all of the other types of misconduct that they have to deal with on a daily basis. So just my question posed to Ms. Alla is how many investigators you currently have and or disciplinary office to assist you on those matters? And also my question directed to you is what is the average time frame for SACE from the time when a complaint is lodged with you until the finalization of the disciplinary process? So that's from my side. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Dr. Van der Merwe. Honorable Magagula.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, can I submit my issues through written report to Mr. Brown?
That is allowed and that is fine, Honorable Magagula. We'll ensure that we incorporate those submissions on the final report. Now, let me move back to the House. The lady, the gentleman over here, and then you'll be the last one. Yes.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just to introduce myself to everyone, my name is Leroy de Beer. I am a representative on behalf of SACE. I am a legal and ethics officer for SACE. So I deal with all these cases that we are talking about hands-on, and I also am affected by a lot of the challenges that we've mentioned here today. I'm not going to answer the questions that were posed to SACE. I'll let my CEO do that, but I did want to speak to some things. There's been quite a bit of talk here to say that we should include other people that are also within a school environment that interact with learners in the vetting process, etc. Obviously, SACE in that regard would not be able to assist because we are a council for educators. So the person that we deal with needs to be an educator. But that's not to say that there isn't a way forward for that. I believe that those kind of people, school administrators, receptionists, etc., are employed by the Department of Education. So I would assume that the Department of Education are the relevant people to deal with misconduct cases in the event it is committed by someone within the school that is not an educator. So I would like to know what are they doing in regards to that, because we had a case where there were one educator and one staff member engaged in sexual misconduct on the school premises. And although SACE is dealing with the educator part of things, we saw that the department did not even charge or reprimand the other person that was complicit in this act. So I'm just wondering, do they do anything? Are these people vetted when they are hired, even though they are not educators? You know, what is going on there? And then I also want to mention that we have a big problem with unregistered educators that are currently employed, and it's still an ongoing process. We find that many times there will be a misconduct case, and then you find that the educator is actually not registered, but they were employed to work at the school. So why is that happening? Besides vetting, are we not checking that these people are meeting the legal requirements? Because I do believe that it is required by law to be registered with SACE in order to teach within a school. And the problem with unregistered educators committing misconduct is that now SACE does not have jurisdiction. So we cannot hold that person accountable, and then no justice is provided in that case. So also in that regard, what does the SGB do? Because sometimes the educators are employed either by the department or by the SGB. Another issue we have is that independent schools, now I'm not sure if this is the right platform to raise it, but it is. Independent schools are also a problem because often these educators that either are removed or not registered, they go and teach at these independent schools, and we don't really have a way forward if they don't cooperate. So because apparently the Independent Schools Association doesn't deal with misconduct cases. So we're kind of stuck at this point, like what do we do if we don't have another structure to report to, or, you know, like that. I did hear that there was a response by the the DBE to say that they believe that things would get better if they have access to the DSD, the Sexual Offenders Register. But I believe that does not really speak to those that are unregistered and may not have had a sexual record or criminal record. So how would that help, or what else can they do in regards to unregistered educators? Why is it still happening? Thank you, Chair.
Okay, the gentleman.
Thank you, Chair. Kamlam Ngulisa, I'm a researcher from Equal Education. I think firstly, been see Bulele to be invited to be part of the presentation and to be afforded a platform to contribute in this discussion. So the first point that we would like to make is in relation to the issue of vetting. I suppose colleagues have also indicated how flawed the system is itself, because vetting and non-vetting in itself doesn't prevent learners and children ultimately. And I suppose then there's more that needs to be done outside the vetting itself. But my contribution is in relation to, I think, more of a labor relations point of view, because I assume that every teacher that's employed is not an employee of the Department of Basic Education, but rather an employee of a provincial education department. So what is the role of the department to support provincial education departments in relation to the vetting process? I suppose the DBE is also a bit far removed from the employment process itself, but directly responsible for monitoring and sort of like providing oversight. So how are they ensuring that there's support provided to provincial education departments in the vetting processes when they are doing employment? The second point I would like to make is in relation to, because I also heard colleagues speaking about the lack of introduction of SOPs, for example, dealing with issues of identification of learners that may be in need of support in schools. Would like to caution against that. And our first submission is in relation to how do we test the already existing policies and laws within our education system outside the overproduction of further policies dealing with the issues that are already dealt with in terms of the existing policies. And our question in relation to that is, we know, for example, in terms of the support identification, the screening policy, which is SIA's policy, there is an assessment that needs to be done on every learner that enters the education system. That is the vulnerability assessment. So the vulnerability assessment ought to unlock the package of resources and support that each and every learner requires at the entry into the education system. So just my point is, does the Department of Basic Education do any investigations in terms of understanding whether do schools and teachers do this vulnerability assessment on learners? And if not, why? And if maybe they are also again deflecting that to specific departments or to provinces, or what is their role in supporting provinces to do those assessments? Ngos.
Thank you very much. The last speaker, gentleman at the back.
Chairperson, I'm standing between lunch and you leaving. I'll be very brief. Thank you so much. Let me firstly say to the Minister, I appreciate and I welcome the undertaking for a direct approach in terms of the vetting. I think that will go a very long way and that will definitely then be supported, because we have dissected here today. We have fully understood the issue. And as a country, we have various laws in place, we have protocols, we have institutions in place, but it's very clear that we need to ensure that there's implementation, that there's coordination, and there's ultimately accountability. I think it's very clear that I wouldn't want to necessarily ask questions, but potentially two possible recommendations. The one would be that two members alluded to the fact that there might be the need for a MOU. I think the multi-stakeholder approach between education and various stakeholders is probably one way to go with such a protocol agreement that can clearly define on what needs to be done, and that protocol agreement or MOU could include interventions that will be aimed by ensuring that the laws and the protocols are actually monitored effectively. Another one that I was thinking about as I was listening to inputs was, and I'm not sure if I'm off the board with this one, is to have a online case management system, especially with regards to learners that have been affected by the abuse and the sexual violence. I know of this anecdotal stories in my head around learners that have left the school. After they have left the school, they attend a new school, and then the behavioral matters arise and the learner is unable to fully cope. But from that side, I think it's very clear we need implementation. I want to thank all of the stakeholders that are here. It was not only enlightening to listen to people, their heartbeats, but thank you for arranging this engagement.
Thank you very much. I'm going to give very briefly, SACE and DPE to respond to some of the questions that arose out of the discussions. CEO.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Let me start with the issue of vetting, because I know it's the one that had a lot of questions for us. Firstly, let me agree with Ntate Mabuto from SATU that the stats will be reconciled. We'll engage the department so that we can reconcile those statistics and give them from 2019 onwards. But secondly, we started with vetting. Let me respond to, I forgot the name, bear with me. We started with SAPS because it was easy when we started. And we then went to SAPS themselves. They were complaining because of the quantity. And what they did, they gave us an MOU that they have with AfriSwitch. So we then had a record, a data, a sort of a bank of fingerprints. An agreement was had with them and also consent with the educators. So what makes it a little bit easier for us to work with Department of Justice is that educators are not doing it themselves. We then use the data bank of those fingerprints together with the consent and also J8 form and take them as bulk to the Department of Department of Justice, so that they can try and deal with that within their own system. But in the presentation, we would have seen that I've indicated that they can't deal with 66,000. It's just not possible. We all know that the challenges around that. So they deal with a certain quantity on a monthly basis so that they can be able to deal with that. So I can attest that over between 5,000 and 10,000 in a month, they are able to assist us with that particular amount. So that's how we working directly with the register Machila in terms of that particular process. So it is for that reason that we would not see it in the requirements, because we are doing it on behalf of the teachers and teachers are not doing it themselves, so that we can also be in control of that particular process. DSD is a fairly new one. It's they gave us access just recently. So Honorable Sheriff, we are starting from January onwards so that we can start dealing with all the applicants that are applying the same way that we are dealing with SAPS. And I think through SAPS, although we may think that we will not get many things, the student teachers that we blocked and new qualified educators that we blocked, their sexual misconduct cases were coming from SAPS and not the register, because they were not convicted in as far as that process is concerned. So that is why we are triangulating between the three different systems. And just to answer you, Honorable Sheriff, I think that's where we are. We'll be starting from that particular period. The other issue was the capacity. Indeed, there's a disconnect between the amount of cases we received versus the capacity that we have. You'd have seen we'd receive around 100 and something cases in a year for sexual misconduct, but overall cases will go up to between 600 and 1,002. And versus almost 7 permanent staff members, 7. And also the budget, remember, it's teachers' money, and therefore you won't get more than 2-3 million in a financial year. So that is a serious issue in terms of capacity. We do have panelists that we have, but obviously it depends on whether they've got time when we want them to deal with those kind of cases. So that's what FEDSAS raised in terms of that particular area. Part A, I mix them all the time, but one of the register in terms of reporting to. Remember, I said in terms of vetting, we've just started. But in terms of reporting to, all the cases that are involving minor, because of DSDs dealing with the minors, we're reporting them to DSD for inclusion so that they can, those educators can be declared not fit to work with children. So we're dealing with both of them from different ends in terms of that particular process. Honorable Sheriff, the re-registration is still coming. Like I said, is part of the act that we are working with DB in terms of moving towards that process, so that we can deal with that every 5 years. And I understand in the process, obviously, you will have challenges. And I think in our discussion with DBE, there would be a coordination process so that we can link and streamline our process and be able to deal with that. And I agree with what the minister was saying earlier on in terms of how do we make it possible that all of us that are responsible for vetting and dealing with educators really get direct access and not go via other processes. It will make life easy. And if we can be able to deal with real-time vetting, it currently is a challenge to really deal with that. But I like the fact that with SAPS, we've got direct access into their website, and into their system through our website, and we are able to verify each and every police clearance that has been submitted. Remember, you can get a fraudulent one, and therefore it's very important for us to make sure that we deal with them directly.
As you conclude,
yeah. So I think so far, if there's anything that I've forgotten, Honorable Chairperson, they will remind me. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, DBE.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. We'll try and be quick. I think, Chair, the one thing that we need to respond to is around the protocol. I think it's disappearing in the discussions right now, and probably because we didn't get the time to present about it. But there is an existing protocol for the management and reporting of sexual abuse and harassment in schools. And it stipulates exactly and at every point what the school must do when a child presents with a case of sexual violation. It even goes as far as guiding what the school must do when it is a teacher who is a victim, for that matter. So I think that there is work that we need to do, which we're currently doing anyway, to strengthen the knowledge about this protocol, but also to strengthen the confidence of school managers and leaders to apply it in the cases that are being reported. And I think the honorable members are correct to say that clearly what we need to do is to fix what happens when that case is then referred or deferred to law enforcement, because then that case is almost like out of the hands of basic education. And so that coordination then needs to happen. We've been whispering here with a minister to say that we must also learn from existing processes that we've been through. For example, In the recent 100-day operation of the net joints, we saw how government is able to work together to address the issue of gender-based violence when coordinated by a line department that is given the mandate to coordinate. Because the mandate to coordinate doesn't really sit with basic education, but basic education opens up the space of engagement and operation for other sectors to come on board. So I think that, Chair, it would be important for us to learn from that net joints process to see what we can leverage and capitalize on so that it can be almost like a continuous way of working for that matter, because that's what we need as part of strengthening that coordination. We think that also the recent experience where Parliament had come on board to help us to think much more innovatively and creatively about menstrual health matters. We've just done that now with even sexual abuse matters. And we think that the involvement and support and advocacy and lobbying that we receive from Parliament will also help us to get there, because we've done a very great task towards the end of last year and the beginning of this year to get the different sectors talking together to address these issues for girls' education in basic education. The last thing probably, or last two things would be around social workers. There has always been this call that there must be access to social workers for all schools. It's a nice thing to say, and it's a nice thing to have, Chair, but it is not the most practical thing to do for the sector. And so what we're doing is to place them at the district level at least, so that they are responsible for a cluster of schools. But more recently, what we've tried to do now is to do task shifting with auxiliary workers. They are child and youth care workers, they are learner support agents who can be at the face of trauma response in the meantime that a social worker is still dealing with 200 other schools. This is a model that has been proven to work on the African continent and globally. And so we think that riding on the wave of task shifting is going to be really helpful to ensure that there is access to services. Vulnerability assessment of children is done through the screening, identification, assessment, and support process, the CS process that we have instituted as basic education. The question is, are schools really doing it? Have we been able to monitor that they're doing it? Yes, we have been able to monitor that they're doing it, and they're doing it to the best of their ability, but they're not doing it without challenges and constraints, because there are a whole lot of other issues that are involved in that. And Mr. Ndlebe is just going to respond on one issue around how we're going to ensure that public and private and independent schools are also then part of the conversation in the sector.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and members, Honorable Minister. It gives an impression like independent schools are not going to be held accountable because we may not have control over them, which is not true. Independent schools have to apply for recognition and to offer that service. They've got to be licensed to run that independent school. So there are terms and conditions for approval for an independent school. So we do have guidelines in the department that indicate what must an independent schools do and have in order to be approved. For example, teachers must be registered with SACE. Teachers must be vetted, and not only teachers, but also everybody that works in that institution. So it is about strengthening our monitoring processes, that if we monitor them and we realize that there are teachers that are not registered with SACE, it's a violation of the terms and conditions that they have been given, that the department has a recourse to deal with that type of an institution. And we are able to report to SACE that those teachers that are there are not registered with you, and SACE take its own action. And we can also revoke that permission that we've given for them to run schools. So it's about monitoring to ensure that we follow up on all those conditions that we have set for them, for ourselves.
Thank you very much. Yes, no problem. Just one more.
Just one more. Thank you. Just actually a couple of the questions that has been asked. want to add as a pity actually that we don't have SAPS and the Department of Justice actually in this meeting, because it's very difficult to speak without them actually being here and putting their own case forward. However, in terms of what SACE said, we did actually have a meeting actually with SAPS, and they indicated to us they don't need we don't need to actually work through actually via the educators, and we did actually try that, and what we require is basically actually the fingerprint, as what actually SACE said. So we don't have access in terms of a database with regard to actually all the educators that we appoint in that regard. With regard to the teachers paying actually paying their own vetting, teachers are not supposed to be paying actually for the vetting in that regard. The NCOP has taken a decision that the Department of all the PDs will be paying for the vetting going forward. For example, if a teacher paid for themselves and then actually they can claim the funding back actually from the Provincial Education Department. With regard to the social workers, I think Nico has answered that, but I think it comes down basically in terms of actually funding. There was a question, Madam Chair, that you asked with regard to the foreign nationals. Unfortunately, we don't have access to actually the database, neither do we actually vet them in terms of what happened actually in the particular country. It's actually very difficult. Maybe it's something that we can look at, but I'm sure that we'll have lots of challenges with that actually going forward. The unregistered teachers, as far as my knowledge is concerned, we don't have actually any unregistered teachers actually in the system. All our teachers actually need a SACE compliant before they're employed. Yeah. As far as my knowledge is concerned, yeah. Unless they've been appointed in terms of the school governing body post, actually, and that's actually very difficult to trace in that regard. But every teacher basically requires a certificate, and they require the qualifications in terms of being appointed in that regard. I think, unfortunately, also, as what actually Aliko said, we weren't able to explain exactly all the SOPs that we got into place. We've had quite an improvement in terms of putting all the processes actually into place, but there's been actually some of the good recommendations that have been made that we can actually take forward and then actually have a discussion and come and report back in terms of actually future meeting. Thank you. Done.
Thank you very much to DPE. So we were supposed to take lunch at 2:30. It's now 2. So we'll take lunch from 2 o'clock to 2:30. We're a little bit behind time. That means we're a little bit behind time with 30 minutes. So we must try and cover for that when we come back. Just as a way of concluding this session, because when we come back, we're taking provinces. So we go now into the heart of the issue. Just to say, well, 5 portfolio committees are going to do the very same thing. So there's going to be a portfolio committee on the Department of Justice that is doing the very same thing. However, we felt in the design and the outline of these engagements that it would be important to get engagements with stakeholders in the context of each and every portfolio committee, because it will be difficult to get everyone in one place and to engage, because then it will require days and days. So we are having an engagement from the context of basic education on the issue of statutory rape. So the fact that SAPS is not here, DOG is not here, it doesn't mean all these contributions are not going to be presented to those sittings, and then we get an understanding of what exactly should we then recommend. The other thing I think that is an eye-opener for us is that I think the chair, that is the chair of the portfolio committee that is leading this engagement, this inquiry, it will be important for us to then ultimately, after this individual portfolio committee engagements, I think it will be important that we get ministers and DGs of the 5 departments and we just sit down and say, look, this is what we've identified as gaps, so that there is no SAPS is not doing this and SAPS is not there, or we require this from DOG and DOG is not there. So we just sit, all of us, with the very top management, and then we say, these are the findings of the engagements. What can we do? So that when we do draft recommendations to the speaker, it is recommendations that are practical. that are based on an understanding of the 5 departments, because sometimes we can just say, go and do this, and you find it's not practical to do that. So I think that's something. Is it NATO that raised critical questions? And I think we might need ourselves also as a portfolio committee to get legal advice. They asked 2 questions. The first, they said they are questioning our framing of the inquiry, that why do you say statutory rape of girls? And I think that's an important question that SISPOSH, we've got to look at as we go and submit a report, because they're raising fundamental issues to say also boys are violated. And I think it's quite fair. It's quite fair, and I think we should look at that framing of our question. They also then said, in their proposal, they are saying there needs to be a review on the definition of statutory rape. And they're bringing questions, Minister, and I thought very critical questions. They're saying, we as basic education now are not only responsible for learners that are in primary school, and we're now even responsible for your grade R learners. We're now responsible for ECDs. So meaning we ought to, in our protocols, you've got a protocol. We've got to, in our protocols, in our discussion, in our recommendations, speak to what do ECD practitioners do when they are presented with a child that shows signs of abuse. And what do grade R practitioners do? And how do we vet them? Do we vet them as well? So these are questions. I think they raised very critical questions that for me meant we need to go to really include some of these questions, and we need to include some of this work. And when we go to the speaker to submit a report from the context of basic education, we've got an understanding. But the other thing that I did not get from ourselves is that, do we need to review legislation? Is there a need to review? Because that's our role. Is there a need to review legislation, especially the South African Schools Act, with regards or as it relates to issues of statutory rape? That did not come out. And if it doesn't come out, it means perhaps there's nothing wrong with legislation. We've got legislative framework. Perhaps what we need to then discuss is coordination and implementation, and manpower and resources on the implementation of legislation, because that's another aspect. They said review legislation. Is there a need for us to review legislation? And from basic education point of view, legislation would be the South African Schools Act. And if there is no need, or if it is not explicit in the Act on what is the role of teachers, because correctly speaking, Minister, as I close, teachers ideally are supposed to just deliver a curriculum. Ideally, but however now, because of the society we're in, they deal with much more. And of course, they might not be trained. I'm not trained. If a young child would come to me and say, I've been sexually violated, the first thing I would do is cry. And perhaps crying is not the correct response. So there is a lot. We need to train them on that. We need to train them on this. So if there is a need for us to look at the legislation and say, perhaps we need to enhance it, so that it does not only protect, but also protects the teachers, because they're saying they're afraid to be intimidated. So how do we ensure that they report? How can they report anonymously so that they're not intimidated? So there's many other questions that I think come out of this engagement, and I think it's questions that this inquiry must respond to. So thank you very much for the very, very robust first session. The participation was on par, the presentations from all stakeholders, and thank you very much for heeding the call when we wanted you to come. We are going to move into the second session, and we don't want to lose the stakeholders. We're now going to be listening to provinces. So let's not lose the stakeholders, especially those that are on the online platform. Let's listen to the provinces and be able to zoom in into the work they do at their level. So let's break for lunch and let's come back at 2:30. Welcome, Kosas. Welcome to the session. Okay, it's 14:40. We said we must come back at past, so already a little bit behind, but I understand the line was a little bit long. And of course, we still have members that are still concluding their lunch, but I think it's important that we resume because we are going to have issues of time if we don't do that. I know there are members that are going to be utilizing the parliament buses, and we might also have issues with that as well if we don't conclude in time. So welcome to the second session. This session is supposed to be chaired by Honorable Mgadi and Honorable Kaba. However, Honorable Chaba has already indicated that she's not well, and Honorable Mgadi also indicated to me that she will be unable to chair the session from the online platform because her network is not that stable. So that is the apology is accepted. So I'll be chairing this session as well. In this session, welcome back to our colleagues on the online platform as well. So with this session, we are going to take presentations from provincial education departments. I just want to check attending physically, how many provinces. We're going to start with KZN. I know they're here physically. The host, which is the Western Cape, always suffers the sun, unfortunately, because they are from home. We always take them last. They are home. But we'll take KZN first. And on the online platform, I hope the other provinces are ready to lead their presentations. We're going to start with yourselves. From you, we'll then move to Free State. We'll then go to Eastern Cape. We'll go. So I'm mentioning this so that provinces can get ready in that sequence. So we'll start with KZN. We'll go to Free State. We'll go to Eastern Cape. We'll go to Northern Cape. We'll go to Limpopo. We'll go to Gauteng. We'll go to Northwest. And then we'll go to Mpumalanga. And then we'll have the Western Cape. Is there a province that I did not mention? Northern Cape. I did. If they come after Eastern Cape. So there is KZN. It's the first one. The Free State is the second one. Eastern Cape, Northern Cape, Limpopo, Gauteng, Northwest, Mpumalanga, and the Western Cape. So which one did I not mention? Okay. Except the one that has not been proclaimed. Okay. So most welcome, KZN. We are going to start with yourselves. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair.
So indicate if, I know we did say that, so we're hoping that even if the MEC is not here, but they were able to join online. If they are there online, that's fine.
Yeah, to my understanding, it should be online, but the colleagues from the office will indicate. Yes, he is online.
Okay, it's fine. The MEC can make a, if it's fine, the opening remarks. You also have 10 minutes. Be mindful of that. Very strict on that. Can make opening remarks and then you can then lead the. But that's up to you. That's up to you as a province. It's not necessarily mandatory.
Let me check, MEC, if you are able to make remarks. Now, I will proceed, Chair. When he is able, he will then interject and come. As KZN, we're not going to repeat, or I'm Advocate Masugu, I'm a DTG from KZN. We're not going to repeat in terms of what DPE in the main has already presented. So some of the slides I will skip Just go straight to the purpose where we're indicating that we want to present the status of cases that have been reported in KwaZulu-Natal. Then we go to slide 8. We'll skip the legislative framework that has been taken care of. Okay. Yeah, and slide 8, we are just indicating I think it's slide 4, sorry. We are just indicating the number of cases that we have received as a province and that we have dealt with. In total, we have received 71 cases during the current academic year or school year. We want also to disaggregate these cases and say that those that fall under statutory rape would be those for learners that are 16 and below in terms of age. They are 30 in total, and the remainder, which is for 41, is cases of other learners where we received complaints of abuse. These cases, whenever they are reported, they are attended to by various units within the department, working in partnership with the Department of Social Development, the National Prosecuting Authority, Department of Justice, SAPS, and other NGOs like Lifeline and Childline that we also work with. As indicated, we'll then skip straight to slide 8, where we're indicating earlier on, DP had to explain the issue of protocols that we are following in ensuring that the system knows about this issue of statutory rape. We issued communique in the form of circulars. We are specifically mentioning circular number 37 of 2001 that deals with issues of sexual offenses committed against learners. Most of those cases, once they are committed, they are reported to SAPS, where we categorize them as sexual offense, statutory rape cases. This circular was also shared and through advocacy programs, roadshows with circuit managers, district managers, and staff in schools, school governing bodies, with the aim of building advocacy and also making them aware of these types of rape, which is prohibited. Where an educator is a perpetrator or is alleged perpetrator, the matter is urgently investigated, and based on a preliminary report, the educator is then suspended. Of the 71 cases, because they involve learners, we then suspended with immediate effect those educators. And then in line with the disciplinary code with section in collective agreement 3 of 2018, we then instituted disciplinary hearings against those educators. The discussion earlier, Chair, it raised the issue, and I think you did talk about the issue of amending legislation. The legislation that is relevant to issue of the conduct of educators is the Employment of Educators Act. And we have noticed areas that need to be attended to. For example, Section 17 of the Employment of Educators Act, it talks about a person having a relationship of a sexual nature with the learner of the same school, of the school where he or she is teaching. It's a gap that we think needs to be addressed because, in our view, we need to deal with the learner, irrespective of whether that, and that's where most educators escape. A learner may have a sexual relationship with a learner of a neighbor in school, but you can't make use of this provision. That's one area. Now, the other area pertaining to a need to amend, you know our legal system. You deal with a matter, if you amend the law, it may not have a retrospective effect. Our legal system says it starts from where it is passed moving forward. Now, that's why we have a problem with the vetting, because employees that are already in the system, you have difficulties, either as the SACE CEO was indicated, either when it comes to employees who are new, who are still applying for jobs, but with those that are currently in the system, we'll have a problem. So we look at the impediments to the mandatory reporting. Learners are reluctant to disclose the cases of abuse, fear of victimization. I think that was already covered. Denial and lack of sympathy and support from role players. Also from families, fear of community stigma, where parents become concerned that if they report such cases, they'll be stigmatized and all that. And family protection due to financial dependency, learner support being regarded as one of else's business, parents not wanting to expose their children, parents negotiating by taking money. I think the CEO of SACE did cover that part. Emanating from the community lack of confidence over the justice system, emanating from some schools not understanding the importance of care and support, institutions' reputation, school protecting their names. Some schools still unsure, assume that it is their duty to inform the parents, and then the parent must take over. But through that communicated circular, we have been able to emphasize that parents have a duty too. Services in support of young girls impacted by incidents of statutory report. We noted a comment that this is not only about young girls. It's unfortunate that our Act, Criminal Procedure Act, refers to penetration, which therefore limits this issue. I think it will have to be dealt with when we amend as the Criminal Procedures Act. Issues of group intervention, where affected learners are identified and supported through psychosocial support, case work intervention, individual learners referred to school-based support teams, crisis management interventions on traumatic incidents, and advocacy. There has been road shows 2 years ago by our legal services unit where they explained the issue of rape. This service is rendered by social workers that we are using, and I think earlier there was an explanation that it is not feasible to have social workers in all the schools. But we do also get assistance because there's some few social workers we received with the migration of ECD who are now assisting us. The scale of the problem on slide 13 was just showing the figures there of cases as per the age groups that have been reported and dealt with. Then we look at cases, case by case per district that have been dealt with as well. I won't delve into those details, but the report has been made available. Interventions to stop the prevalence of statutory rape. We have engaged in capacity building training of educators, learner support agents. Educators are trained also on the management on support affected learners. Educators are trained on comprehensive sexuality education. And then educators also trained on linking the child with Tutuzela care support and training on mandatory reporting. As per the above circular that I referred, it also makes reporting to be a mandatory issue. And then also issues of early prevention, school awareness campaigns, staff screening, cleaning, clearance of educators prior to employment. I think that was reported to earlier, and restoration of sex offenders. It's one of the areas that have been dealt with. I think, Chair, that was in the main. I won't deal with the recommendations, but we have already said that there's an issue of considering amending legislation, which I think is a responsibility of this meeting as the lawmakers of our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that presentation. So you're saying you only received 70, you only have 70 cases that are reported in this academic year.
Yes, 71 cases.
71.
And they were saying that those that fall under statutory rape are 30.
There are 30 those
Yeah.
that fall under
Yes, and
statutory
then those for all other learners misconduct reported by schools on all cases involving sexual abuse of learners. In total, there are 71, but for those above 16, there will be 41.
Okay. Yeah. So, because also we are speaking about the issue of underreporting. So in the province, no? So can you say to us, this is the total number of cases, or is it because, or is this the reported cases? So this is what you have. These are the people that came forward. But is it a reflection of the total number of children in the province that were violated? I mean, as it relates to statutory rape, or is it an issue of who came to report?
As already indicated, Chair, in my presentation, that these are only the cases that were reported.
Yeah.
And I've stated the challenges, what is the impediments to that, some societal practices that are causing that to be, and some reluctance by schools to report. But through the communique, the circular that we issued, and advocacy, we have kept on emphasizing that there's a need to disclose and report those cases. But 71 is what was reported.
Mm. And the 30 cases, where are the learners? The 30 cases of statutory rape, where are the learners?
Yeah, most of the cases that are received in the Department Basic Education, there is an arrangement, a collective agreement that allows you to then deal with these processes through a facilitated process by an arbitrator. I think DPE reported on that. So we took disciplinary action against the teachers. Most of them, through the support from the relevant unit, are at schools. It depends on the severity. There will be few that will then be transferred. But when the schools or the principal, the parents say the learner cannot be there, but most of them, they are in their schools. It is the teacher that gets suspended and be removed from the school environment.
These are the cases of statutory rape that involves learners and teachers. This is that only those that involve learners and teachers, or is it all the statutory rape cases that you've interfaced with?
Yeah, I think that being guided by the colleague, it's all the cases that we received, but we have not disaggregated to check how many were not, but the colleagues can always advise, because this is a colleague who's dealing with that directly.
Can we disaggregate them?
Can you come, Dr. Komba?
Okay, in terms of these cases, maybe we'll have then to relook at them and disaggregate to say these are for teachers and these are for anyone. But for this moment, we looked at all the cases that involved rape, including those that are not teachers. But we will then disaggregate and submit if that is what we have to do.
So as you do that as well, just check with the department if they can be able to give us the stats of the number of young girls that have dropped out in this academic year. Because usually you do have reasons as to why they've dropped out. If there is any number of young girls that have dropped out from school in this academic year, maybe just give us those numbers and the areas where the total number of young girls have dropped out. Because we need to deal with this issue of underreporting. We need to understand where does it emanate. And you are saying there is all other issues. So if there is, it means the number might be higher than just 30 cases. And because they were not reported, we don't know.
Yes, thanks, Chair. No, we will provide the stats on dropouts. We'll also have to disaggregate it, because the ones that we're having now were for all the learners that dropped out. So we'll disaggregate to show girl learners and their age levels. And then we'll then deal with the issue of underreporting as well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Let's do that before maybe by the end of the session. Let's have that information. Yes, sir.
Oh, sorry. Yes, can I clarify? As the more we're looking at the presentation, I think in the presentation at the beginning it says 71 for all, and then there's 11 that is for the teachers. That is it is in the presentation. It is disaggregated. Sorry about that.
Also, the 11
Yes.
are the cases that involve the learners and teachers.
Yes, and
then it means the rest, which is 80 now, or let's say not 86. 20.
No, 60 because it was 71.
Oh, 60 now.
Yes.
60 now. It's for all other cases.
Correct.
Okay. That's fine. Let's allow a question session, a brief question session. Should we take all provinces and then take question session at the end? I think that will be more productive. Yeah, I think we should do that because otherwise we will not be able to deal with the issue of time. So please do have that information for us later on. So let's hold those questions, just note them down, and then we will then take questions later. The next province, Free State.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Let me align myself with the protocol already established, however, acknowledging the Minister and a Deputy Minister. I'll then be doing the presentation for the Free State. My name is Bukelwa Kwelane. You can then move to the next slide. I will touch on all the questions that were posed on us and add where we see that we needed to add. Then the purpose will just then to make the presentation and recommendations. Can you please move the slide next? Okay. In rendering services pertaining to statutory rape, we employ a multi-layered, multi-sectoral approach in the prevention and management of rape, statutory rape, sexual harassment and assault, which is an approach underpinned by Care Support for Teaching and Learning, which then talks to a sector approach as well as all stakeholders involved. Can you move? Next slide. The legal requirements, I will not touch on that. However, I want to just highlight a policy, which is SACE policy. We really use SACE policy to refer learners. So teachers are able to refer learners, even if they just maybe identify a learner that is withdrawn, a learner that suddenly is tearing. So we are training them so that they are able to then refer to the district offices where the specialists are. Then you can move. Then on issues of our capacity, which I think is key, I will just touch on the Free State human resource capacity, which I think after SACE report of 2 years ago, it really assisted us because since then we've appointed such a lot of social workers. In the province, we have 69 social workers, 8 psychologists, we have 110 learning support advisors, 48 learning support agents, 56 child and youth care workers. In our special schools, almost all our special schools have a school-based social worker. We have our labor relations. So when it comes to psychosocial support team, we are not where we were 2 years ago. Last year, there was a lot of appointments that we made that then enabled us to support. Also, when we touch on partnerships, we do have partners like Soul City Hotlines that do pro bono services. And that then we take it as our capacity. Next slide. So looking at the prevention and management, we dwell much on the early identification and prevention. Hence, we are very strong on training, ongoing training on mandatory reporting. Those are the figures, stats that we've trained. We're training more on principles because like it has already been said, there are people at the cold front and then if they are empowered, they are able to report. Vetting, we've vetted, you will see in my next slide, we vetted 27,314 officials. And we also use Form 22 and CS and psychosocial screening as a pathway. Advocacy, we're also quite strong on advocacy also touching on parents. Next slide. So that is then on the vetted officials. You can see that when it comes to teachers, we've vetted more than 60% of our teachers are vetted. In special schools, you will see we vetted 762 teachers. In our public ordinary schools, we've vetted 13,967 teachers of our 22,000 teachers in the province. We also vet caretakers, we also vet security personnel. We've already done this. We vet cleaners, we vet administrators. Next slide. We vet change agents, which are those young people that I said they either have auxiliary social work or they are trained on child and youth care work, so they work at schools. In our hotspot schools, we appoint those young people to be there on daily basis. So we also vet them. We also vet teacher assistants. We also vet our nutrition food handlers and transport drivers. We are still continuing. The next slide. Then on psychosocial support, we have ongoing psychosocial support services that we render to learners, prevention as well as restorative and ongoing therapeutic services. We also debrief learners. We take the girls, each and every quarter we request labor relations to give us the number of girls that have been raped, and then we debrief them together with Tutuzela. And in this reporting period, we've briefed 77 girls. Parenting with assurance, we also support parents so that they are able to have these tough conversations, because sometimes learners, they keep quiet because at home nobody's going to believe them or nobody's going to support them. So we support learners through Parenting with Assurance program that we have, hostel parents as well as our social workers. Next slide. Psychosocial support ongoing as well. I've already mentioned the LSAs, learning support agents that are in our hotspot schools that are appointed for a period of contract of 3 years. Also material support, because girls are vulnerable. They end up with the wrong people in wrong relationships because of vulnerability. When it comes to material support, we also give that. Next slide. Now the curriculum support, we also integrate comprehensive sexuality education within our curriculum. And we've trained 625 educators in the reporting period, because there are educators that also cannot speak, with confidence on issues of sexuality. And they are also the taboo, the silence. So it's integrated within curriculum so that we enhance even co-curricular programs. Continue. Next slide. Then the fourth one. Next slide. Okay, integrated school health, we're working with Department of Health. When they do the screening, we have 31 Department of Health nurse teams that go to schools, and they integrate in that the health education as well as abuse and how learners can deal with sexual matters. Continue. The fifth one, which we also really see it as a strong point, is the peer education. When learners are safe amongst each other, they talk about these issues amongst each other in safe spaces, they are able to stand and be the voice, because they are the ones that are being affected. So in primary schools, we have soul buddies, we work closely with Soul City. We have dreams. We also train RCL girls. We also have boy programs, which is a 5-year program. We take them from grade 8, 100 boys, same boys for 5 years. We engage with them. And then we also have our radically different species, which is then boys and girls. We take them to camps. So peer education is also one area that we really tap into. Next slide. Collaboration, I've already spoken about collaboration. We can continue. Collaboration on sister departments. This is also very key. Through it used to be Adopter Corp, but now they are called our school safety officers. All our schools have school safety officers that are attached to and they are also then another platform for learners to relate to. In our awareness campaigns, we've done those numbers and parents are also on board. Next slide. Then the management, we leave the management to labor relations after we've reported, and then they take care of that, and also police and social development. However, the gap here is that sometimes when cases are dealt with through social development, we don't get to know the outcomes, which is then maybe a gap. Outplacement, which is the last one, we also then outplace learners together with social development and justice, where we take learners from home and then we put them in our schools, especially those maybe for weeks they are taken by foreign nationalities and they are being used and groomed for sexual activities. Continue. Now the prevalence in our province can go. Continue. Okay, here's the prevalence. Over the past 2 years, we had 77 cases that were reported. Of those cases, some were reported through labor relations, some through our local social workers. So statutory rape of that was 8 and 7 have been dismissed. Teachers have been dismissed. 1 is still pending because it's still going through hearing. Sexual misconduct, 18 was reported, 13 were dismissed, 5 is pending. Sexual assaults, 10 were reported, 10 were dismissed. Sexual relationships of teachers and learners, 4 were reported, 3 were dismissed, 1 is pending. And then teen pregnancies, which is also great number, is 339 of learners below 16. Next slide, please.
As you conclude, this is 1 minute left.
Okay, can you go to the last slide? As I conclude, there are two things that we are saying, if the House can help us with. The Department of Education social workers don't have statutory rights. So they cannot take their cases to court and follow them to conclusion. They only give them to social development. And looking at the capacity of government at large, we request that maybe we be given back those statutory rights. I thank you.
Thank you very much to the Free State. Let's go to, I said after the Free State, it's Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape.
Good afternoon to you, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon to the honorable members, the Minister and the Deputy Minister. Good afternoon to everyone in the platform, both physically and as well as on virtual platform. My name, Honorable Chair, is Wulamani Zenzile. I am presenting on behalf of the Eastern Cape Department of Education. Chair, I just want to preface my presentation by saying the social ills actually in our society have taken a stride, Honorable Chair, and in particular in our schools, and hence you find us having to engage in this platform as a way of trying to deal with the scourge of this particular pandemic, Honorable Chair. We have also noted, Honorable Chair, the comments that have been made in the previous session, and we've taken note of them. And safe to say, I won't be presenting slide by slide, Honorable Chair, as well as most of the information actually has been presented, but to just zoom in straight in the interest of time, because we don't have much time. If I can ask to go to slide 12 in terms of us as a province, because other slides are talking to the introduction as well as your legal context, which has been dealt with in this particular platform extensively. As a way of, Honorable Chair, trying to deal with this particular, pandemic as a province. Slide 12, please. We have actually embarked on the process of ensuring that we conduct training and as well as advocacy in terms of your child rights awareness and ensure that there's zero tolerance in terms of this abuse. And we took a stance of ensuring that we involve our communities, because the learners, the teachers, the SGPs are coming from community, so that they take part of in terms of this particular fight, so that we break the silence, honorable chair, honorable members, in terms of reporting. We have been saying in this meeting that there is a potential of underreporting or non-reporting thereof. So we're saying we want to ensure that we break that silence and we include, we embark on a process of ensuring that all those that are actually vulnerable are protected, Honorable Chair. Training to all districts in terms of all the guidelines we have developed, that actually has happened, as well as we have tried to conduct, to do what we call embark on a poster kind of customer care in all schools to advocate this particular fight, to say we are in a fight and therefore everybody must gun up in ensuring that we deal with this particular issue, as well as ensuring that our DBSTs on these child abuse guidelines in the districts actually are being implemented, as well as your school-based support teams, Honorable Chair. Next slide, please. As we roll out that plan, Honorable Chair, as I indicated that we have our DPST, that actually the training on those guidelines, we have done that. To all our special schools personnel, actually your teachers, your support staff, and teacher assistants, they all have been trained in terms of ensuring that they are ready for this fight. Actually, it is unfortunate that, Honorable Chair, we are reacting to this particular pandemic. Also, we ensured that we expand to all mainstream schools in terms of this particular child abuse guidelines, because it does not only affect a particular category of schools, but it cuts across, and as well as training of all special schools with hostels and residential care, on standards of how to best we deal with this pandemic. Can I ask you to go to slide 16, please? Thank you. This is Honorable Chair, Honorable members, the channel where, in terms of referrals, in terms of our protocol, where we deal with the condition, where we know how to refer that and who to refer that. But in this interest of time, Honorable Chair, let me not read this slide, but I wanted to reflect to this members that this is what we are doing as a department in ensuring that we fight with this particular pandemic. This is a situation, Honorable Chair, that actually needs all of us. I think it has been raised by the honorable members in the previous session that it is not a war that only requires the Department of Education, but it requires all other sister departments to come on board in terms of fighting the scourge of this particular pandemic, Honorable Chair. Can I go to slide 18, Honorable Chair? We felt that, Honorable Chair, in the rest of time, we just need to present this table in terms of indicating to the members of this platform what actually has been reported, what the department has received in terms of the cases of sexual misconduct. But I want us, Honorable Chair, to focus on the 2 years, your 2024 and 2025, where we note that there has been a rise in terms of these cases that actually been reported. And we need to ensure that we deploy our focus and our interventions to ensure that we fight this pandemic. And there are strides, there are mechanisms that the department actually has embarked on in fighting with this particular sketch, Honorable members, which I'll talk to in my latter slides, Honorable Chair. If I may ask that, Honorable Chair, you go to the next slide, please. Thank you. This is just a summary of sexual misconduct cases that actually were reported by our districts, which I won't bore the committee by reading all of them. But we are trying to say this is where we actually need to focus our interventions. Again, if you look onto your last 3 right columns where you talk about 2024, 2025, as well 2024, 2025, 2026, where we're sitting at the number of 25 for 2024, 2025, and you're sitting at the number of 29 cases that have been reported for 25, 26, which is our current year, which actually in total, when you combine all of them, you're sitting at about 91. But I wanted us to zoom into, in terms of our saying, we are doing our work in terms of, which I'll present in the next slide. We're doing our work, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, to deal with this particular aspect by ensuring that we rope in our partners, our stakeholders, our sister departments in terms of what we do. In terms of our slide 22, if I may just get into that one, Honorable Chair, where we're talking about, number 1, one, if you look at the table, this is only for 25-26 financial year, which is our current financial year. In terms of the number of incidents or misconducts actually that have happened, where we see that number of learners actually that have been actually alleged to have been raped across all districts, you'd find the number is 6. But if you look at column number, I think the third column from the left, which talks about other forms of sexual abuse, where you're talking about a number of 25. Then you move, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, where we talk about what have we done as a department, working together with your SAPS, your Justice Department, your Department of Social Development, your Department of Health, in trying to curb this particular animal. If there's a column, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, that talks about the number of educators that are facing criminal charges or that have been arrested as a result of these sexual misconduct, you're sitting at about 8, Honorable Chair, which means, yes, it may be a drop in the ocean because one learner that has been raped is too many. So we are trying to act decisively on these issues to say those that actually are found to have actually embarked on this misconducts, they must face the music, Honorable Chair. Hence, we're talking about the number is going to increase as we work closely with our sister departments in terms of ensuring that we actually, kept this this particular animal. And then we're saying, we are saying, pardon me, in terms of the learners that are actually underage that have been raped, you're sitting at 4. But we are saying in total, we are doing what we can do, and all those educators and non-educators that are actually found to have transgressed with this particular that have been found guilty of this particular misconduct, they must face the music. I think, Honorable Chair, in the interest of time, can I go to slide number 29 in terms of saying, because in other slides, it's a number of schools where these misconducts have happened and what the department has done, and I would just not waste the time of the honorable members in their spare time. They will just go through and see which schools in which districts that actually that has happened. In an attempt to provide support and actually apply interventions in terms of dealing with this, the department is still committed in ensuring that learners are safe where they are, because school is one of the environments that learners and educators must be safe at all times. And then there's a facilitation that we have done in terms of orientation of DBST that is focused in terms of your child abuse guidelines, that we have done this actually in the month of June and July this year. And again, we have distributed, Honorable Chair, a number of documents in trying to communicate with the districts in terms of advocacy, in terms of mitigating of sexual abuse in schools, that is actually aimed in terms of what I said earlier on, strengthening, preventing, and actually responding in this particular, pandemic that actually we are facing. As well as a follow-up, we are continuously making a follow-up in terms of saying, how far are we going? How far have this...
In the minute, just sum up in 1 minute.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Can you go to the last slide? Where we are saying we have established task teams where we are working with other departments, and we even actually opened a hotline as a department in encouraging that there must be reporting that takes place in terms of ensuring that the accuracy of that reporting, so that we're able to work. We have also engaged our unions, Honorable Chair, in ensuring that this issue is not only for the department, but it affects all of us, as I indicated in my preface, that this is a societal matter and we must work hand in hand as a society to curb the scale of this particular pandemic. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Northern Cape, the North Cape. Northern Cape, are you not ready?
We are ready, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair. This is Michelle Ishmael here. I'm the Acting HOD of Education. Good afternoon to you and all of the members, as well as colleagues on the platform. Importantly, I must just offer again the apologies for the MEC. He did forward a written letter to apologize, but we will have Dr. Alexander, who will do the presentation on behalf of the department. Thank you, Chairperson. Afternoon, Chairperson. Afternoon, colleagues on the platform and everyone in attendance. Thank you for the opportunity. We are not going to go through the introductory remarks. We're going to move straight on to, I think it's slide number 5, which is the impediments to the mandatory reporting of statutory rape in schools. I think most of the provinces and DBE has covered the legislative frameworks. So we're not going to go through those requirements again. I think it is slide 5, impediments to mandatory reporting requirements. Next one. Thank you. So we, as a province, we are indicating there that despite the clear statutory obligation under Section 54 of the Sexual Offences and Related Matters Amendment Act and Section 110 of the Children's Act, mandatory reporting of statutory rape and sexual abuse involving learners remains inconsistently implemented within our schools. And this can be attributed to numerous social and cultural factors and could be as a result of misinterpretation of the law, a lack of clarity regarding protocols, economic dependence, where we see where families are sometimes dependent financially on these alleged perpetrators, a fear of stigma and shame, a lack of trust in authorities. We can move. Next slide, please. An overview of the prevalence of sexual offences against learners in the NCDOE. So National Crime and Child Child Crime reports show very large numbers of sexual offences affecting children. Policies, DBE protocols, the Children's Act and the Sexual Offences Act requires schools to report and refer. And in our introductory slides, we've given an indication how these reporting lines are required to occur. So in the Department of Education, there is currently one reported statutory rape case that occurred in the John Taule Gatsiwe district, which was reported in September 2025. This case is currently pending, with the accused placed immediately on precautionary suspension, pending the outcome of the disciplinary procedure. Sexual offences involving learners in the department remain serious and an ongoing child protection challenge. So to this, we are saying that strengthened prevention, rapid response and multi-department collaboration will remain essential to safeguarding our learners. On the next slide, we can move to the next slide. The table indicates the number of sexual offence cases that the province currently has. So you'll see, as I'm just going to summarize it quickly, we have 12 cases presented on the slide. 9 cases have been finalized with 3 awaiting set down. We can move to the next slide. These are just some of the services that the department has in support of sexual misconduct when these matters are reported against our learners. You'll see there our areas of support include immediate safety and protection of the learner, ensuring that mandatory reporting and legal compliance. We have psychosocial and emotional support systems in place for learners, medical and forensic services with our Department of Health and Tutuzela care centers and child welfare services in hospitals. We also have academic support and reintegration mechanisms in place, parental and family support for the family, and as well as intersectoral collaboration with SAPS, DSD and the Department of Health, case monitoring and following up as well to ensure the integration of the learner into the system. We can move to the next slide. We have also just included a slide with regards to some of the other interventions that the department has in place. These relate to our teenage pregnancies. So we have HIV and AIDS, Life Skills Conditional Grant, which is responsible for ensuring that both the boy and girl learners receive comprehensive sexual and reproductive health education. These grant programs are aimed at curbing learner pregnancy, through accredited educator comprehensive sexuality education, SMTs, SGBs, and parent workshops or empowerment sessions, advocacy and social mobilization, conducting of peer education, and establishing functional soul body clubs, on-site support provided to boy and girl learners by the LSAs in selected schools. We can move to the next slide. In addition, also are scripted lesson plans with age-appropriate content per phase, grade, and age. And that's just the indication of how it flows throughout the intermediate, senior, and FET phase. We can move to the next slide. Then we also have additional programs that the NCDOE implemented to support learner pregnancy or the prevention of learner pregnancy. We have an awareness campaign which targeted 1,000 boy and girl learners aged 14 and above, led by the district teams and by the former MEC, which was undertaken in 2023, under the theme Not Me, Not Now. The campaign's objectives included rolling out comprehensive sexual education. The Deputy Minister of Basic Education also hosted a learner pregnancy dialogue in the JTG district in 2024, funded by UNESCO. 6 primary schools and high schools participated in this dialogue. We can move to the next slide. Precautionary interventions which we use to prevent statutory rape and sexual abuse of children. We are saying that strict screening and vetting of all staff is critical and important. Enforcement of the SACE Code of Professional Conduct and Ethics, awareness of and prevention of education for learners, early identification of vulnerable learners, strengthened reporting mechanisms, behavioral and social prevention programs. We can move to the next slide. Then, in terms of recommendations, in terms of policy and legislative reform, there is always room for improvement, Chairperson. But for now, what we currently have in place within the robust national legal and regulatory framework is the fact that we have the Employment of Educators Act with Section 17, which provides for automatic dismissals of educators found guilty of serious misconduct, including sexual offences, although they are limited now to sexual relationships and the like. But once found guilty of that serious misconduct, it is a deemed dismissal. There are also amendments to the South African Schools Act on learner discipline, which strengthens the powers of governing bodies and principals to manage serious misconduct and enforce discipline and protect learners from abuse and unsafe behavior. The Director General also issued standard operating procedures on summary dismissal for persons on the sexual offences registers or who are found on the sexual offences registers. There is also the 2021 Gazette, which is the period of prevention of re-employment after dismissal or deemed discharge. The challenge with this document is the fact that the law cannot be applied retrospectively. So it's implemented from the date that it comes into law. And then, of course, we have the SACE Ethical Code of Conduct and Disciplinary Process, which requires educators to uphold the integrity and learner safety. And SACE now also conducts its own investigations and hearings, which may result in their deregistration and national barring of educators if they are found guilty of misconduct. I thank you, Chairperson and colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sticking also to time. We are now moving to Limpopo. I hope the MECs are there online, because when we do answer questions, we want to get their insight when we deal with question sessions. Limpopo.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Marupen Sishibe, the HOD. Thank you very much for affording us the opportunity to make this presentation. Let me, in the same vein, acknowledge other honorable members, the Minister, the Deputy Minister, as well as our MEC, Melorelo Ramakanya, the MEC of Limpopo Department of Education. Ladies and gentlemen. Program Director, allow me then to not talk to the presentation outline, but rather go to slide number 3 that talks to the legal requirements, and just emphasize one point there, which is to indicate that Indeed, the Department of Education has got what is called a protocol for the management and reporting of sexual abuse and harassment cases in schools, which it's available on the website of the department. But importantly is that our SGBs are utilizing the protocol in order to generate code of conducts, which also assist in terms of the guidelines on reporting this type of cases of sexual harassment and sexual abuse. Let's go to the next slide. Notwithstanding, Program Director, you still have, Honorable Chair, challenges of why mandatory reporting is not really happening in our schools. And the following reasons are highlighted. Firstly, is that the principals are not reporting these incidents for fear of being called during court cases to become witnesses. The second one is that they want to protect the image or the reputation of the schools because of the stigma associated with this kind of cases. Thirdly, that there are issues of cultural prejudice in terms of the practices whereby the families of the victim and the perpetrator would want to settle cases by a way of compensating and so on, so that cases are not reported to the police and to the officials of the department. But also that the victims themselves have a tendency of just not reporting because of fear or stigma as well. And the other issue is that there is a perception which I would want to indicate that to some extent is true, that we take time to handle these particular cases. And I think the colleague from NAPDOSA did give a practical case in that particular regard. But also that in some instances, we do not necessarily have dedicated teams that makes follow-ups on this type of cases. Also that victims are actually discouraged by incident of secondary victimization, because if they report these cases, you'll find that from time to time they must appear during disciplinary cases, and sometimes uncomfortable questions are being posed on them. So psychologically it takes a toll on them. Let's go to the next slide. Now, the lived realities of the reasons why teachers, parents, families, and communities are not responding or are not reporting, rather, is that one, they perceive the process to be tedious, as I've already indicated, and exhausting. And as a result, they are reluctant to report. Other colleagues have also raised the issue of the administrative processes, whereby forms like Form 22 of DST, it seems to be disencouraging because it requires a lot of information as such. And also I've raised the issue of the sensitivity in terms of, these incidents which are happening outside the school, whereby, you'll find that the parents are actually reluctant to come and raise them with the officials of the department or the school management. In terms of the services that the department is providing to the victims, what we can indicate is that as the department, we do provide psychological support to the affected young girls, and we ensure that they attend their sessions. We provide them with logistical support in that particular regard. And also to indicate that we also refer such cases to the Department of Social Development when need be. And further that we also do report these cases to SAPS. But also importantly that if an incident is reported at school, we are able to take the learner to a clinic or to a hospital in order to do the necessary test and for them to get the necessary attention. Let's go to the next slide. In terms of the scale of the problem, what we can indicate is that we have got statistics for the last 3 years. They do show a fluctuating pattern, and also importantly that the department has got a zero tolerance in this regard for this type of incidents. The statistics from 2022 to 2025, I think if we look at 2025, where there is dark blue, it shows that you've got a number of 9 cases of statutory rape that have been reported. And further than that, in 2024, it was 1, in 2023, it was 1, and in 2022, we had 3. Let's go to the next slide. In terms of the cases of 2025, we can indicate that out of the 9, 8 of them have been resolved, and those educators were actually dismissed. 1 case is still pending. In terms of the 3 years that I've alluded to, in 2022, 3 educators were dismissed, and in 2023, 1, in 2024, 1 educator. So all in all, we are having 15 cases that we've dealt with since 2022. And I think at this point, it is important to indicate that in line with 2018 ELRC collective agreement, the ELRC is the one that is prosecuting these cases, if you wish. And after they have arrived at the sanction, they refer such to SACE so that those educators that have been found guilty can then be scrapped off the roll. But also importantly, that they do submit the results to the Department of Social Development so that those names can then be registered on the National Child Protection Register. And we want to thank them in this regard. In terms of the interventions that we have put in place to prevent the prevalence of statutory rapes, I must indicate that over the period of time, since 2022 to date, we are training our officials. So far, we've got 3,967 that we have trained, which are inclusive of your principals, your deputy principals, and as well as the educators. And on a regular basis, our districts continue to conduct these workshops in collaboration with SACE as well. Let's go to the next slide. In terms of the recommendations, Honorable Chair, we are just recommending that it will be important that we must make sure that our policies are aligned to the lived realities in order to ensure that there is accountability, especially where cases are not reported, which would have happened within our school premises. And we think that more advocacy drive is important to ensure that we educate parents and as well as our educators, inclusive of the victims, so that we can ensure that they report, but also importantly, for them to be aware, because awareness is very critical, especially with children of a younger age. And importantly, also, we're saying we need to continue to capacitate our circuits to be able to provide a speedy resolution when necessary. Thanks, Chair. I think that brings us to the end of our presentation. Tobel, you can see it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, HOD. The next province is Gauteng.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, Chair, honorable members of the committee. MEC is present and other colleagues on the meeting. I'm just going to go quickly through also the slides. Some of the slides has already been discussed. So also there's an overview, so I'm not going to go to the legal requirements. I'm just trying to move with that has been dealt with. So I'm just going to go over to the meat of the presentation. The scale of the problem, we as a department, as a sector, we acknowledge the high prevalence, as was also alluded to this morning by the Minister and other colleagues in their presentations, also from unions and so forth. And there's this protocol for the management and the reporting of sexual abuse and harassment in schools that sets the minimums steps for schools to follow. We were part as a province of the DBE's review process a couple of weeks ago, where we looked at what are the gaps in the current report protocol, and we gave also inputs on how to strengthen the protocol. Hopefully next year, when the protocol has been approved, we will then go into the training of our DBSTs, SBSTs, SGBs, and all the relevant officials on that. The verified stats on statutory rape, Bullet 2 says that these protocols and parliamentary and civil society statements shows that there are gaps, as alluded by the chairperson also and other members, in the implementation, and calls for stronger coordination between education, health, police, social development, and justice. And with that, I will also speak how we also addressing those gaps. The verified stats on statutory rape can not be provided by the department because the statutory rape is a criminal offense sanctioned by the courts, and often these cases take many years to be concluded. And to have those accurate stats, sometimes it is a bit of a struggle to get those. Just to show you also, Chair, I just want to move now. Just the scale of the problem also that we have numbers here as according to the sexual assault recorded in GDE over the couple of years. There you see it, the total cases in 2023, 24, 25, 26. And those were the numbers that were recorded also by our department, our unit, labor unit. What we also have, and Department of Health also presented 2 weeks ago to the joint standing committees, stats that they routinely collect within the teenage deliveries. And as you will see, the data includes deliveries by teenagers aged 10 to 14 and 15 to 19 years. But if you look at that age group, below the legal age of consent, we can see those cases as a proxy of indicator of potential statutory rape or sexual abuse. These data may support early identification, referrals, and interventions of possible cases of abuse, and in collaboration with social services, and that's where we also, as a department, the psychosocial unit comes in. With the gap that we have identified was also that there's the cross-referencing of reporting amongst the departments, the Forms 22 and Forms 23 is a gap, and we are also addressing that at the moment. There you can see the numbers that we have from the Department of Health. On the right side in that box, you can see the delivery age between 10 and 14 declined by 73% from 309 in the first quarter of the financial year 2020 to 84 in the same period. That 2020 specific refers, and we all know what happened during COVID when learners stayed at home. Those numbers across the country shot up, and fortunately, we can see there is a decline in that, especially in our province, but 84 is quite a high number still. And the areas that were identified is Ekurhuleni and a sub-district in Johannesburg that still have got high prevalence in that. And then there's also just a note that says that between October and December, it seems like the deliveries are happening between July and September. So it means that we must focus on activities that happens in October and December. The impediments are mainly the same as reported by other colleagues. I think the one that came out that I want to focus on is on your independent schools. They sometimes, when we do get cases from those sites and we go visit the sites to do investigations, these schools then will cite that they're not aware of the DBE protocols that implicates them, and specifically in regards to child protection. Their defense is that the child protection legislation and protocols documents are not included in the application, and then there's also no training provided to these schools to ensure there's compliance and reporting with the legislation. The other one is also the confusion around the legal threshold. I think one of the colleagues has referred to that, especially when it happens between a close age group, between learners, that educators and indicate that they see this is not as sexual abuse or sexual assault, but rather consensual activities amongst learners, say 2 or 3 years age difference. Also, the fear of retribution by perpetrators, I think colleagues mentioned that also. Still on that one, what are the services that we provide? We support the first line intervention by head office, district officials, and your school-based support teams. And there are reporting roadmaps that are provided to schools to ensure that all medical, legal, and protection services are provided. We also stress the importance of a 72-hour response. We call it a rapid response for sexual and physical abuse. The completion of the Form 22 for every incident of child abuse is also emphasized to enable the Department of Social Development to populate the child registration protection register Part A and B. We also emphasize that the school must support the child during and after the forensic criminal processes, and there we work very closely with our sister departments and other child protection organizations such as Teddy Bear Clinic. Childline, we also have a MOU with Childline that provides a 24/7 toll-free crisis line, which is available to learners, staff, caregivers to report incidents of abuse. We have a formalized partnership with Childline, same with the Teddy Bear Foundation. They provide quite rapid response and trauma debriefing for boys and girls that are impacted by these incidents. We also support or strengthen the learner support in our schools. I think some colleagues have mentioned it. Our GBAMS, Girls and Boys Education Movement, through Soul Buddies, the learner support agents, and also the recent employed care and support agents. Then we also have your LTSM. I think Northern Cape has shown the care comprehensive sexuality education that's across all the departments in the country, and also the scripted lesson plans that we have. Then, as I indicated, that with the Department of Social Development, we do have a MOU that increases the capacity of the GDA to render preventative and child protection service to higher schools. We have 120 social workers based at our districts so that they can easily and quickly respond to cases where these are reported. Also, through our Matthew Goodnewer School of Leadership, there is also partnerships that we have, and I alluded to the child-free, the 24/7 toll-free crisis line. It also includes SADC, the South African Depression and Anxiety Group. We do have plans that, and we have conducted training and meetings and consultative workshop with public schools and independent schools. And since this quarter started, we had about 22 parental workshops targeting about 4,200 parents, where we also just emphasize the parental role in reporting sexual abuses in our schools and in homes. Awareness programs, that we have also. These activities are intensified during the Child Protection Week and also other commemorative days that promotes child protection. A couple of weeks ago, we had the premier MEC of Social Development and Education, where we hosted the International Day of the Girl Child, and there we also spoke with the premier, also had then some interaction with the girl learners on what are the issues that faces them. I think I'll stop there, Chair. As I indicated, there are some also the stats that we have of the cases that has been reported, but we will answer that also in later by our colleagues from Labour Department. Thanks a lot, Chair.
Thank you very much. We now move to Northwest.
Good afternoon, Chair. I'm Lengane Bokhatsu, the Superintendent General responsible for Northwest Department of Education. The MEC is also on call. I'm going to take you through the presentation, but since most of the issues have been reflected to by my colleagues from other provinces, I will proceed and all protocol observed. As the department, I think we can move to slide number 2. Can't you put it on a slideshow so that it can be much bigger for people online to be able to see? As the department, we have taken note of the legal requirements that have been reflected by other provinces. I think it's more similar to what has been presented by DBE and other provincial department, but basically it's an emphasis that whatever we do in line with the legislation. And in terms, the bottom 3 lines specifically talks about reporting, that it's compulsory that parents, school guardians, and caregivers to report directly to South African Police Services where there is a need. They also have to report to Department of Social Development. Proceed. Here we just indicating the scale and prevalence of statutory of incidents of statutory rape in the Northwest Province. And what is the challenge here that we are raising mainly is that we may be thinking that we've got numbers, but the underreporting due to fear, power imbalance, and sometimes the systems that we have put in place make it difficult sometimes for us to be able to report the accurate numbers. Next slide. Now, this is the slide that we have records accurate reporting in terms of what has happened during the financial year 24-25. You can see that the sexual assault was the nature of the sexual offense. Because of the actions that we are taking, 5 cases were reported from teachers for colleges and school, and the number of conviction was 5, and all of them have been dismissed. And then at the bottom, we talk about the statutory rape, which we had only 1 case from teachers and 1 convicted, and the dismissal has happened. Now, for 2025 and 2026, we are still dealing with 4 cases from teachers, and the conviction is not yet concluded because it's ongoing, because we have started first with the process to make sure that the matter is adequately attended to satisfy the procedural aspect. But once done, I think the outcome will be the same as dismissal. Next slide. Now, here it is the outcome that happened as a result of us vetting. Vetting was a very, very important aspect. Just to indicate the numbers, when I crunch numbers, we identified these 4 teachers out of the exercise of vetting that we have started. 3,900 teachers have been fully vetted in the Northwest Province, and 16,000 have to date submitted, and we are just waiting for the outcome for certificates. And the ongoing process, it's about the 12,000 teachers that are outstanding, but the process is ongoing because everybody has been given the timelines to make sure that they submit. Now, out of these 4 teachers that were identified out of 3,900, they have already been served with precautionary suspension, and we're just waiting responses so that the standard operating procedures adopted by the DBE can be implemented. And then the vetting process, like I indicated, of the 12,000 and 16,000 is ongoing. Once we are done with all teachers, then we will be able to focus on those that are in the office-based educators, and those who are directly working with learners. Next slide. Most of the provinces have indicated the impediments, and they are similar to us. Issues of fear, misunderstanding of the consent, sometimes that they are saying that the learners are great, family pressure, emotional, and difficulty of disclosing. Those are some of the things that are happening. Next slide. Next slide. I've spoken to this one, and also next slide. Now, I just want to focus on the services that we focus on supporting the and as the province, Northwest, we have adopted a multi-layered comprehensive framework to support learners who are involved in statutory rape and other sexual offenses. And there are support structures that have been established in collaboration, particularly with the Department of Health, Department of Social Development, South African Police Service, Justice. Of importance, we are also involving civil society organizations who are advocating to make sure that this matter does not affect our learners. Next slide. Now, in terms of, next slide. Yeah, this one, just remain on that one. It is the process, the previous slide, please. It is a process that we are advocating with our principals that if a case is there, it must be immediately reported to South African Police Services. Where the siblings or parents are involved, they have to be referred to appropriate government and victim empowerment program. The engagement of Department of Social Development, the legal process within the department, VP, Tutuzela Center, Civic Society, and key support group. But we have noted what the chair has said, because mostly we looked at our report inwardly, but there is a need for us to start determining even when such actions have happened outside the school, which will be able to put it up so that it support our interventions. Next slide. Now the interventions, next slide. The interventions that we put in place is that we, like I indicated, that we have taken multifaceted approach to focus on early intervention and prevention, which is very, very important, and also effective response when such occurrences happen. What is also important is advocacy that is done by the relevant unit to make sure that teachers are aware, SGBs and learners, and even the communities. The collaboration that we have with civil society organization also assists a big, but we need to beef up to make sure that it does make a huge impact. And the issue of vetting, background vetting, when teachers are appointed, or any person who's going to work directly with the learners, and register checks of all working with learners. Now, the next slide. Yeah, this one I've spoken to it. You can move to the next one, where we are now talking about some of things that relate to legislative review. Can we go to the next slide? We just highlighted very few issues that the clarity is needed to establish non-negotiable referral pathways. Some amendments that emphasize the last sentence. I mean, with a sentence on that talks to such of minimizing the need for the child to repeat their testimony in multiple areas, because we think it compromises the ability of the learner to do this thing. And then legislative measures are needed to ensure faster processing of DNA, because if DNA is not processed, we need also to take note that this thing will be something that will be making the learner or those who are affected to have more pains. Next slide. And then mostly we emphasize the issues of training, interdepartmental collaboration, and data management. And I think, Chair, those are the things that we are doing. But just to confirm that we have taken note of the comments that you have made, and we'll make sure that as we come back with the report, we are also taking note of things that might have happened outside the school. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let us move swiftly to Mpumalanga. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, colleagues, good afternoon. I'm Lorraine Goba, representing Mpumalanga Province. Chairperson, allow me to follow my colleagues in terms of the presentations, that the outline of the presentation be skipped. The purpose of the presentation be skipped because the 7 provinces that have presented have already touched on that one. Let us move straight to slide number 7. We are also skipping the legal requirements or the applicable policies because these have been covered by all the provinces that presented before us. We are indicating, Chair, May I request that the correct presentation be briefed? It's not the correct presentation. That is, Mr. Brown, can we double check so that we can flight the correct? If he can also check his WhatsApp. Please check your WhatsApp apparently. So you've just sent a recent one. Early today. So the one we have, it's because I have one printed, so it's not, you've updated the presentation, or you just sent a presentation today? Updated the presentation. Oh, you updated the Yes. Yes, this is the correct one. So that's the correct one? Yes. Okay. You can go ahead then. We are indicating, Honorable Chair, noting all the applicable legislations and policies that the processes of reporting statutory rape cases, we are indicating the fact that rape is a criminal offense, whether statutory or not. Hence the need to engage the SAPS as soon as the learners have reported. We have at school level the SPSTs, where the learners can report their issues or identify any other educator, either in the SPST or any educator that they trust, to report about a rape incident. We are indicating also, Chairperson, that at school level, learners can also approach their TLO, who is dealing with issues of student affairs. We are indicating that within the department, the protocol that is followed is that the school reports to the circuit manager, who in turn reports to the district office, approaches the deputy director, labor relations, and report this matter, so that immediately the district director can suspend the suspect. We are also indicating that as the suspect is suspended, there will be that process of investigating, and if there is substance, then charges will be preferred against that particular educator to undergo the internal disciplinary processes. This protocol that we are talking about here applies to all officials, teaching or non-teaching, all officials within the school. The matter is also reported to the DSD and the Department of Health for their immediate intervention to check on the wellness of the child. When looking at the impediments, we are noting, Chairperson, that the victims fear in victimization and intimidation. That's why in most instances, the learners do not indicate that they have been violated. They are scared of the stigmatization by their own peers and adults within the school when they want to do a cover-up to cover for their colleague and so on and so on. The learners are also intimidated by the denial and or the blame by the perpetrator.
when the perpetrator will say, no, you asked for it, hey, we agreed, and what have you. So the child feels intimidated and then decides to keep quiet, believing that nobody is going to believe them. They lack confidence sometimes. They do not trust the system. This because of the previous known cases. Sometimes they talk on their own with their peers. One will indicate that I was raped, we reported the case, but up until today, nothing has happened, and so on and so on. So the child will decide to keep quiet, not to be part of the statistics as indicated by their peers. Some of the issues is that they have got the lack of knowledge of the reporting procedures. What is it that will be expected of them, and so on and so on. Another problem is the involvement of the families. Some parents negotiate with the perpetrators and reach out of court settlement. They then persuade the child not to speak out due to fear of stigmatization and harassment at school and in the community. It's even worse when the perpetrator is a family member. They will not want the matter to be reported as they believe that this will embarrass the family. The lack of trust on the system also happens to be an impediment. The lack of trust in the judiciary is also based on their previous experiences. Hence, they will decide to say, let us proceed with our lives. God will intervene. We have got another impediment, Chairperson, at the level of the school. When our educators are inadequately trained and awareness is so low and they do not know how to deal with the reported cases. There is also a problem, as I indicated earlier, of a cover-up to protect the reputation of the school in case the perpetrator is an employee or one of the stakeholders within the school. The principal or whoever at the school will fear victimization in case the perpetrator is a well-known, influential person within the community. When looking at the interventions to stop teenage pregnancy and the prevalence of statutory rape, number one, we are speaking about the implementation of the life skills programs. There are a number of programs that we are implementing at school level, which are aimed at empowering the learners, hence the need for the capacitation of principals, the SGPs, SMTs, and all other stakeholders within the institution to have a better understanding of how to deal with issues of learner pregnancy prevention and management policy, as well as the protocol for reporting sexual abuse and harassment in schools. We are offering also the psychosocial support. The school-based support teams and the district-based support teams are trained, and these conduct advocacy at the school level, capacitating learners themselves together with their educators about the rights, their conduct, and how to report cases of abuse timeously. The psychological services are also provided to the victims, their peers, as well as the parents. We are also indicating, Honorable Chair, that the SPSTs are capacitated in collaboration with inclusive education at the district office through the care and support program to identify and support vulnerable and learners using the SIAS program, the Screening, Identification, Assessment and Support Tool. We are also indicating that we have got the health calendar of events and social mobilization campaigns.
So
These
you
are done
have 1
in
minute to just wrap up because your time is up.
These are done in collaboration with the sister departments who assist in terms of support given to schools and so on and so on. We are indicating, Honorable Chair, the thing is freezing. We are indicating that we have got a total of 16 reported cases from 2024 and 2025. Out of the 16 cases, we have got 3 that belong to the category of statutory rape. The other 13 are of learners above the age of 16. We are indicating also, Chair, that out of the 13 cases, we have finalized 7 and are remaining with 6 that are still in progress.
Yeah, the time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the time is up. Thank you very much. The last province, Western Cape.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I could just say ditto, and we'd be covered by everybody else that went before us, but it would be an injustice to my colleagues who have prepared quite a detailed presentation. Chair, I will hand over to Sarah Hendricks, who is one of our senior social workers in our district, and she will take us through the presentation. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Chair. All protocols are observed. I will go to slide number 2 and only speak to 2 bullets there. And then I'm going to skip slide number 3. That has been extensively covered by the previous speakers. So I'll start with slide number 2. In terms of overview, in terms of the Western Cape Education Department own reporting mechanisms, we can determine the number of Form 22s that were submitted to report alleged sexual abuse. And then in terms of the annual school survey, data also indicates the number of learners who have fallen pregnant during a specific school year. And then in terms of data, when it comes to learner pregnancies and the prevalence of those criminally charged, those data is kept by Department of Health and Wellness, and then the criminally charged data is kept by the NPA, as well as the Justice Department. I'm going to go to slide number 4. That speaks to the impediments to mandatory reporting. So the WCED's abusement protocol document gives guidance to all staff on how to identify child abuse, deliberate neglect, and sexual offences against children, how to manage disclosures and procedures to follow. We have recently launched the amended document last week, Friday, on the 7th of November. Learners also drop out or leave the system temporarily before such disclosures can take place. And then within the family, shame, stigma, and fear of criminal consequences for family members contribute to non-reporting. Slide number 5. It speaks to services in support of young girls impacted by incidences of statutory rape. And this is essential for us, that support is being put in place for our learners, psychosocial support. When a learner reports abuse or abuse is detected by an educator, the learner victim must be referred for counselling or psychosocial support by the circuit-based social worker and also circuit-based psychologist within the relevant district. The WCED policy on managing the learner pregnancy in public schools also provides clear guidance on counselling support for pregnant learners. The learner must be given access to counselling by professionals from the specialised learner and educator support component within the district, and the WCED works in collaboration with departments and social service organisations. The stakeholders are listed below in terms of Tutuzela Care Centres, the NPA, SAPS, Department of Health, and then Department of Social Development when it comes to child support grant and accessing SASA. Slide number 6 speaks to the scale of the problem. We have some statistics at the bottom. Learner pregnancy statistics reveal the number of learners reporting to be pregnant each year. And then below you'll find the numbers from 2023 and 2022 in accordance to the annual school surveys that were done. And then the learners fell pregnant in 2020. The number there is 1,828. 2021, 1,754. And then finally in 2023, there were 2,056 learners. 2025 statistics are not available yet. Slide number 7. When a staff member is the first person to whom the child discloses abuse, the Form 22 is completed and sent to Department of Social Development or a designated child protection agency organization for investigative purposes. Should the nature be of a sexual offense, then reporting to SAPS, South African Police Service, is mandatory as per the Criminal Law, Sexual Offences and Related Matters Act 32 of 2007, as well as the Children's Act. And there we refer to the different sections that has been referred to already. Section 54 of the Sexual Offences and Section 110 of the Children's Act. In terms of data, in 2024, we had 466 reported cases, and I must emphasize reported cases, of suspected child abuse, male and female, of a sexual nature. And then it's not listed here on the presentation. The 2025 stats is 957. Our numbers are high. We emphasize and stress the reporting done via Form 22 and the SAPS reporting. That is why the numbers are high. And we also train our staff, full staff, on reporting matters. Slide number 8 speaks to the number of incidences report of statutory rape and those convicted. This data is managed by the Department of Justice and the National Prosecuting Authority as they oversee the criminal management, criminal case management and prosecution. In terms of learner pregnancy support, and so the focus here, it's the importance of provision of emotional, practical and educational support during this challenging time. And for us, it's around learner retention and ensuring that the child is still accessing the curriculum. And so counseling and emotional support is important. Here we speak to, we make use of our referral services, the prenatal care, healthcare providers, and parenting classes. Educational support, we collaborate with teachers to ensure appropriate accommodations for pregnant learners. And then educational plan, it's how the schoolwork will be managed while caring for the baby, speaking to a flexible schedule, home tutoring and online education options we speak to, and that is contained in the policy for learner pregnancy. And then, of course, we want the learner to return to school. We want learner retention. We want the child to complete the education. So transition back to school, we work on a reintegration plan. And then, of course, workshops are being done where the discussion on the DBE policy is also being done with staff, with teachers, parents, and SGBs. And so intervention to stop the prevalence of statutory rape, it's being done, covered in the life orientation curriculum in the different phases, FET, senior phase, and the foundation phase, and it is done age appropriately. And then learners are also informed of the relevant reporting mechanisms such as our Safer Schools and Childline in reporting any form of abuse. Intervention to stop the prevalence of statutory rape. The DBE Keeping Girls in School program has been rolled out by the district social workers in identified schools with vulnerable and at-risk learners at the beginning of 2025. And you will see a breakdown of the themes that were covered there. Particularly, I'll mention self-esteem and then, of course, healthy relationships and teenage pregnancy, just to name a few. Finally, the WCD's commitment supported by the DOH and Wellness. The WCD works with the Department of Health and Wellness on various interventions regarding the building of self-esteem of female learners and the rights to refuse and resist coerced sex developing life skills in areas such as communication, assertiveness, decision-making and negotiation, and then improving links to social networks, creating supportive social norms that do not condone coercive, and then intervention to engage men. This is important, and boys to critically assess gender norms and normative behaviors that relate to sexual coercion and violence. And then some good things. Our social workers have been trained as to provide intermediary support in cases of where the ELRC is involved. We provide court support as well as intermediary services. And then we were also trained in the social work management and information management system to track the amount of Form 22s that were sent by schools and by social workers, ensuring that investigations are being done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Western Cape, you were very good with time. Thank you very much to all the provinces, the ones that are on the online platforms and the provinces that have joined us physically here. Thank you for the presentations. I am going to now facilitate just a short session of questions and engagements on these presentations just before we go to the last session. In the last session, I want to just make sure these organizations are here. Just bear with us. Of course, in terms of time, we're not doing well. So just bear with us, but you are still going to be given an opportunity on the program. SAPA, South African Principal Association, I hope they're still here. Even if they're on the online platform, it's fine. Legal Resources Center. Okay, Equal Education Law Center. Okay, Congress of South African Students, Congress of South African Schools, or learners, students, ne? Yeah, it's not schools, okay. Students. Equal Education, okay. Section 27, are they on the online platform? Okay. Center for Child Law on the platform as well. So please bear with us. We still want to really get your insight. So you are the next session immediately after these questions. So I'm going to note hands. Honorable Van der Walt, Kosas, at the back. I really have to get the names now. On the platform, are there any questions on the virtual platform, Mr. Brown? Okay. Let's start with the hands that are here. Honorable Van der Walt.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity and all the presentations. I just want to make a remark or two. I'm not going to take long. The one thing is we get reports that says we had so many cases and so many are being dealt with, but it would be very interesting to see how long those finalized cases actually took, because some of them do take years. The other thing I would like to raise a concern in the sense that I don't know how we're going to overcome this. It's two things. We are busy with the 16 days of activism is coming in a few days, less than 2 weeks. But we also try to encourage women, no matter their age. And I think also with the girls and the many times we heard during the presentations that people are scared to go and sometimes the parents don't want to go and report cases, etc. But if we ever speak out against this and we sort of try to hold back, we're not going to win this war on this abuse. We're not. There must be a way that when we consult with justice and constitutional and all the other departments, that something's got to come forth that we keep on speaking out and that people don't get hurt. I can also understand that people do get hurt and sometimes even killed. But that is quite worrisome. And I think it's a general statement I would like to make. Thank you.
Kosas.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Busan Lekeka, the DSG of Kosas. Mine is just a clarity-seeking questions. I think before we can move forward, we must declare Western Cape as an epicenter of sexual harassment cases. Because of it can't be really that other provinces come under 100 cases and then they come with over 1,000 cases that pertaining only on sexual harassment cases. We speak about the pregnancy and so on and so forth. And secondly is the clarity that I want to get from the province of KZN from Advocate Masuku, the DTG. DTG, you state that the teacher is being removed from school after committing the offense. So tell us here, DTG, because of by the profession, this person is a teacher, where do they go after being removed from our schools? Do they have a right to apply on another school, or they're being removed automatically from the system of the school? And other thing that we want to get as a clarification question is the Kwekwe case on the Eastern Cape. How far are they? Because of we still have the interest of the case and we want to know on what's happening on the Kwekwe case. So most of the things that the previous speaker has covered me, but also moving to Limpopo to Mr. Magopensi HOD. You are saying that most of the principals or other officials of government, they are ashamed of reporting. What then happens if someone outside the school report the case to a department? Do the executive held accountable, or they are just left as that without anything happening to them? Those are the questions that I need to return about. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Kosas. At the back, the lady at the back, yes.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Anjali Maestri. I was introduced earlier by my colleague. I'm with EELC. Thank you also so much for the presentations. Earlier we heard a lot about how PEDs handle cases of rape by educators in schools. There was reference to disciplinary hearings, the Employment of Educators Act, investigations that are performed, etc. But something that's coming up a lot in our law clinics are SGB employees, and we are not 100% sure how those cases are handled. Department's role is in relation to educators who are employed by SGBs, in addition to other staff members that are employed by SGBs. Because what we're finding in our law clinic is that a lot of these cases are handled by schools, and they often assume a protective stance over their employees, and there is minimal to little oversight. So we just love some clarity in that respect. Thank you.
The last speaker, we had a last hand. Okay, that's fine. I see on the platform, is it Honorable, okay, Mamkaba, is it you? There is a hand on the platform. Mr. Brown is not here to assist, but the hand is recognized.
Thank you, Honorable Member. This is Tando Ndabamakitla from SATU. I would like to comment on the SB school-based support teams. We have received a report that says that in most of the schools, the school-based support teams are either underutilized or are not utilized at all. So much so that in some instances, these teams would have just been established and they would not be capacitated in terms of dealing with, amongst other issues, the one that we're talking to right now. So we would like to check with the Departments of Education as to whether, how often would they be workshopping, capacitating these teams so that they'll be able to assist in this instance and the other instances related to being the support base for the schools. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So majority of those were questions. So I'm going to allow the departments to respond to the questions. There were specific questions to specific provinces, and there is one that goes to the department itself. So I'm going to allow the provinces to respond. The first question, I think Honorable van der Walt really, it was comments on how do we move forward. The questions were from COSAS, the Western Cape. You'd want to comment on the comment of COSAS on the number of cases. There were two questions, one from KZN and one for Limpopo. And there were questions from the back on the department, on SGBs, SGB appointed staff. What do we do there? So let's start with the Western Cape.
Chairperson, I think the comment that we're the epicenter of statutory rape, I think we are for statutory rape reporting. We report the cases because we encourage everybody, whether it's learners, to utilize the mediums that are available to them. For example, our Safe Schools call center, that learners can, and they have access to report the matters. It is better to have the matters reported and being dealt with rather than it not being reported, not being dealt with, because we know for a fact that the girl child will have a much more difficult life dealing with that trauma through the rest of her life instead of having been dealt with, closer to the time when it occurred. So we acknowledge our numbers are high, Chairperson, but we are clear that we are able to offer support to those learners in a meaningful kind of way. And hence, we still will encourage as many children as possible to declare and to advise, that has happened to them so that we can actually deal with it. Thanks. And then on the question of the SBST, somebody asked a question about the SBST. I think it was online. The SBST doesn't deal with cases of statutory rape. The function of the SBST is to provide learning support opportunities for learners. So they are the referral path into special schools for learners, for example. But they are not supposed to be dealing with the issues of statutory rape, for example, at the school. Thanks.
Okay. KZN?
No, thank you very much, Chair. The question from COSAS, when we deal with people that are alleged to have committed sexual abuse, whether statutory rape, whatever, the legal framework in terms of the Employment of Educators Act provides for two dispensations. One, you can either place the person on precautionary suspension, or you can place the person on precautionary transfer. I think the concern is where do we take them to? In terms of procedure, if we are precautionarily transferring a person, it means that we take a person from one school to another. But given the risk associated with rape, abuse, our department, and I'll say overall, we are less tolerant to people that are alleged to have committed such offenses. Under normal circumstances, you would have considered to transfer, but in this case, we don't, we just suspend, because we don't want this person who's alleged to be a perpetrator to transfer his or his conduct to another school and also commit that against other learners. So the removal means that he's not allowed to be at school, and in this instance is suspended. Yes, it has some effects on us, because once you suspend a person is not at work, learners must be taught, must then appoint a substitute. Those are other effects that they have, but we don't tolerate it, we just suspend them. Thank you, Chair.
Limpopo on the online platform.
Thanks, Chair. In terms of the question that came from COSAS, firstly, let me just correct the name and the surname. I am Maropeni Sushibe. Thanks, Chair. The scenario that I was highlighting, it's a situation where, and which is a recent phenomenon, where you would see a situation where the principal does not want to be the one whose name or whose face is the first to report the incident. However, what we have observed is that when the case is reported, either through any official at the level of the school or through the circuit manager, they do cooperate and assist in ensuring that the matter is investigated, because it would have arisen out of a school environment. So they do assist us in making sure that the matters are investigated by the labor relations officials, either at the level of the district or at the level of head office. So the issue is just fear of victimization or intimidation per se, but it's not that if the matter is finally brought to their table, they would sweep it under the carpet, so to say. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Department. There was one last question about SGB appointed personnel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think there were actually two questions. The one was in terms of how long does it take to actually finalize a case, which the other member asked. And that's a very difficult answer, in the sense actually that each case must be dealt with on actually a separate basis in that regard. What I want to add is before 2018, some departments did take quite long in terms of the amount of cases. However, actually once a report comes in and the case gets sent to the ELRC in terms of the relevant resolution 3 of 2018, they will show the case actually as soon as possible. Also, once you suspend and educate, you basically got actually 60 days in terms to actually finalize a case in that regard. With regard to the EGB actually appointees, that is still actually a challenge. Madam Chair, I think you made the recommendation. We need to look at in terms of how we can amend portions of the Schools Act. That is one of the challenges what we got actually at this particular stage. However, if we are aware that it is an EGB actually appointee, that's whereby we request the relevant department to bring it actually under the attention of the SGB to try to finalize actually as soon as possible. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. No follow-ups. Wait, Kosas, wait. You're going to have an opportunity to speak. We're also going to ask you questions. Yes, Mr. Njebe?
Thanks, Chairperson. Just in addition, SGB paid teachers are subjected to the same conditions that our educators are employed. So the same conditions like qualification, code of good ethics from SACE, any misbehavior that they do, it's subjected to the same. The only difference is who conducts the disciplinary hearing. If it's our employee, it will be our labor relations. If it is an SGB paid, it will be the SGB. But then, yes. But then the role of the department is to follow up and check that the SGB is conducting those disciplinary hearings correctly. You can't have an abuse situation and then the SGB then doesn't take action about it, because the matter here is whoever teaches in our schools follows the same rules that we put. And it's not a different rule from the SGB and not so that they also get fired, but the one who fires them, they also get reported to SACE. So the certificate that they have is not controlled by the SGB. If it's a SACE type of a thing, it says that will tear the certificate into pieces and one will never practice again. So they're disciplined the same way as our own teachers.
Yeah, I think the problem there is that you have legal departments, right? Legal personnel. Do SGBs have schools? Do they have? I mean, an SGB at home, to the SGB of a school, do they have legal departments, those expertise, the capacity that you have as a department?
Most associations do, but when they don't, they then co-opt and request people to come in and assist them. They can be assisted on an ongoing basis or as the need arises.
So all SGBs are obliged to affiliate to an association?
No,
So there are SGBs that are not affiliated to. So what is their capacity, those SGBs?
The law says if they don't have a capacity, they can then co-opt members that can assist them with that type of a function.
No, it's a very specialized function, Mr. Ndleb. And I think you must understand where we're coming from. You must understand where we're coming from. To say, with the department, you've got legal department, you've got sort of a lawyer, whatever the case might be. And we know, and SACE has said to us before, teachers, some of these educators will drown you in lawyers' letters and the rest and the rest. And that's what they do. Now, I'm thinking about an SGP from the school that I'm from in that village. I don't think they'll have that capacity to deal with such a case. So it's something you should look at to say, if they are not affiliated to SGP associations, how do we assist them as a department to ensure that they swiftly run the processes and they've got legal expertise, legal advice on how to approach a case of that nature to start with? How to approach it, because it's an SGP, they might even need training on how do you approach the case to start with. Do they appoint a panel? How do they appoint a panel? Who is a panel? How long does it take? How do they deal with the teacher in the meantime? You know? So you have laws, you've got established laws, you know, you would have trained SGPs, and we've spoken about how the training by the Department of SGPs is very inadequate. We've spoken about that. We've spoken about how they are unable to run just to deal with maintenance budget. I can imagine now legal cases of this nature. So that's the concern.
Chairperson, quickly, all the activities that the SGB does, that there is some trainings that they go through, whether it's appointments, there's a possibility that the SGB may not be up to scratch in dealing with issues of appointment. So what is available for them is that law that says they are able to go out as an SGB and call in people that will do this job on their behalf. So if it's a disciplinary problem, they do the same. Sometimes it would be a learner disciplinary problem. That is why you find lawyers being brought in. So it's this body called the SGB.
But lawyers are being paid. So do you have legal fees? Do you have in the budget the standards and norms? Do we have an allocation for that?
Chairperson, not everything in the SGB it's charged. So the SGB is able to go into the community and ask that accountant if it's finances and ask that lawyer to come and assist them. That is the process of co-option. And they do get assistance from as many people as possible to assist them with issues where they are not able or they don't have the capacity to deliver. And that is the co-option law that you're talking about. It doesn't mean if the SGB has these 10 people, it's only them that can do everything in a school. They have the right to go and find other people and bring them into the body, and they carry this function under the name of the SGB.
I think we get that, but we're not getting each other. I don't think we're getting each other. I think we get the fact that the SGB can get a capacity, legal capacity, by co-opting one member of the community that is a lawyer. We get that. But we're speaking about the capacity of that SGB, even with that legal person alone, to really deal with a case of this nature. And you are saying they are getting training, and I'm saying that training is inadequate. We've already established on other issues, not only on cases. The training SGPs get is inadequate, and we've agreed. And the department said it's because of finances. So the question that is being raised there, very critical to say the number is rising in terms of SGP appointed staff, not only teachers, but SGP appointed staff. And because it is rising, because they deal with the disciplinary, so we can't know, we don't have the stats. You have the stats of the teachers that you deal with their cases. You can tell us where the cases is. But the cases that are being dealt with SGPs, they're saying there's an issue there. And I'm saying, do they have capacity? You are trying to convince me that they have capacity, and I'm saying they don't have. I don't think the SGPs have that capacity to run the cases the way you do as a department. Because you as a department, yes, you've got capacity. It might be limited, but you've got a legal department, an entire legal department. A PED has an entire legal department that deals with cases at your disposal. I think that's where we're not getting each other. Let me give
Yes.
KZN first, then I'm going to give you.
Yeah, maybe there's the dilemma we have here. In fact, it is true. Now, governing body somehow is what we would call an independent contractor. He performs functions on behalf of the department, but in their own right. I think that is where the gap is. And I think we need to then move and see how we intervene in that space so that when they perform this function on our behalf, we don't get compromised in the process. The practical situation is that most schools that will have governing body employees are affluent schools that can afford financially. As Mr. Ndlabe is trying to explain that some go even to the extent of hiring their own because they are moneyed. So our schools, because they don't have money, we know they strike with norms and standards, they end up not opting, although by law they can, but they end up not opting to appoint these people. Now, I think we'll say in the case, because the law allows them, if they were, what intervention can DPE make to deal with that vacuum? Because I think that's where the problem actually is. And I think we must take this and go back and look at what you say. Mr. Ndlabe is saying, yes, they do co-opt. And their co-option, and these are mainly those schools that can afford. In their co-option, they also consider people who have legal expertise, and then they use them whenever there are disciplinary cases and all that. So that is a scenario that we have.
Okay. I think we're getting each other to say, you are saying they have capacity because majority of those schools are the ones that actually are fluent, are your quintile 5 schools. So they do have capacity. The SGPs of those schools have capacity. Maybe that's what you are saying. Is that a follow-up on this question so that we close it?
Yes, Chairperson. I think we must not forget the fact that the principal is the ex officio of the department. And as part of the SGB, the principal has the responsibility to report such cases to SACE. So even in the case where we don't have, the principal needs to be capacitated in that position in order to take, when the case arises of that nature, to report that to SACE in order to deal with it, and SAPS as well. But the SMT also has a legal responsibility. So we cannot look at the SGB as functioning in isolation. The SGB has the principal as the ex officio, the department's representative. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Ndlabe, hold that one. You'll come back because I've got some few questions. What I want to get from all the provinces, and thank you to all the provinces. One, for me, there is a clear indication that either there's an issue of underreporting, or I don't know how we then do our reports. And I'm saying this because there's only one province, I think it's Gauteng, that came here with statistics and they had cross-referenced what they have with what they got from the Department of Health. You know, you go to KZN, for example, they speak about 30 cases. And Department of Health says between April 2024 and April 2025, 154 babies were born to girls aged 10 to 14. So that is KZN. You go to the Eastern Cape speaks about a number, and the Department of Health says between April to July 2025, there were 117 births of girls between the ages of 10 to 14. Now, it goes further. You go to Northwest, there is statistics that are from the Department of Health as well on the number of babies that were born to young girls between the ages of 10 and 14. But the numbers don't correlate with our numbers, the numbers we've been receiving. So what is the problem? Are these young girls not in school? I think Western Cape mentioned something like by the time they are no longer in school. Are they not in school? Do they drop out immediately? Why don't we know about the numbers and why? Because it's only GP, and GP even itself did not give us a clear number of the number of statutory rape cases they have or that have been reported in their system. They really just tried to cross-reference the information from all other, which I felt it was actually better because they give you what you get from the Department of Health. But they are saying to you, it's not what we have in our records. We can't have that in our records. So we rely on this data because we can have that. And that, for me, that's a fundamental problem. If we can't have that in our system, why can't we have it? Why can't we know when a 10-year-old, because it's compulsory for any 10-year-old to be at school. So if they are pregnant, why can't we know? Why is it picked up by a Department of Health at giving birth level? So that's a question for me that is fundamental, unless if we're saying the numbers of Department of Health are incorrect. Okay, I will also allow on the platform for those who want to respond. Let's start here. You want to respond, SACE?
Yes. Firstly, we need to acknowledge that there is that difference in terms of the numbers, of the actual numbers. What we have found is that some are recorded to us as having dropped out by the principals, and because they simply absconded, they simply didn't come to school, but they still went to the clinic and gave birth. Hence, then there will be a gap. But what we are doing now with the Department of Health, we are saying, because the other problem we noticed was that Department of Health doesn't record the name of the school. They just come with numbers that in KZN there are 130. But now within the social cluster, we are working with health to say, in your tool, when you do this, do indicate even the school, and then so that we know in which schools were these, so that we can quickly make what we call interventions. But in terms of KZN, the gap, remember the 30 was only for statutory rape, but we said it's 71, which is not as low as the 30. But now that 71 also is due to what I'm saying, that because we also see that they give us the number of learners. We are trying to reduce that. It's now about 1.8% those that drop out because they are pregnant. And then they don't tell us as to whether there was statutory rape or not, whereas health records the actual birth. I don't know if it makes some sense, but a social cluster,
it does make sense. I think it does make sense because it actually responds to my previous question. The first question I asked KZN was, what is your dropout rate of the young girls that dropped out? Because for me, then it says, yes, we can't pick it up. We can't pick it up because what I want to understand is that, so when a young person or when a learner drops out of the school, we just leave it at that. So they stop coming to school for, let's say, 5 days, 10 days, and that's it. We just record that, no, they are absconding, they've dropped out. Do we speak to parents? Do we engage parents? So parents don't tell us. So parents don't say, yes, let's hear.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think, Honorable Chair, on this one, on data and statistics, probably there is no need for us to be defensive as the sector. We must just indicate that this is an amoeba touch and go situation, because we were going to present to you so that you see what the triangulation of the data sets that we use between MS and Department of Health, childbirths and termination of pregnancies of that age cohort, and then the crime statistics for SAPS as well. Because sometimes the cases are recorded by Department of Health as live births or as termination of pregnancies within a particular age cohort, but does not get recorded as a crime with SAPS. And so again, when you look at self-reported data in EMIS and that data of health and the data of SAPS, quite frankly, the closest to reliability is the Department of Health data. That's why we all thought that let's jump on the wagon then, and let's say, now when you collect this data, now that you've got like 12,000 children between the ages of 10 and 14 who fall pregnant. Give us the schools so that we can then be able to locate them, because we don't have that information. We only get the statistics that are released by the Department of Health, and everybody is shocked by this shockwave of statistics that are reported. So this is a problem. It is a problem, Chair. Maybe our next conversation should then be about how do we do data credibility system between us as the different sectors that work on the same issue, because we really have not worked that out.
Okay, so for me, it's not about the data credibility. For me, it's about when do we intervene? When do we know? Because even if you are going to rely on health statistics, it's late. You're finding out when the learner is giving birth. It's late. A 10-year-old, we know in December that a 10-year-old gave birth. But in November, that 10-year-old was supposed to have been at school. And they were not at school. Because it's 9 months. So somewhere in June, they were supposed to have been at school and they were not at school. They were pregnant. We only pick it up when they give birth. That for me is a problem. And so it means all these things, the beautiful things that you've been speaking about, provinces have been speaking about different interventions. We do this, we support. That learner has missed that support. That intervention that is provided by us now, not Department of Health. This is intervention that is supposed to be given now by the basic education department. We miss it because we only then find out that the learner is pregnant or the learner gave birth. And so for us, it's not about the stats. It's about interventions. When do we intervene? When do we know? And what do we do? Because for me, when we find out when the learner is giving birth, we're late. You might find that this learner is a product, of course, they are a product of rape. Some of them might even just need advice. They might want to terminate and they don't know. Some of them, they want to terminate, but they don't know what to do. They don't have that psychosocial support. They've not spoken to a social worker, perhaps. They just go to a hospital and give birth after 9 months. So it's about that. It's not about us getting, so it's not necessarily about the credibility of the data. It's about this child. When do we know? When do we find out? And is our system set? Is our system able to assist us to identify, to know early? So when a learner, a 10-year-old young girl, drops out for a month, they're not at school. And you know what is, for me, what I know for sure is that if you live in those communities, people in the communities know. The teachers know. The teachers will tell you, batu mitile. They know. It's not that they don't know. So when they decide to write on that form, drop out, when they know that that child is actually pregnant, they hear from even other learners in the class that, no, he's pregnant. So what do we do? That's where my problem is. And that is where the gap, and because this discussion is about finding the gaps. So let's find these gaps together by probing these questions. I'm going to take you, I think there is it Mr. Mnguni on the platform?
Yes, yes,
Mr. Seloa.
Honorable Chair. May I continue?
Yes, continue. So this is the last set of discussions before we go to the next session.
I think Chair must just raise this statement to the House that a strong and safe education system also depends on a very strong and family unit from our own communities. And I can assure you issues that has to do with the whereabouts of children taken to school and being safe and so on. They begin to be a responsibility of a very strong family unit, which feeds to a very strong education system. But the question that we are responding to as Eastern Cape is the one that was specific. It was raised by COSAS, the students' movement, about Twetwe. And our response is that the Twetwe matter is being handled by the police, as it was before. But we can only say for now that it is still there. Twetwe has been removed from that district to another district, far away from that one. and the principal of that school. We are told that that principal has resigned. This is the information that we have for now about and that's all from
Okay.
our side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mnguni. Mr. Siloa.
Thanks, Chair, and good afternoon to everyone on the platform. Chair, I wanted just to clarify on the point that we've raised as to what support are we giving to the SGB that doesn't have the capacity to deal with case of sexual assault or rape. And I think we can learn from best practice from other department. I'm the Director of Labor Relations, and in Gauteng, where the SGB make a request to be assisted in such cases, we do offer assistance to represent or to handle the cases on behalf of the SGB. Even in cases where the SGB will be taken to the CCME, for an example, once they've made a request from the department, we do provide such kind of assistance to try to ensure that cases are finalized effectively and efficiently. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Ndebe.
Thank you, Chairperson. What Mr. Shilowa was saying is what I was trying to explain before under the word co-option, that the SGB itself, if they do not have the ability to handle a particular issue, whether it's discipline, whether it's finance and so on, at that particular time, as the need may be, they are allowed to bring anybody. They can ask people to do that job. When they're done, then they disband. It's not co-option forever. It's co-option for a particular function. So there's a disciplinary hearing for a teacher. They can't handle that disciplinary hearing. They go out and raise their hand and say, please, we need help in here. And they get that type of an assistance. The other one, I forgot that I really wanted to respond to. It slipped my mind. Yeah.
Was there any other hand?
Maybe one addition. One addition, Chair. I think one thing that we need to admit as a sector and acknowledge that this is the area that we need to focus on as a sector now. And in our discussions with DPE, as provinces, I think we'll start to raise this issue and how to find a solution to it. I think the colleague has already said we don't need to be defensive. We must then admit. But I think one area, the issue of learner pregnancy cases vis-a-vis dropouts, they don't always correlate. And there are also cases of learner-to-learner pregnancies that also happen. That we need to look at how that gets dealt with, because it is another problem. So because our policies as a department, there will be cases where a learner becomes pregnant but remains at school, only leaves to give birth and comes back. So it does not mean that when health says we have had 160 cases of learner pregnancy that they have dropped, it does not always correlate. Maybe I thought I must raise that.
They don't correlate. We are not disputing that. What we are saying is that either it's learner to learner. It's mandatory that any learner that is pregnant is reported. Our argument was that after the response, that sometimes it's because the learner just disappears from school. So we will not have, and it's reported as dropout. And we're saying, even if they drop out, the principals and the school know. Even if they dropped out, report it because we need to get to intervene. If there is means for us to intervene, even if the child is at home, we can even convince that child, maybe if there is enough support, to come back to school, because we also don't want the children to drop out. We don't want the girl children to drop out. So that's, I think, what we're trying to say. But Mr. Ndlebe, I'm going to actually stop you. I just want to ask one question to Eastern Cape Department. So Eastern Cape, you have a case that has been making rounds. You must respond to this case of a principal of one school who, I think it's Mr. Kamata, if I'm not mistaken, of Kofimvaba, yeah, high school, who was charged of sexual whatever, and when the case was ongoing, they resigned, and then you reappointed the very same principal the following year. And then the principal did the very same thing now, we're told. This is a matter that we've seen on social media. And I just want to hear your response, because it's also important for us to actually say to you, when you say to us as departments, we react, we make sure people are held accountable, if indeed you are, because society says something else. So maybe respond on this specific case as you responded to the issue. If you are acknowledging that the principal was charged in around 2002 and they came back to the schooling environment and appointed as a principal in another school the following year, because they resigned before the case could conclude. Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape on the platform.
No, Honorable Chair, we're lost. We did respond to our question. I'm not sure. Can you clarify, Honorable Chair, in case I missed what for now?
You did respond to the question, which one?
The question was about Twelve, and we responded.
No. I'm asking a different question. I'm asking a question about a matter about Kofimvaba High School. The principal that was charged in 2022 with alleged sexual misconduct, that the principal was accused of sexually abusing learners. And that principal resigned before the sanction could be given. And in 2023, the same principal was appointed in another school. That's the one. If you can confirm that indeed the principal did undergo a disciplinary hearing on sexual abuse in 2022, if they resigned, and if they were appointed to another school the following year, which is 2023. So that's the question we're asking. Principal's name is Mr. Kamata.
Correct, Chair. No, Chair, I've responded that your narrative is correct.
The narrative is correct. Are you confirming it?
Yes, Chair, I'm confirming it.
So you as a department decided to reappoint this principal who was alleged of sexual abuse, but they resigned even before there could be an outcome on their hearing. So that principal was appointed to another school by the department. Is that what you're confirming, Mr. Mnguni?
I am confirming that Mr. Kamata was found guilty of misconduct in 2022, and he resigned before a sanction could be issued.
So he was actually found guilty.
This is what I'm saying, Chair. I am saying Mr. Kamata was charged and found guilty and resigned before a sanction could be issued. And you further said he was reappointed in 2023, and I'm also saying yes, that is the fact. But Chair, I cannot go further than why was he reappointed. I think the higher offices may be able to respond to that at the right time.
So where is the higher office? Where is the MEC? Because we expected the MECs to be on the platform. Where is the MEC to respond to this issue?
No, Chair, I think I will request both the HOD and the MEC to assist with a response in writing, probably after
No,
this
no, no,
meeting?
no, 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 no. We that is our prerogative to say they can respond in writing. It's up to us. But this is a meeting where we called PEDs and we expected MECs to be here, even if they have logged in. If it's not the MEC, at least the HOD. But the department must be able to respond. You know, so whoever who is here on behalf of the department is delegated to the authority to respond on behalf of the department. So what we are requesting now is that whoever who is the higher power, can they respond to the issue? They can now go to the issues as to why. Because when you were making presentations, you were telling us about how you work hard to protect our learners. Here, in this instance, you did not protect anyone. So we want to know who can respond to why our learners were not protected. Please get somebody who can respond because you're saying higher powers. HOD, somebody, they must come and respond. This meeting is not finished before it ends by 7 o'clock. I'm hoping it will be done by 7 o'clock. They must be here to respond to this question. Can you please get hold of them?
Noted, Honorable Chair. Noted.
Okay. Okay, I don't know. Is it a follow-up or because now this matter we're going to get a response. We are going to get a response before we close by anybody who's higher there who must respond to the matter. Because you want to respond to, you want to ask, I want to close this session because we must go to the next session where you are supposed to make a presentation.
Yes.
Yes.
No,
What is it?
Chair, it's a comment in passing, but before I utter my comment, can we go back and review the appointment of the principal on the Eastern Cape on how was the principal appointed for the second time when he had a case of sexual harassment in that school?
Yeah, no, we're going to get that
And
response.
secondly,
We want
Chair,
to get that response.
okay.
You and I are the same. I'm very interested in knowing that.
Thank you, Chair. Secondly, Chair, we feel like the Department of Education, more at the basic education, is failing to govern the schools. Because of how will I report as a learner, whereby you are going to give the very same perpetrator two options. Number one, option of a precautionary suspension, and number two, the transfer. What is the transfer in this thing? It's obvious that you can't transfer a person before you suspend the person. So at least let us try to amend the laws so that these 1,000 cases of Western Cape can be reduced by amending the laws only. We don't need money, we don't need resources. We need to amend laws first. What is this thing of transfer? Can at least, DDG, you are the lawyer, please explain to us what is this thing of transfer? We can't understand it. It doesn't hold waters for us, Chair. Thank you.
Because you're going to have an opportunity to make a presentation. So in your presentation, do make a recommendation on behalf of your constituency. That is the whole point of the presentation, is that you must also make recommendations on what you think should happen, what laws should we change, how should we change them. So that we're going to allow you that space. That's why we are having these inquiries, to try and get all your views. I want to move past. CO, are you covered?
My issue was that the reason why we're having issues like this is because when provinces are finding educators or principals guilty and have a dismissal, by law, they are supposed to bring them to us so that we can be in a position to strike off. So the person is sitting with a SACE certificate because the person was not brought to us in terms of Section 26 of whether EEA or whatever. So we always make an appeal to provincial education departments to do the correct thing.
Just to double check, you don't have this issue?
No.
You don't have?
No.
Okay. And we just quickly go to, okay, we can take 5 minutes. I know we've been sitting for long. I also would like 5 minutes. When we come back, we're wrapping up. So all those that must do a presentation, be ready. That's the last set of presentations. And then it's going to be chaired by Honorable Lerato. Honorable Ngobeni, are you still on the platform? Will you be able to chair the next session for us? Okay, let's just try and check with Honorable Ngobeni whilst we're having the 5 minutes stretch. Let's just stretch 5 minutes. Unfortunately, so we're taking longer than we should, but it's important that we get these inputs. Let's come back. We really far behind time. Let's come back so that we can conclude. No. Okay, let's come back. We are now doing the last session. We hope that we are able to get the very same energy. I know it's late, but let's try close up with energy, with oomph. We are now going to allow South African Principals Associations, if they are still here. Mr. Brown, are they here? Okay, the confirmation is that they might not be doing a presentation, South African Principals Association, so we are passing them. Legal Resource Center, okay, over to you.
Sorry, Chair, if you don't mind just giving me a moment, I'm just joining the Zoom meeting so that I can project our presentation, just while the rest of the honourable members come back in from tea.
Okay, let's give you a few minutes. In the meantime, the Equal Education Law Center must also be getting ready to make a presentation. Congress of South African Students must also be getting ready as well. And Equal Education and Section 27. I am informed that Center for Child Law might also not be doing a presentation or might not be here, but we'll confirm that with Mr. Brown. Are we winning?
Yes, Chair, we're ready when the committee is.
You can continue.
All right, thank you so much. I'll just take a brief moment to introduce myself. So my name is Claire Rankin and I'm from the Legal Resources Centre and I'm joined by my colleague, Dr. Charlene Cruiser. We just want to say thank you to the committee for the opportunity to make submissions here today regarding the mandatory reporting of statutory rape. I am going to, in the interest of time, just skip over our introduction regarding who we are as the Legal Resources Centre, but I just want to say that part of our presentation today is drawn directly from insights that we've gathered as an organization from workshops we've rolled out across the country, unpacking the regulatory framework for, amongst other things, reporting educator sexual misconduct, of which statutory rape is encompassed under. So where I talk about educator sexual misconduct in the broad sense, that incorporates any kind of sexual abuse by educators and other non-teaching staff of learners in a school. We as an organization focus on educator sexual misconduct broadly and not just statutory rape, but we do see here that there is the thematic overlap. So just briefly, what I'm going to discuss today is I'm not going to skip over the legal framework, which has been, I think, the theme for many of the other presentations so far, because what we hope to do and achieve is assist the committee with providing an analysis of what we think are certain shortcomings in the legislative framework. We recognize that there are implementation issues, but we also do think that there are framework issues that fragment responsibilities considerably, making it quite difficult for the responsible implementing agents to discharge their obligations effectively. And we think that remedying some of these key deficiencies in the framework will also prove critical to combating statutory rape. So firstly, I'm just going to briefly identify the current avenues for the mandatory reporting of sexual abuse under the Children's Act, highlighting certain shortcomings thereof. Second, I'm going to identify and discuss specific reporting avenues created and required under or within the Employment of Educators Act, schools' internal governance structures, and the South African Council for Educators Act. And finally, I'm going to briefly identify and discuss certain significant gaps in the feedback loop for reporting educator sexual misconduct across the relevant pieces of legislation. From the onset, we just want to highlight that reporting educator sexual misconduct serves a dual purpose, and we need to keep both of these purposes in mind when discussing reporting and evaluating the success thereof. First, it helps ensure that a child who has been the victim of educator sexual misconduct can access the appropriate support. I think that's been a theme cutting across several of the presentations we've heard so far today. But second, and more importantly, what we're going to focus on in our presentation is it also seeks to ensure the removal of sexual predators who perpetuate educator sexual misconduct from environments where they risk the safety of other children. Our work is largely focused on this, like I said, so it's the thrust of our presentation. We also, in particular, focus on the reporting avenues under the Children's Act. We recognize that there are other criminal reporting avenues. We do not diminish the significance and value of this. We just think it's important from our own expertise to focus on the Children's Act specifically. So what does the Children's Act provide for? Section 110 of the Children's Act provides for the mandatory reporting of educator sexual misconduct by certain individuals. Importantly, though, to emphasize, to a designated child protection organization, the Provincial Department of Social Development, or a police department. The focus of reporting under Section 110 is therefore limited. Once a report is made under Section 110, the Children's Act does not require an investigation into the report aimed at sanctioning the alleged perpetrator. That's quite important to take note of. All that it requires is that the appropriate authorities take the necessary steps to protect a child who is the victim of reported abuse and mandates the entry of the incident into Part A of the National Child Protection Register. While this does guarantee support for the child, it doesn't come close to guaranteeing that the incident is investigated with the view towards instituting the relevant proceedings against the perpetrator. So we can't look to the Children's Act to operationalize investigations into perpetrators of educator sexual misconduct, and that's the first instance of fragmentation when it comes to this legislative framework. We have to look at other pieces of legislation to be read in complement to the Children's Act. So we need further reporting alongside reporting under the Children's Act if we're going to see civil action taken against perpetrators. This is important to emphasize because this isn't something that reporting to SAPS will necessarily result or ensure. We do recognize that that's a valid process to follow and needs to be followed in terms of the law, but there are limitations to any criminal case. It is a complicated and naturally protracted instance to follow through on, and it doesn't necessarily ensure the timeliest removal of a perpetrator from school environments. So looking at then the alternative for reporting educator sexual misconduct within schools. So what we know is that there is significant fragmentation when it comes to this particular part of the legislative framework, which means that not all instances of educator sexual misconduct have to be reported for investigation. The current legislative framework doesn't create a uniform approach. Instead, it differentiates based on three key factors. First, which governance structure is in place at a particular school. Second, which legal framework is applicable within that school's particular context. And finally, who is the appropriate implementing agent or responsible party within that school. Now, these differences are largely occasioned by differentiation between first, public and independent schools, and second, even within public schools, whether or not the employee in question occupies a departmental post, meaning they're employed by the relevant provincial Department of Education, or the school's SGB. It's important to note that the Schools Act does allow for this differentiation when it comes to how schools operate and are governed. But what's important to note is that the rights of learners are universal. So the right of a learner in an independent school to go to school in an environment that is safe, that does not harm them, is exactly the same as the right of a learner in a public school to receive instruction in an environment within which they are safe and protected. So a framework that differentiates based on governance structures differentiates in consequence as well between learners and impacts the realization of their rights within the Constitution. It's got a differential impact, and that's quite important to take into account on this particular issue. So the first avenue for reporting within the schools context is under the Employment of Educators Act. So this fills some of the gaps that have been left by the Children's Act and requires an investigation into a report of educator sexual misconduct aimed at bringing about disciplinary procedures against an alleged perpetrator. So what we see in terms of the Employment Educators Act is that Section 17, subsection 2 mandates that a disciplinary procedure must be instituted if it is alleged that an educator has committed serious misconduct. Included in the definition of serious misconduct is sexual assault on a learner, student, or another employee, and having a sexual relationship with the learner of the school where the educator is employed. The mandatory reporting avenue that is created under the Employment of Educators Act and given effect to through the Collective Agreement 3 of 2018 is helpful because it does, like we've said, fill a gap that exists under the Children's Act, but it is also inherently limited in its scope. So firstly, the Employment of Educators Act only applies to employees of the Provincial Education Department in public schools. It does not apply to other personnel employed by the Provincial Education Department, SGB appointments, or any appointments in the independent schools. Furthermore, there are also other issues within the current system under the Employment of Educators Act. We know from talking to many schools in our workshops that they report delays in the centralized process, waiting for significant periods before investigations are completed and hearings are conducted. What's also important to note is that neither the Employment of Educators Act or the Collective Agreement cross-reference or use even vaguely similar terminology to the Children's Act when it comes to talking about the particular sanctions or findings that can be made against an educator who's been found guilty of educator sexual misconduct. Why this is important is because the entry of a perpetrator into Part B of the Child Protection Register, which is what ultimately prevents their re-employment at another school, requires a finding be made against them explicitly that they are unsuitable to work with children. So there needs to be some degree to which the sanctions that can be implemented against these educators speaks, at least in terminology, across these pieces of legislation. Otherwise, institutions and individuals might not realize that it is an explicit sanction that can and should be made. The other thing is that there is only an allowance for discretionary suspension, even for instances of serious misconduct under the Employment of Educators Act. Section 6 of Schedule 2 of the Employment of Educators Act provides that in cases of serious misconduct, the employer may suspend the educator, which does not mandate suspension. What's even more concerning is because we do recognize that discretion is sometimes warranted, no guidance is given specifically regarding how this discretion should be exercised. In what circumstances may it potentially be justified not to automatically suspend someone who has been accused of educator sexual misconduct, and in this instance, raping a learner at a school. The second avenue for reporting is then looking at SGB appointments and reporting educator sexual misconduct outside of the ambit of the Employment of Educators Act. And this has already been alluded to in part across today, but currently SGB appointments, both at public and independent schools, do not fall within the scope of the Employment Educators Act. There is a complete gap in the legislation when it comes to setting any minimum standards for investigating and disciplining educator sexual misconduct within schools. Independent schools and SGBs are left to determine their own processes with no oversight and no guidance from the department, and importantly, no one to hold them accountable when it comes to implementing their own disciplinary procedures. This itself is concerning and alarming. As stated previously, while the Schools Act does authorize differentiation in school governance, the right of learners to a safe school is universal and should ultimately transcend these differences. We do recognize, however, that there is a potential for SACE to step in and their management of the education register to potentially plug this gap. However, as we're going to address next, there are still significant shortcomings when it comes to reporting ESM to SACE that limit its viability as an adequate alternative. So it's important to note that SACE is a creature of statute. It's created under the South African Council for Educators Act. This means it can only take specific actions that it is authorized to do in terms of the Act. So we have to ask ourselves, what does the SACE Act actually empower SACE to do? Firstly, it empowers SACE's disciplinary committee to investigate alleged breaches of SACE's Code of Professional Ethics, and secondly, any complaints made against educators. SACE doesn't have power under the SACE Act to, of its own volition, institute any kind of investigation or proceeding against an individual. They need to receive a complaint, and it needs to be linked to a breach of the ethics code. The process run by SACE, because of this, is characterized as an ethical one, so it does differ significantly from the labor processes that we see run elsewhere when it comes to educator sexual misconduct. The Code of Professional Ethics does clearly require educators to refrain from, amongst other things, improper physical contact with learners, courting learners, sexually harassing or assaulting learners, and conducting a sexual relationship with learners. So educator sexual misconduct clearly would contravene the code, and an inquiry into any educator who has been found guilty of educator misconduct should find and should result in them being found guilty of breaching the code and deregistered. However, what is very clear from the legislative framework is there is no requirement to refer in terms of a complaint or an alleged breach, a complaint of educator sexual misconduct if a school has found an educator to be guilty. What is required in terms of the SACE Act under Section 26(1) is merely just that information where disciplinary steps have been taken against an educator, that the information about that needs to be referred to SACE, not necessarily with an accompanying complaint. So SACE and reporting educator sexual misconduct to SACE isn't mandatory. Sorry, I realize that I am running very close to out of time. If I can just briefly conclude.
You were out of it some time ago, but we're listening because it's legal advice. So just conclude.
Thank you. I won't exploit that any further. But just to point out, as was already mentioned earlier, SACE also only has authority over educators, which means even though they have authority in an independent school space, only in respect of education, educators, so teaching staff, non-teaching staff are not covered by SACE. Finally, what I just want to briefly highlight is that we can sit and talk and reflect on the potential of mandatory reporting? Do we see reporting taking place? Is it successful? That's an important first step. But that discussion has to be linked to what comes after reporting. And as mentioned earlier, we've got a fragmented legal system here. We've got the Children's Act, we've got the Employment of Educators Act, we've got the SACE Act, all different pieces of legislation that don't complement one another but have to deal with the same issue. There isn't a current feedback loop for what follows reporting within this legislative framework. At the very least, what's an important example to give is under the Children's Act, you're required to vet against the register to ensure that no one is employed who appears on the register. But this process can only happen if someone is seeking employment. If they are already in employment at a school, they will not be vetted again. If they are found guilty of an offense that then results in them being found unsuitable to work with children, in any context outside of a school, the school will not know of that finding because there is no requirement on the DSD to inform employees or affiliate bodies like SACE if someone has been registered or whose name is recorded on the register where they see that they're employed in what can be considered a sensitive context, which means that person would be allowed to continue in a space even though it is illegal for them to continue to work there. So our recommendation is also focus on implementation issues, but consider trying to fill these legislative gaps in the framework to provide greater clarity to implementing agents regarding what they're supposed to do in managing mandatory reporting. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I'm going to allow SACE and the department some time before we go to question sessions, very important insights on the legislative framework. And that's what I asked before to say are the gaps, because that's what we are asked to respond to as a committee, are the gaps with our own legislation. And I think the case that is being made here by the Legal Resource Center is that there are gaps, there is fragmentation, and we might need to look at that. The Equal Education Law Center, are you ready? Okay.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just want to quickly share my screen so that I can flag the presentation as well. And just want to say from beginning, so make sure that works. There we go. Thank you very much again, Chair. I know I briefly introduced myself and my colleague, Anjali. Again, we are from the Equal Education Law Center. For very similar reasons of timing, we're not going to go through the more extensive slide about who we are, but we have also presented to this portfolio committee previously, and we're very grateful for the opportunity to have this important engagement. What we'll be covering today, Chair, other than who we are, is firstly, a series of experiences that we've had through our law clinic. And that is the one thing I just do want to mention about the Law Center, is that we do a combination of community lawyering, movement lawyering, research and advocacy. And as part of that, we run a free daily advice clinic for clients around the country, although we're based in Khayelitsha, and we assist about 800 to 1,000 clients each year with education-related matters. And in that assistance, we have had several clients who have experienced sexual violence. So we'll speak about those experiences. We'll also then speak about impediments to mandatory reporting, the prevention and response imbalance that we think is underpinning a lot of these issues, regulatory challenges, specifically include with regards to the codes of conduct for provincial education departments and how they are punitive towards survivors. And then finally, the most important section, I think, is recommendations. So I'll be handing over to my colleague, Anjali, to speak about the law clinic experiences.
Thanks very much. So there are a number of different forms of sexual violence that are reported to our law clinic and to our partners. So in general, and as we already know here, South Africa has very low rates of reporting of sexual abuse, and particularly child sexual abuse. And that ends up being reflected in the low number of persons who do seek direct legal assistance from our clinic. So rather, what we end up seeing is that we have a majority of reports coming from partner organizations and not directly to our clinic by survivors or parents themselves. So of these reports, the majority of the perpetrators are adults, with the learner being a minor. And we also receive a number of reports in respect of sexual harassment, again, also perpetrated by adults, where the learner is a minor. I think it's important to note that a really large proportion of the rape incidents that are complained of at our law clinic actually occur in special schools, and particularly in special school hostels, which is something that has been highlighted throughout the proceedings today. In the instances of rape that are reported to us, the perpetrator is typically an educator or another staff member, with parents and partners identifying groundsmen and staff that are employed in hostel and residential settings, such as carers, hostel supervisors, hostels, and people who work in hostels in general. In the instances of rape that are reported to us, the identity of the adult perpetrator is often readily disclosed by the parent to us or to the partner organization that it was initially reported to. Now, on the other hand, it is more rare for us to be approached by parents and survivors where the perpetrator is also a minor. But where we do see this, it's often in the context of disciplinary proceedings. And in these instances, the identity of the perpetrator is almost invariably withheld. And low reports remain a concern for us, as we mentioned in the beginning. And rape is often brought to our attention at community engagements. But what doesn't happen is that it's not actively reported. And on follow-up by the Equal Education Law Centre, parents and caregivers are generally reluctant to pursue any recourse for the individuals affected. One other thing that we started to notice is that schools attempt to protect their reputation and control reputational damage, which of course then has an impact on the survivor themselves and what they are able to pursue. And then very lastly, we have had difficulties in assisting survivors to return to school if they're pregnant, and it's also been difficult to successfully allow for a returner to return to school if the perpetrator still remains there.
Thank you, Chair. So to speak now about some of the impediments to mandatory reporting, and briefly for context to mention that many of the impediments to mandatory reporting of statutory rape are very similar to the impediments to mandatory reporting of rape generally, of minors. Because of course we know that when we're speaking about statutory rape, all rape and sexual violence of learners is statutory, but of course, usually when those are distinguished in statistics, we're speaking about cases in which the learners might believe that they have nominal consent, which of course they don't. And so it's important to understand that all of these risk factors that impede reporting of sexual abuse and abuse against children occur across the spectrum. But there are some specific factors which are particularly damaging towards the reporting prognosis for minors. So obviously, we know that South Africa has exceedingly low levels of reporting, especially for child sexual abuse. But one of the unique factors of statutory rape is that, especially in the context in which I've mentioned, is that it includes the inherent psychological abuse and control of minors. And to maybe expand slightly more, what we've spoken about here are cases in which, for example, learners have sexual relationships with educators and either aren't aware of the fact that they're being abused at all, or aren't aware of the extent of their abuse, which means that they're less likely to disclose or report. And given that they're minors, there's often grooming and psychological abuse involved over and above that, which disincentivizes reporting. We also know that the reporting and referral system is both overwhelmed and a site of secondary victimization. And so we've heard briefly about examples of SAP stations actually being sites of danger for survivors. That's something I've myself experienced as a practitioner, but is also something that's well known in South Africa, that very often the last place a survivor would want to be visiting is a police station. And secondly, because we often have improper investigation procedures, which either run on for too long or don't allow for the required confidentiality that's necessary to protect the survivor, the period in between when the investigation finalizes and when state apparatus are sent to the child, like social workers, for example, means that there is scope for retaliation and intimidation against those learners. And that disincentivizes reporting further. We also know that under Chapter 7 of the Children's Act, Form 22 reporting, so in other words, reporting to designated child protection organization or to DSD, is mandated, but supported referrals are not. And what we mean by that is that there is a duty on several different types of people, lawyers included, to report suspicions of sexual violence, but there are no duties placed on the state to ensure that that referral is supported And in other words, that once a person goes to a social worker, there are mechanisms in place to make sure they actually get the assistance they needed. That once they go to a healthcare center, they'll actually get the assistance that they need. And none of that section of the Act allows for the people who make those mandatory reports to have any oversight to ensure that those survivors get the assistance that they need. And so in many cases, we've seen instances where people know that they have a mandatory reporting requirement, but also know that without the ability to ensure that that survivor actually gets the help and protection that they need, that survivor might be in even more danger, at least in the interim. We also know, very importantly, that there's a poor prevention system, but I'll speak about that in a little bit more detail. Suffice it to say, though, Chair, that duty holders often don't identify reportable events, especially when we're speaking about educators. We've had numerous incidences in which educators either weren't aware that a matter was reportable. In other words, they falsely believed that because a learner thought they were consenting, that it wasn't statutory rape, or misunderstood the threshold for reporting. And that's something that hasn't really been touched on hugely today, Chair, that very often people are under the impression that they themselves have to conduct an investigation before it's worth reporting to the relevant authorities. And there's often a confusion between the reporting and investigation duties. There's also often confusion regarding what constitutes statutory rape, and we've spoken about that briefly. But to speak then briefly, Chair, about the reporting and response imbalance, South Africa spends the lion's share of its child protection resources on response. We know that from the Child Gauge 2025, from the HSRC study, and this is inappropriate for many reasons. Firstly, because it fails survivors who are less likely to be identified, like very young children, for example, when we have a response-heavy mechanism for dealing with sexual violence. It obviously can't remove trauma that's occurred once it's occurred, and it's also exceedingly more expensive to have a response-based system than a prevention-based system. But this is unfortunately baked into the law because child protection legislation prioritizes responses by having far more enumerated duties for response than for prevention. And it therefore creates preferential funding duties for response, where we see that prevention often only has ad hoc interventions, which, while appreciated from provincial education departments and national DBE, are not anywhere near the level of prevention that's required. And there's no duty on Treasury to fund anything more than that because there aren't specific prevention duties listed under the legislation. Essentially, Chair, the problem is that violence against children is the norm in South Africa, and a response-based system is one that's designed to respond to violence against children as the exception. And so we will always be trying to play catch-up with a problem that is much larger than a response can create space for.
Thanks. So one of the areas that we've also identified that requires quite urgent regulatory reform are provincial school discipline laws. So several provinces' school discipline laws actually categorize sexual intercourse with an educator where the learner had sexual intercourse with an educator as a serious misconduct of the learner themselves. So examples of two provinces where this is the case is the Northern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal. But since in the vast majority of these instances, it's actually rape, the learner can't really be guilty of a serious misconduct within a school disciplinary setting. And that actually also ends up saying nothing of the power imbalance between learners and educators, even in instances where the learner can and did consent because, for instance, they were 18. And as a consequence, provincial education laws actually end up discouraging and disincentivizing reporting of statutory rape because of the consequences for survivors, one of which is really serious, such as expulsion from school.
And Chair, I know we were over time, so just to quickly wrap up with our recommendations. Oh, okay, fantastic. Thank you, Chair. We'll be done on time then, Chair. So our recommendations are firstly that the legislation is created for stronger and more concrete prevention duties under the Children's Act and its regulations, and potentially also under the South African Schools Act. It's fantastic that we've all had a discussion about how important prevention is, but there are currently very, very limited duties for prevention and even more limited duties for the state to fund them. And what's often referred to as early intervention and prevention under the Children's Act is in fact response. We also recommend enhancing awareness of reportable conduct, for Parliament to exercise its oversight over referral pathways. So not just to make sure that reporting is happening, but once reporting is happening, that referral pathways are properly followed, to include learners who are often vulnerable in hostile settings in particular, and again also to reform provincial discipline regulations to be survivor-centered. And an example of that that's underway is the Model Code of Conduct for School Discipline, that views learners not as perpetrators of their own abuse, but as survivors and people who need assistance as children. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Equal Education and Law Center. South African Congress of South African Students, are you ready? Okay, your 10 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable Chairperson, esteemed members of the National Assembly, fellow South Africans and fellow students. I stand before you today as the President General of Congress of South African Students, representing the voices of millions of students across this nation. Today we are gathered to confront a silent epidemic that has plagued our society for too long. We gather to say enough is enough. As COSAS were unequivocally condemn statutory rape in all its forms. We reject the notion that our teachers supposed to be guardians of knowledge and morality will exploit their positions to harm and traumatize learners. We reject the notion that family members, uncles and aunts will abuse their power to commit heinous acts and against their own flesh and blood. Statutory rape is not just a gender issue, it's a human rights issue. While statistics may show that girls are disproportionately affected, we must acknowledge that boys suffer in silence, their voices muffled by societal expectations and stigma. We still have aunties and mothers in this country who sleep with young boys. We still have female teachers who traumatize a boy child. The consequences of statutory rape are reaching and devastating. Survivors often suffer from physical and emotional trauma, low self-esteem, and difficulties in forming healthy relationships. Many are forced to drop out schools, eliminating their future prospects and perpetuating cycles of poverty. Our education system must do better. We need life orientation to address statutory rape directly, clearly, and comprehensively. Learners deserve to understand their rights, boundaries, and consequences of such heinous acts. They need to know that they are not alone, that they are believed, and that they will be supported. We remember Kwekwe and countless others who fell victim to the rape. Their memories demand justice, accountability, collective action. Families should protect and support survivors, not shield perpetrators. The culture of silence and complicity must end. The women of South Africa are saying enough is enough. On November 1st, 21st of November 2025, they will march for justice and protection and for an end to this scourge. I call on everyone to join them to turn social media profiles social media profiles into people and to demand action. We must start together to be united and society that values and protects its children. As COSAS will be supporting this movement and will mobilize our communities to stand with survivors and demand justice to the perpetrators. We say you will be held accountable and the authorities will say act now to protect our children. In conclusion, Chair, I leave with you a message: statutory rape will not be tolerated. As COSAS, we stand with survivors and will demand justice together. Let's create South Africa where every child can grow, learn, and thrive again. Thank you very much, Chair. But Chair, we're very disappointed as COSAS that why this minister she just left without telling us anything, because I think the minister was supposed to be part of this session so that as COSAS we must also ask some direct questions so that she must also answer us what questions that we must be account on this parliament. It's unfair that when we are leading the constituency of Congress of South African Students, there are some of questions that minister must answer in this committee, Chair. So, Chair, what they were saying that if then the minister is around, must come back to this session and we want to ask the minister questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, COSAS. That is in COSAS' character. I'm actually a product of the organization. So, well, they do produce good leaders because I'm a product of that organization, but that is in their character. I was actually going to be shocked if they didn't, if they finished without taking some swipe on either myself or somebody or us here. The minister did. The minister is attending plenary sitting now. But the minister did indicate that she's available. If there is a need for her to come back to respond to questions, she can do that. But she did apologize and we have accepted that apology, COSAS. So if there are specific questions to the minister, we will ask Mr. Ndlebe to call the minister because she's just around. Thank you very much, Kosas. It's always great to hear from the students, the learners' voice. That is very important for us and the work that we do. We are now going to call Equal Education on the online platform. Yes.
No,
Oh, they are here.
we are present, Chair.
Yeah, not it's the section to this.
All right, thank you. So I've initially introduced myself. I am here together with my colleague Maganata Ziambi from Equal Education. I'm not seeing my presentation.
Can we please fly to their presentation, Mr. Brown?
I hope that's not taking from my 10 minutes.
No, it's not.
Okay. So I think, unlike my colleagues, unfortunately, I think I will take the liberty to introduce the organization that we come from. I think it's important we place that on record as part of this setting. So we come from Equal Education, which is a social movement of learners, youth-led, women-led social movement. We are organized in 5 provinces, in Western Cape, in Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, Limpopo, in Gauteng as well. We are also an organization that is, its primary members are young girls and young boys of high school going age learners. Ordinarily, in settings like these, we'll bring one of our members to be present, but because of acknowledging that it's examination season, it was also important to bring my colleague Maganata, who's a community leader who works closely with learners, and she'll also be sharing her insight and some of the work that Equal Education has been doing in relation to school safety. So I'll hand over to her to do the first part of the presentation, and then I'll conclude what's remaining on the presentation. Thanks.
Greetings, everyone. As Yulisa introduced, my name is Makanata Ziambi, and I am a community leader here in Western Cape. As Yulisa said, Equal Education is a learner-led movement that advocates for various issues around education to ensure that holistically, the quality of education is of good quality, especially for schools in marginalized communities. And amongst the issues that we advocate for is safety, and the issue that we're talking around today, which is statutory rape, is an issue of school safety. We have been leading a campaign on school safety since 2014, and in 2019, we did a very extensive research and audit based on over 40 schools here in the Western Cape, of which we conducted surveys to analyze the state of safety within schools. And in 2023, we then released a safety report titled Safety Ngugo, which detailed the number of issues in relation of safety within schools in South Africa. And even though the report was released in 2023, some of the issues are still very much prevalent today as well. And then on the findings of the research, we divided it into 4 pillars, as the issue of safety is quite multifaceted. Namely, the first pillar was around security measures in line with the school infrastructure law, looking at safety in terms of the infrastructure and the building of schools in themselves, things like the fencing around the schools to see whether they were safe enough for schools. Secondly, functional school-based safety structures such as safety plans for schools and safety committees for schools as well. And then pillar 3, of which I'll be focusing on, which is adequate provision of psychosocial support in schools. And the last pillar being the knowledge of and use of existing policies within safety. So currently, as of 2025, moving forward to 2026, we have decided to mainly focus on psychosocial support, as we think it is a very important element of safety within schools, especially in today's topic. And in the report, it reported that a majority of schools do not have any form of professional psychosocial support for learners, be it a social worker or psychologist, and sometimes it's a teacher who isn't necessarily trained or equipped enough to be able to deal with learners that are going through challenges and problems in that regard. And
on the matter at hand, we believe that psychosocial support is a very big element in helping deal and tackle with this. And as one of the speakers mentioned about how there is only one psychologist that is dealing with a district, which in most cases deals with over 200 schools, and then that would mean that plus minus 200,000 learners. And that isn't very practical and is not helping in any way, because that would mean that in most cases, one learner that really needs psychosocial support will only get to see the psychologist once in maybe a year or so, which is not helping in any way, as we see that learners that need psychosocial support need regular visits with the psychologist, and we urge the department to prioritize the existence of psychosocial support within schools to ensure that learners receive the help that they need. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Nata. I don't think I'll be spending much time on this, the statutory framework, and because I think we've had a robust discussion and presentation outlining that issue. But I think in passing, it will be important because I think as lawyers, we are most of the times obsessed to find the gaps in laws, so much so that we maybe not testing the laws that are existing enough to identify the gaps, and if there are gaps, without necessarily going back to the legislature for the long processes of promulgation of laws. Some of the issues, for example, your Section 110 of the Children's Act can be cured by a guideline that provides how the implementation should be in relation to the reporting of statutory rape-related matters. Then the other thing that we wanted to stress is that learner pregnancies, I think a lot has been said around learner pregnancies in the room. And the presentations from provincial education departments, all of them, the focus has only been on violence that is happening in school perpetrated by teachers. But when you're speaking about statutory rape, it extends outside of the schools. And the schools also do have a direct role that they should be playing in addressing violence in schools. I've heard colleagues and different departments also outlining the limitations in terms of their role, but we believe that learner pregnancies is an indicator of statutory rape. It has been many years where learner pregnancies continue to be reported, but the data doesn't go beyond of who has impregnated these learners. And we understand that the policies are enough to be able to deal with assessment and being able to identify these issues as far as they relate to learners within the schooling level. So it is not necessarily enough for the Department of Health to continue to be just providing data around the number of pregnant learners, but it's also important that there is a reporting that is happening from the Department of Health, DSD, DPE as well. Then lastly, I just want to close with some of the recommendations in relation to the issues that were raised here. The first is that, similar to what Maganata has said, our position as Equal Education is that learners do have a right to provision of psychosocial support, and it is a package of part of the right to basic education. For the longest time in South Africa, there's been a bare minimum or lack of provisioning of psychosocial support for learners in schools. We recently also had a meeting with the Western Cape, for example. We know that there's only about 8 psychologists for over 1.5 schools, for example, that are in the province. So we believe that is inadequate. And the learners in all of the provinces that we've engaged with, they're calling for one school, one psychologist. We know that we can unpack it further in terms of how that would look like and whether it will be in form of auxiliary form in terms of the expertise and certain resources that will be necessary for that to be realized. Then the other submission that we want to place before the committee is that the Equal Education has been calling for a revised study of the national school violence to be done by the Department of Basic Education, because we believe that if the basic education, the Department of Basic Education and all the departments in provinces are just doing and responding to piecemeal cases of violence against children and not properly doing investigation, that will inform what makes these issues. And then the study will then be able to outline what has been, or at least what could be the recourse that can be adopted to address violence that is prevalent in schools. Lastly, we are also calling on the department to ensure that there is proper training. I think for as long as I've been part of engagements in this part of the portfolio committee on basic education, there's been a lot of stress around the lack of capacity that is provided on school governing bodies. I think that conversation needs to be matured to some form of support that is necessary to ensure that the school structures are able to deal with these issues. I think I would leave it at that because of the limited time. But we'll also take the liberty to make some submissions in terms of written parts of the conversations and some of the content that we've also received from our learner members. Ngos.
Thank you very much. We would greatly appreciate the written submissions on some of the recommendations. Now to the last presentation from section 27. This was section 27.
Good afternoon, Chair. Just need to share my screen. Good afternoon, everyone. Just as a matter of introduction, I'm Zina Suji. I'm an attorney and the head of the Education Rights Program at Section 27. Just as a matter of introduction, Section 27 is a public interest organization. We work in the areas of the right to basic education and the right to access to healthcare. We use 3 areas of methodology, which is research, litigation, and advocacy. And it's through our methodology that we are able to, that we have worked with various communities and with learners to identify the problems that are facing our schools. We know that sexual violence is a scourge. We know that the president a few years ago has actually labeled it as a pandemic, a second pandemic during the years of COVID. And we are still battling sexual violence within our schools. I think that GBV is a broader issue that's facing the country. Statutory rape particularly is not an area of interest, but obviously it overlaps with the broader work that Section 27 has been involved in. That's around sexual misconduct, sexual assault, and rape, and accountability mechanisms within the schooling system. So it's, in the past, this year especially, I think just as a matter of, introducing the subject and the importance of it, this year has been, we've seen it make headlines. There's been many protests. On Friday, there's a call for sexual violence and GBV to actually be rendered a national disaster. And sorry, it's a national shutdown for GBV. And I think that this conversation could not be more apt. It is on the backdrop of who we are and the work that we've done that I have the overview of my presentation would look at the extent and the scope of sexual violence and also zoning into what Section 27's involvement has been and our experiences of being involved in the sexual, in the GBV space within schools. I then touch on the relevant laws and also the gaps and the lack of implementation of the laws that govern statutory rape. It's through these experiences and our experiences that I will be touching on the impediments to reporting and then finally making recommendations. So when we are doing research and looking at what mechanisms can be put in place to address this, we can only do that by understanding the extent of sexual violence and looking at the statistics. In 2022, we see that Stats SA reported at least 40% of children were victims. More recently, and very concerningly, SAPS reported that at least 11,803 cases of rape. But when I was looking at this, and I think I needed to bring this to the attention of the to the attention of the attendees today, is that there's been omissions. There's no data that's desegregated between women and girls, which is highly concerning. And there's a release of that SAPS put out regarding this and why it was not, and there were discrepancies that they've highlighted. And I think that this is, there was a member of the portfolio committee this morning who actually spoke about this and said that there's such a need for us to separate this data, because this does not even divide women and girls. Furthermore, and they've taken the decision not to, because they felt that their reports were not verified. And then it does not even go any deeper to that in terms of children that were assaulted and raped within the home and within the school. So the need for desegregated data is quite important. I then touch on SACE within the school system. And SACE's data, which was also discussed and touched on by SACE themselves this morning, is that you have 606 cases with 134 cases only dealing with sexual offenses cases. What we need to also highlight is the backlogs of these cases in terms of the delays in which they get finalized. We also need to highlight that there is such a, with the numbers of cases, we are not seeing that many being concluded. And because there's rollover of previous cases, so the cases that have been reported in this year has not necessarily been finalized, which is highly problematic in terms of the delays in which matters are finalized. So the applicable laws, and I'm just going to go through this quite quickly, it has been touched on, but it's quite important that we do know that we work within a constitutional framework. And I have to maybe just to touch on the importance of Section 28 and then Section 28.2, which is to, are we really working and operating in the best interests of the child? And then the realization of Section 29.1a, and this cannot be read without the other sections of the Constitution, which is Section 12 and Section 10, which is the right to dignity. We all know this, and I'm just going to go quite quickly through this, is that SOMA, which covers statutory rape, more importantly, maybe just to touch on Section 54 and whether the mandatory reporting is actually happening. From our own experiences, this reporting is not done. We know this because there's many cases where learners would have not, when we do these advocacy outreaches within the schools, many of the learners do not have who had not known that they could have reported. Teachers have not assisted. When reports might have been made to a teacher, a lot of those reports were not taken further. Then going on to the Children's Act, and I'm not going to go into the various gaps of it, but I think what the Children's Act does is, besides just defining sexual abuse and which is important, it's the regulation of child protection and regulation of Section 28. The mandatory reporting, again, is touched in Section 110. This has been highlighted by the LRC and other colleagues earlier, so I'm not going to go into that. But more importantly, it's the regulation of the National Child Protection Register. And with this is the roles and responsibilities of all departments. And the question is whether all departments are working together. And this has been some interest of Section 27, and we are currently in litigation with this. So I'm not going to go into any further detail around the roles and responsibilities of the various departments. And then touching on, again, with more of a focus within the schools, within within schools is the South African Schools Act, which does place an obligation on various teachers, on all educators and departments to conduct their various obligations. We know that educators are loco in parentis. Is this happening? Are they conducting this with a duty of care? And a lot of our experiences shows that there are quite a few failures. The Employment of Educators Act, and again, the mandatory reporting around within and the suspensions and the reporting mechanisms within this act, the SACE Act as well. And then finally, the protocol for the management and reporting of sexual abuse and harassment in schools. Mr. Bottomman this morning referred and said that we have this, we should work with it. And that's true, we do have it. The problem that we face is that educators that we have spoken to are not aware of their roles and responsibilities. They're not even aware that this protocol exists. This highlights huge problems because there's a disconnect between what we have on paper and what's happening on the ground. As much as this protocol is pivotal to the reporting mechanisms, there is no implementation. In many of our advocacy outreaches, educators came to us and were not even aware of that they just thought that they were doing this out of the goodness of their heart, not knowing that it was actually obligated in terms of policy. And this is also the protocol that talks to accountability and the need to ensure that it would not be done with dilatory, there's timelines in specific areas in which reporting should be done, but this is not followed through. So
you have only 1 minute to wrap up because the 10 minutes has lapsed.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. So just quickly is just to talk about this particular case study that we were involved in. It was a rape of a learner. But just to note, why I highlighted this case is to look at the 7 years in which this matter got completed. It started in 2015, and the education disciplinary hearings only concluded in 2022. It was 8 years that it took for an additional year for DSD to have the caretaker reported. To this day, I just need to note this, to this day, the criminal matter has not commenced, and it's been 10 years on post the rape. So a lot of the impediments has been touched on. I would just then finally just go to the recommendations and speak about the importance of vetting, advocacy initiatives for awareness around this to learners, implementation of laws and policy because it is there. And I think that this is important in order for us to see expeditious response to matters and finalization of matters.
Okay, the time is up. Even the 1 minute, the 2 minutes is up. But thank you very much for that presentation. Center for Child Law, we know you don't have a presentation, but you wanted to make a comment, just a short comment.
Good evening, Honourable Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee. Indeed, I did not provide a PowerPoint presentation, but wish to just deal with the Centre's position in respect of this very important issue. My name is Morgan Courtney. I'm in-house counsel for the Centre for Child Law, and I appear before you today on a matter of profound urgency, the systemic failure of mandatory reporting of child sexual abuse in our schools. This is not a story about inadequate laws, in our view. South Africa's legislative framework for child protection is amongst some of the most robust in the world. This is rather a story about the catastrophic implementation failure, a chasm between what the law requires and what happens in practice. Now, let me begin with statutory rape. And I've heard my colleagues and I've heard the previous speakers talk about it, but I think it's just important to again underscore that Section 15 of the Sexual Offences Act defines this as the sexual penetration with a child between the ages of 12 and 16 years old by an adult or an older adolescent, even where the child appears to consent. The law creates two specific exceptions. Two 15-year-olds in a consensual relationship commit no crime. A 16-year-old with a 14-year-old, a 2-year age gap, commits no crime. But an adult with a 14-year-old commits statutory rape. Any sexual penetration with a child under the age of 12 is rape, full stop. Why does this matter? Why must we emphasize it over and over again today? Because teachers and healthcare workers in particular either over-report consensual peer relationships or underreport actual crimes because they misunderstand these novel distinctions. A 15-year-old girl with her 16-year-old boyfriend is falsely reported as a rape victim. Meanwhile, actual predation by adults goes unreported. Young people avoid healthcare out of fear. Perpetrators exploit the confusion. Now, the reporting obligations. South African law creates two separate criminal offences for failing to report child sexual abuse, both carrying rather severe penalties. Section 110 of the Children's Act requires designated professionals, including teachers, nurses, and social workers, to report when they are on reasonable grounds conclude a child has been sexually abused. Failure to report is a criminal offence under Section 305(1)(c) and is punishable by imprisonment for up to 5 years. Section 54 of the Sexual Offences Act requires any person who has knowledge of a sexual offence against a child to report it immediately to SAPS. Section 54(2)(a) makes the failure to report a criminal offence and punishable again by up to 5 years imprisonment. Honourable members, South Africa has two separate criminal offences, both carrying 5-year maximum penalties, both targeting failure to report child sexual abuse. These are probably amongst the strongest mandatory reporting provisions in the world, and yet mandatory reporting is not happening. The failure is not necessarily legislative. The failure is operational, and it manifests in 4 ways. Firstly, teachers do not know the law. Research across multiple provinces, and from what I've heard today, shows that most educators cannot correctly identify what constitutes statutory rape. They don't understand the age exceptions. They cannot distinguish reportable conduct from protected peer relationships. Critically, teachers do not understand what triggers the reporting obligations. The Children's Act, requires when there are reasonable grounds to conclude abuse has occurred, and the Sexual Offences Act requires reporting when a person has knowledge of an offence. Let me illustrate this confusion with a recent case I was personally involved in. A prominent estate asked me for a legal opinion on whether or not they must report an incident between a 12-year-old and a 17-year-old captured on CCTV at their public play park. They asked not because they didn't know the law, the conduct clearly constituted statutory rape, but because they wanted protection from possible lawsuits by affluent parents. This is the reality. Even sophisticated, well-managed institutions with access to legal advice are paralyzed by fear of civil liability. They have CCTV footage of the crime, they know what the law requires reporting, and they seek legal opinions to justify inaction. If a well-resourced residential estate cannot navigate this threshold, what chance does a teacher have who merely suspects something inappropriate? Secondly, the reporting system is respectfully broken. Even those who know the law and want to comply cannot navigate the system. Again, a very recent example in my practice. An attorney suspected child sexual abuse. She attempted to report the matter to a hospital social worker. She was told that it must go to a statutory social worker and that the statutory social worker attached to the hospital was not available. She was told to try and come again tomorrow and make the requisite report. She again attended, but the statutory social worker was off. My attorney nevertheless persisted. She completed the Form 22 herself and sent it to the Provincial Department of Social Development. She has not received a response, nor an acknowledgement, nor a case number. Nothing. This attorney, someone who understands the law, who knows how to navigate bureaucracy, could not successfully make a report that the law requires on pain of a 5-year imprisonment term. Now imagine a teacher in a rural school with no legal knowledge, facing an absent social worker or indifferent SAPS official. What does that teacher do? The answer? Nothing. Section 110 requires reports to a designated child protection organization, Provincial Department of Social Development, or the SAPS. In practice, this creates chaos. Teachers face unavailable social workers, SAPS stations that don't know procedures, no confirmation reports were received, no tracking, no follow-ups, no accountability. The system is designed to fail. When it fails, the teacher facing 5 years imprisonment is left in an impossible position. Thirdly, there is zero enforcement despite the severe penalties that failure to report include. There are no publicly available statistics on prosecutions under Section 305(1)(c) or Section 54(2)(a) of the respective acts. And I'm not aware of a single case where a teacher has been prosecuted for failing to report, despite 2 criminal provisions with 5-year maximum sentences. Teachers perceive correctly that prosecution risk is zero. Laws without enforcement become suggestions. And lastly, institutional protection of perpetrators. When suspected perpetrators are colleagues, institutions actively suppress reporting. The reasons vary: protecting reputation, avoiding scandal, misplaced loyalty, fear of litigation. There is currently ongoing civil litigation against a very prominent and reputable Eastern Cape school. The documents that I have had a personal look at reveal that various colleagues of the suspected perpetrator had concerns about his appropriateness or the appropriateness of his relationship with various learners. Multiple staff members suspected impropriety. Multiple members witnessed warning signs. And as at to date, I have no knowledge of any staff member being held accountable for failing to report that information to the relevant officials. This is a culture we have created. Everyone knows, everyone suspects, everyone stays silent, because reporting triggers institutional consequences for the institution, for colleagues, for the person who speaks up. No reporting triggers nothing. Research shows that teachers commit approximately 1/3 of child rapes in South Africa. Yet in case after case, colleagues who knew or should have known face no consequences for their silence. So what do we do about it? We do not need necessarily new laws, although I have heard various very important discussions that need to take place. But what we also need to do is implement that which we have. The first recommendation of the Centre for Child Law is to expand something similar to what the Western Cape School Safety Call Centre seeks to achieve. This model seems to work if the numbers are anything to go by. And it should be looked at to be expanded nationally and also open to educators, not just learners. The Department of Basic Education should establish a dedicated 24-hour toll-free hotline accessible to both learners, educators, and members of the public to report suspected child abuse within educational settings. The number must be displayed in every classroom and staff room across South Africa. Trained personnel take reports and forward them simultaneously to SAPS, Social Development, and the district officials. The reporting person receives written confirmation with a case number within 24 hours. Critically, once a teacher makes the call and provides the information in good faith, the legal obligation is satisfied. The existence of reasonable grounds or knowledge is established by the act of reporting itself. The teacher cannot be prosecuted.
In a minute, just wrap up because the 10 minutes is up.
Sure.
Just 1 minute to wrap up.
Thank you. The second recommendation is mandatory annual training, that every educator must complete accredited module training on an annual basis to keep informed with the developments in and around the issue of reporting and sexual offences in school. Recommendation 3 would be the prosecution and public accountability of those teachers who have not disclosed and reported in terms of the mandatory reporting guidelines under both the Sexual Offences Act and the Children's Act. In conclusion, South Africa has among the strongest mandatory reporting laws in the world. 2 criminal offences, 5-year maximum penalties, clear obligations. There is no reason why these should not be implemented. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you very much. That was the last presentation in terms of our program. We're now going to go into discussions, short session of discussions, questions. We will then make the final reflections and do a vote of thanks and adjourn after that process. Let me note hands that wants to engage with the presentations that were made. There's only one hand are there hands or 2 hands or 3 hands? Are there any hands on the platform? Okay. No hands. The legal team from SACE.
Thank you, Chairperson. I don't have questions. I just wanted to speak to some of the gaps that were mentioned that SACE has, and then I will give it off to my CEO to take over from there. It was mentioned by the Law Resource Centre that there is no duty placed on schools to report cases to SACE. If we look at Section 26 of the SACE Act, it speaks to the obligation of the employer notifying SACE where disciplinary steps are taken against any educator. And if we also take into account what NAPTOSA said with regards to a principal acting as a representative of the department, who is the employer, then there is a duty placed on the school, on the principal as a representative of the department, aka the employer, to then report cases to SACE. It was also mentioned that there's no duty placed on the DST to report educators that are registered with them. I agree that this is the case, and perhaps legislative amendments should be made in this regard. But since the CEO has mentioned that we have now gained access to the register, I'm sure that this will help with the gap in that regard. Lastly, there was mention of SACE does not deal with non-teaching staff or unregistered educators. I did mention previously that the employers would then step up in that regard. And even in some cases, we can take it to SAP. So it's not to say that there is no kind of solution to that. There is. It's just not SACE, perhaps in this case. There was also mentioned by the Section 27 delays of finalization of cases. I won't go into much detail with that because there are many reasons for that. I overburden cases.
Can we mute colleagues on the platform, on the online platform? Can you please mute? You are disrupting us.
Thank you, Chairperson. Backlog, we receive a big number of cases every day. I think in 2024, we were receiving about 600 cases a year. I'm sure by now it's already doubled. Lack of resources, lack of staff, budget, lack of capacity. Legal processes generally involve a lot of steps. So procedural delay, overburden case, there are many reasons for that. It's not to say that we don't try, but we can only do our best. And lastly, the Centre for Child Law mentioned that they don't know of anyone that prosecutes cases where there's a failure to report sexual misconduct. SACE does. We do handle those cases. We are currently handling those cases, and I'm sure there will be more. Obviously, it is in regard to registered individuals due to our jurisdiction, but for others, I assume then the employer will come in or SAPS can come in. Yeah. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, CEO.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. I think Lee covered most of the issues, but I think maybe what we need to do between ourselves and DBE is to have a look at those issues that have been raised and see if we can find a way of how do we include them in the process that we are already working on in terms of amending the SACE Act. Remember that Act is an Act of 2000. So it has been overtaken by events, by many things. But I'm happy through the minister, through the DBE chairperson, we are working through the process. You know, it's a longer process until you go to cabinet memo, and then that cap memo must come to parliament and all that. But at the moment, we are with CEM. I'm doing a presentation on the 17th to CEM, so that out of that we can start to look at that. But would welcome the presentation so that we can look into some of the issues. The issues of non-teaching staff, remember we are a council for educators, and therefore the whole lot of issues around non-teaching staff within the departments and even offices are being dealt with through the Public Service Administration Act. However, the issues that we've been raising with the department is the issue of your, now is BEEI, your education assistance, to say we need to find a way of not denting the image of the profession and casualizing the profession, because they are employed for, I understand the issue of money and making sure that we stimulate economy and all that and unemployment. However, we need to make sure that we find ways of dealing with this on a permanent basis. And that is why we are introducing the concept of paraprofessionals, so that we can begin to professionalize the space and to take those into account. So yeah, we welcome the comments. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Western Cape.
Good evening.
Friend.
Just a quick, I want to add on to what the CEO was saying. You know, one of the colleagues earlier made the comment of a national task team. I think there's such a lot of valuable input that was made in this session now, particularly from a legal perspective. And it would be very interesting to put them all together next to each other and see exactly where the similarities are, you know, and what we can actually take out from that. What the CEO is asking for, I don't think it should be a bilateral with DBE and SACE. We need to be part of it as well. You know, PEDs should be invited to it, because we're actually going to implement at the end of the day. And so it's important to have the implementer there at the table so that we can see that what we're going to plan can actually be implemented, and not necessarily decide on something that we're unable to implement. But I think that was just my request I wanted to make. Thanks.
Sorry, Chair, I forgot something.
I take it CM, all provinces are represented, right?
Yes, all the
MECs.
Yes.
You fine? Or you want some sort of work with provinces on the, okay, I hear now what you say. CEO?
There's something earlier on when, and I think Western Cape was reporting, what we've done with the CEO of the Council for Social Service Professions was to say, because we've got social workers working in schools, we've got professionals that are having dual registration with SACE, and social workers are one of those. Because already we were receiving cases from schools clashes between social workers and your principals and all that. So in order to make sure that we've got an environment that is not toxic and all that, and also if they happen to touch our learners, at least we can have a fallback. So when that happens, we will refer to the relevant council and be able to do that. So we have a register, which normally I forgot to mention the number of social workers that we've already registered. Thanks.
So, but they take note of the request from the Western Cape that process of the SACE Act review also ought to be engaged with at a level, at a provincial level, where you've got intensive engagements on the practicality of the new provisions that you are proposing. I think that's what the last hand, we didn't have a last hand on the online platform. We're fine. Okay, I fully agree that the last session was very, especially the legal because now this was more legal organizations. And I think I agree fully, because it was really for me, really for us as the legislation, one of our key role is lawmaking. So when we've made laws, we want to hear the impact of those laws, because we don't just make laws. We make laws so that they impact positively and they change the experience of our people. And we want to then hear the impact of those laws, if they are working. If the problem is that they've got gaps, there are certain things that they don't define. And we then dwell into that to say, then how do we ensure that we define? But I do agree as well that lawmaking is a really long process in the South African context. And as much as it is long, as much as it's a long-term solution, there's also issues of, I think one of the speakers was speaking about operationalizing the current provisions that we have. So we should also look at that. But I do believe that we might need to, as the chairpersons of the committees that have been tasked with this responsibility, we might need to look at these proposals on legislative framework and the gaps, and take it to our own legal team to say, can you come and really educate us, empower us as members of parliament on these gaps? They might be mitigated by other pieces of legislation, but the fragmentation might make it very difficult for those who are supposed to implement. And I know that because we've always said that government departments don't necessarily like working together. When they must work together, it's a lot of problems. They get into notes. Now I must call this one. Now I must deal with that. And, so we might have to look at that and see if that is also not an impediment that, because one of the critical things I think that we've spoken about beyond the under-reporting, I think all of us are agreeing that even those that report do not get justice. So that is where we would need to really look at some of this legal framework proposals that have been made here today. I also want to now give, because I'm going to do the closing remarks shortly, but I do hope that Eastern Cape is here now. Eastern Cape can respond now on the online platform. We were going to allow the Eastern Cape to respond, and then we then give out some closing remarks. Eastern Cape, are you ready now to respond to the previous question?
Not
Yes.
really, Honorable Chair. I could not locate any of the people that are supposed to respond to the question. Our apologies.
No. Who said to me they spoke to the HOD? Yes, somebody from DPE said they called the HOD and the HOD said she was logging in. We did call the HOD and they did commit that they were logging in. So, but you could not find them on the phone?
No, I could not.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Excuse me, Chair. I'm so sorry to interrupt. I see that I'm assuming it's the HOD has put a message on the Zoom chat to say I'm in, but I'm unable to unmute.
Okay, thank you very much for that intervention. HOD, can we assist the HOD to unmute? I don't know how, but can we assist? Can we assist? Can we do something so that we can hear the HOD? HOD, can perhaps try to change the gadget? Is HOD speaking on a chat at least?
Yes, Chair. The HOD says, Chair, I can hear, but I don't know what is happening with my gadget. Let me try to change.
Maybe let her log in, maybe log out and log back in. That might assist. So in the meantime, it's 7 o'clock, so we should be closing in terms of our program. HOD really do help us quickly there. It's very important that you help us very quickly. There are many notes that I have made myself, and I know our team has made serious notes on all the presentations, all the recommendations. The next step that we are going to take after this, so all other committees will be having the very same sessions. Then we're going to have one meeting where we all submit. So we're going to have our own submission based on all these engagements. So it's very important that if you do have outstanding submissions, do make those submissions so that they are part and parcel of the report. HODs, are you back? Mr. Brown, is the HOD online now? Not yet? Okay. I think this is very important. I apologize to members because, of course, it's late. We want to leave, but it is very important that the Eastern Cape responds on this issue. We want that response, even if they are going to make a written submission, but we want to hear from the HOD if they can really confirm this. It's really alarming. It's just alarming. So HOD, we are closing, not back on. Okay, it's fine. I think let me just take this opportunity to really thank and express our gratitude to every stakeholder that has been here with us. The representatives from teacher unions, civil society, legal advocacy groups, the provincial education departments, all of them. And of course, the learner representatives through COSAS and the RCL that spoke to us earlier. We really want to take this opportunity and express our gratitude for heeding the call, which is very important. Your insights, colleagues, have seriously illuminated the complex and the complex nature of statutory rape within the education sector. We've all agreed here in this session that it is not merely a legal issue, but it is a profound social, ethical, and educational challenge that requires collective and coordinated responses. As a committee, we would like to express our sincere gratitude for the depth, the clarity, the commitment reflected in these presentations. The deliberations have highlighted the multifaceted nature of statutory rape as it manifests within the education system. And it touches upon the legal, social, ethical, and educational dimension that collectively impact learners' rights to safety and well-being. So key issues that come out of these engagements that we need to focus on prevention and comprehensive education. So some of the things that we're going to be doing is we are going to interrogate the campaigns that the departments run. There's a lot of campaigns and the funding of those campaigns, because it is important that we focus on prevention. We are going to interrogate those and look at the funding of those and the allocation of time and efforts and energy and the stakeholders that we engage, especially parents, because I hear all these campaigns, but do we reach out to parents as well? And I think that is something that we're going to look at. The comprehensive education, education. We've always heard that the life orientation and the life skills curriculum covers extensive education that empowers the learners now, the children, to understand if something happens to them, what is happening to them, and if it is wrong. They should understand at least that it is wrong or is it right, and where they should be able to report or seek recourse. So we're going to also review that. We'll ask our experts to go through that. I mean, COSAS was saying they believe that the life orientation curriculum is not extensive enough, it's not comprehensive enough. And these are learners saying that. So we would have to look at it and say, is it extensive enough? Is it comprehensive enough? And if it is comprehensive enough, have you been able to gauge its impact, that education? So we'll look at that as well, because it's important that we prevent and we seriously embark on comprehensive education. The issue of reporting and accountability mechanisms has come out very clearly and seriously, explicitly. The issue of support and protection for learners, the psychosocial support, the availability of the professionals, the attachment of social workers to school, the numbers, the workload, it has really been covered. And the issue of professional and ethical responsibilities, and the issue of interdepartmental and community collaboration, and further the issue of legislative framework. So these are some of the issues that have come about. The gaps that we've spoken to, of course, and there are gaps that we've identified in many instances, in the numbers, in when do we get to know about the incidences of statutory rape, and of course the issue of empowering our teachers to understand. And I think the last speaker, when he was speaking, was a bit worried because at least even if our teachers cannot, because it's not their role to then determine if the incident of statutory rape was taking place between two peers. What they should at least understand is that if there is a learner at school who's below the age of 16 and they are pregnant, it means something must have went wrong. Then those who investigate, the social workers will determine if something went wrong or not. But our role is to report. So as teachers, at least we must do that. We must at least report. And those who are tasked with the investigating, they should then investigate and say, but no, it was between a 12-year-old and a 15-year-old, or a 12-year-old and a 14-year-old. But it can't be a determination that is made by us as teachers. At least that basic understanding, we should be able to empower teachers with that basic understanding. So those are some of the key issues that came out. And in conclusion, we just want to reiterate our commitment to safeguarding the rights and welfare of learners, and that the Eastern Cape cannot evade this. We are going to find ways to ensure that the Eastern Cape responds. We can't. What we've had here is really alarming, and we really want them to respond to it. And I would like to extend our appreciation on behalf of the committee to all the presenters for their valuable contributions and for the spirit of cooperation demonstrated throughout these engagements. We will, after we are done with the entire process, when Parliament has debated the report, when Parliament has made recommendations, further share with all our stakeholders the recommendations that have been made by Parliament, so that you know that this was not just the whole day of talk show no, it's not. We really want to see something come out of this to ensure that we deal with these prevalences of statutory rape. So with those words, I want to really thank you and thank all that, and for really bearing with us for a whole day meeting. It was a marathon, but we are here and we've made it. So thank you very much to all of you, and the meeting is adjourned. Safe travels, safe travels. Mr. Brown, the Eastern Cape is not here even now, even offline.
They will respond in writing, Chair.
Even offline,
Thank
we can even
you.
take it offline. I don't mind.
They will respond in writing.